Newport, New Jersey. Rain coming down right now, still listed currently as fast and firm with a big day of action on Haskell Preview Day, including a big race. Narrabet's Pegasus, prep for that Haskell, July 19th, $1 million purse to see who is going to tackle, among others, Gosger, who was so impressive in the Preakness Stakes and was trying to pull off that big upset until journalism gave us that incredible performance. Greg Wolf, four-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, champion jockey Richie Migliore, who is still incredibly loved here in this part of the country. Good to see you both, and we'll see if one of these three-year-olds can step up and pose a threat to some of the best three-year-olds in the country in about a month.
Yeah, listen, we've now figured out the two three-year-olds, right? Sovereignty and journalism have turned out to be the best of the crop, right?
Absolutely.
And you got Baeza, who's still growing a little bit. Can somebody else emerge? And I think that's the next question.
Well, I think if we're going to see somebody emerge today in the Pegasus, it would be Garamond. Yeah. He's lightly raced. He went from a maiden race right to the Gotham. They backed up, came back in a allowance race. And I like the fact that Flavien Prat's here. And one of the reasons is, obviously, there's other stakes, always looking for that next good three-year-old.
Yeah. Small field he beat, but, big name who was in that field, who he did beat in Cornucopian. That was a big performance, and that was a performance that told Chad Brown, I got to start taking a look and pointing him to the Haskell. He thinks this is the type of horse that fits that race. Let's get into the opener here. The first race on the turf, $16,000 maiden claiming race, as the horses are just stepping onto the grass right now. 3-year-olds and up. As we take a look at the current odds, a couple of horses at 5-2 on the board and the 2 and the 5.
This is a difficult race. It really is. Now you got 12 horses lining up here, Meg. I do think of the outside horses. You see all the crazy odds on the outside. I do think the 12 My Pal Max for Derek Ryan, very good trainer. Matty Oliver's aboard, is a player in here at 8-1, but you got to get an inside trip on this turf course.
Yeah, you want to save ground. And, listen, it started to rain in earnest right now. I don't think that is going to affect the course for this race. I got a crazy long shot here, guys. 77-1, the 9-horse, Nouveau Depart. The mare of this horse was a 12-time winner on turf. She was basically eased in her first start on dirt and then turned to turf. This horse was eased first time essentially on dirt, and now she gets to grass at 77-1. I'll take a swing.
Odds has actually gone up since you started talking about her, Meg. Excuse me. The 5 Dangerous driver, look, a lot of upside. Got back on the turf has had a lot of opportunities, but the first time in a while, and that comeback effort on the grass, it was very good.
It was very
good. For
the
level.
Yeah, for the level, it's very good. Being a son of Summerfront, I have a Dynaformer mare we haven't seen, and the Dynaformers are kind of getting out of, at least the mares are. I'm going to give you my crazy long shot. The 10, English Channel's best day was over a little boggy course here at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, right here as well.
Yeah.
And the horse that you're talking about, out of the mare, Gigahertz by Dynaformer, well, her mother was Megahertz, who was a tremendous turf performer.
Matt Dinnerman to get us started here. Pick 5 to kick off this card on Haskell Preview Day here on Fox Sports 2.
2 back, My Pal Max, and Surprise Package. 12 races on the docket today. Best of luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running on Haskell Preview Day 2025. Nouveau Depart with a little bit of an awkward break and is towards the rear of the field. No problems from Take Your Medicine, who's on the lead. My Pal Max striding level with him. Surprise Package right behind in third. Sullivan gets a cozy trip behind the speed as they approach the first turn run here. We come back to the lead as they go into that first turn. The leader is Take Your Medicine and hugs the rail, leads by a neck here. On the outside, My Pal Max is there to press. Jace is no joke, very keen and well off the rail here. Hard to control in the early stages. Jace is no joke, and the rail's wide open for Editor's Choice to come forward and snatch third away from Jace is no joke, who's on a stranglehold right now in the 4th position. Sullivan Surprise Package there next with Tears and Rain down on the inside, 3 off the pace, gap of 2 to Dangerous Driver, then the gray, Vino Grigio. He's 3rd last with Editor's Choice, and that leaves merging traffic to trail the field with a half mile to go. My Pal Max on the outside, nose in front now. Take Your Medicine retreats to 2nd. My Pal Max opens opens up the lead and goes into the turn, darts to the rail, accelerates, and opens up 2 as he goes into the far turn run. So it's My Pal Max, the one to catch here. Take Your Medicine trying to come back on again in the 2-path second. My Pal Max on the rail, coming to the top of the lane. Jesus No Joke is parked deep. Tears in Rain hugging the rail. If he's good enough, he's saving ground off the corner. My Pal Max the leader. Tears in Rain switching outside for an attack. My Pal Max with a furlong to go in front. Dangerous Driver is coming like a rocket up the inside. Needs to catch My Pal Max, but he's moving up. Grabs the lead. Dangerous Driver. Inuel Beto to win it. Dangerous Driver with a nice ride there by Beto over Tears in Rain, My Pal Max, and Merging Traffic.
Dangerous Driver, the 11th time on grass. The charm here, I believe 5-2 in the end.
Yeah, so I guess Mig and I should leave because this is the horse that Greg gave out, Mig.
Yeah, I mean, he should just drop the mic and walk off, I think. But and this is the grandson of Megahertz and would have done Grandma proud here with his horse finished up the inside.
Yeah, it really did. It was a good ride by the jockey there. And Axel Concepcion on Tears of Rain, really good jive ride, too, as well. Checks in second, but way to sniff out the favorite there, Greg.
You're welcome. I love Megahertz, by the way. I was such a big fan. I know you were, too, back in the day.
If you guys don't remember, she was owned by the Bellows, and she literally was the tiniest horse at the racetrack, and she flew from dead last. Megahertz. I remember you know her, too, as well.
Yeah, she looked like a pony, and yet she could sprint home like nobody.
So many big races coming up on this card today, including, of course, the one we're all looking forward to, this 3-year-old division that has been incredibly top-heavy with these top 2 finishers from both the Derby and repeat performance in the Belmont. With Sovereignty and Journalism, can someone else get into the mix? Naira Betts, Pegasus, race 8 on the card this afternoon. Mig brought up Garamond for Chad Brown. Lightly raced, a homebred for Juddmonte. Would have seen this horse a lot sooner. Chad Brown had to wait on him, though, because he had sore shins as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, listen, horses will make you wait, but patience is usually rewarded, and we know that Chad and his owners are very patient. I thought this was a really nice effort, Paul. I mean, the horse showed determination. You know, it's one thing when a horse wins easily. You know they have ability. You don't know about their character. I think this was more of a character test.
Yeah, listen, he's bred so well. And Uncle Mo out of a tap and Mare Blue Watch. So you would think that he's going to be okay. Now, he's never been around 2 turns. Maybe what you were talking about, Greg, probably slowed him down a tiny bit. But I don't think that will be an issue going around 2 turns. If we get a little bit more rain and this track gets a little bit of moisture in it, I don't think that's going to, or stays with moisture in it, I don't think that's going to be a problem. He's definitely the horse to beat. And with only 3 races, he's got tremendous upside.
Chad Brown said the key with this horse, break forward and settle. He's not a horse that will pull, but he's very quick early.
Well, and you've got to protect your inside position as well. You're breaking from the rail with the scratch of the 2 inside runners. There are a few horses, particularly Wild and Crazy Night, stretching out from sprints. So there is some speed signed on here, but you've got to come out running, protect your inside position. And then if they're intent on going to the lead, it creates separation and it gives you options. I don't need to tell Flavien Prat that. I think he's pretty well versed in that.
As good as there is in the business, yeah, he's expecting a big afternoon with all the mounts he has. As for some others in this Pegasus coming up, let's check in for the first time today with Maggie Wolfendale, and one who had a pretty good account of himself against a horse we're going to see on Haskell Day against Gosger.
That's right, and Gosger running really well in the Preakness in his subsequent start, Greg, just narrowly defeated by Journalism that 3rd Saturday in May. But back to Bracket Buster, who, for his trainer, Vicky Oliver, bit of a homecoming of sorts, as Vicky actually worked in the press office, the public relations office here at Monmouth before starting to train herself and saddled her first winner here, Loveline, back in 1998. But Bracket Buster, whom you'll see here, does have a good amount of speed, and you're going to see Gosker closing on the outside. I do think he was favorably with the flow of the racetrack when finishing second in that Grade 3 Lexington, and then his subsequent start in that allowance race at Churchill Downs. He broke well. He actually broke on top, but they conceded the lead to eventual winner, goal-oriented, who would take them gate to wire. Now, he didn't perform that well. Vicky Oliver stating herself that he's a bit of an immature type that's still figuring things out. But guys, as I get it back to you, I think the pace scenario is a big question mark, as we know that Bracket Buster wants to be forward, but also Wild and Crazy Night, he's a sprinter stretching out. So could we see a fast pace here for this Pegasus?
Yeah, it's a good point. Thanks, Maggie. Yeah, legitimate sprint speed just to his outside, but another horse in Bracket Buster that would like to be forward.
I think if the speed does show up and it really gets heated, that's going to aid Valentinian. And Valentinian really closed a lot of ground last time after being too far back. So I think this horse is a confirmed closer. Todd Pletcher, Sammy Marin, he's impressed me, Paul. Out of the riders here, he's like a guy that a lot of the New York guys are going to.
Yeah, well, Chad Brown entrusts him when he goes on the turf for a lot of his runners, too. He also uses Sammy Camacho, but today he's going to use Flavian. But, yeah, Sammy Moran can flat-out ride. I don't think Garaman needs the lead, and I think that today might be a test whether let's settle back here. We're not going to go after Wild and Crazy Night. We're not going to go after Bracket Buster here. Let's sit that pocket trip, see if we can take a little dirt in our face and go on for there. Flavian is very good at that. I just don't think if you push the button from the beginning, I don't know if you're learning a lot, but then you're going to get yourself in the trap with these other sprinters.
Big concern with his weather with Bracket Buster, how poorly he sort of went backwards last time out on a wet track.
Well, it is a concern, but muddy tracks are different from track to track. The racetracks are different compositions. Some have more clay, some have more sand. So I don't think we could just automatically say, well, it was the off racetrack.
Continue to keep our eyes on this weather this afternoon in Oceanport, New Jersey. Meanwhile, back in New York, off the turf today, sloppy to begin the day, and off the grass, which raced 2 early stakes action. This might have become a better race now coming off the grass. Let's go to Sarah El-Badwi, bring her in as we talk about this New York Stallion Series, Cupcoy's Joy.
I'm with you, Greg. I think that this is a situation where the race became much more competitive from a betting standpoint, and it's early on in the card as well, our second race today, where Disco Star, your morning line favorite, she looked like the only one with serious turf form coming in. But now that this race is going to be run over the main track, we're going to see horses that have legitimate dirt form to contest her, and she's one. She doesn't have any early speed either, so things do get a little bit more interesting. And if she does go off as your favorite still, I think that she'll be less of a heavy favorite that she would have been on the grass, as we'll take a look back at her finishing behind Storm Changer, a horse that's really improved as of late. Storm Changer doesn't necessarily have much early speed either, but she is one that gets along very well with Jose Gomez. He's been aboard for some of her better finishes, for her breaking her maiden, for her start where she finished second at a big price 3 starts ago in the Eastview, and then this win last time out over Princess Mischief as well as Disco Star. Disco Star, great ride by Dylan Davis to go up the rail. Storm Changer, she had to make a more of a wide move, but she got that momentum started a little bit sooner with that earlier run, and she is one that I think is a serious contender coming in, and one that hit that career best last time out. But as far as the pace of this race, it seems as though Mischief Lady is going to have that little bit of a tactical edge, a horse that we haven't seen since January, but is coming in fresh. She's one that's shown good early speed, and I think that some of her races, which haven't been her better performances, those have been efforts where the paces have been quite honest and have really started to come apart. Now, maybe it's a little bit of a concern, where has she been over the past couple of months? But she seems to get things going her own way in this spot. We'll see if anybody tries to contest her early on, but she should at least be in front when they start this race. And she has 2 races that, as in a late 2-year-old, early 3-year-old, they certainly put her in contention with some of the top 2 choices.
Sarah, thank you. Yeah, her speed certainly makes her dangerous. Storm Changer with the surface switch, in your eyes, guys, is she now the one to beat?
I think so. I think she's the one to beat. I would not dismiss the 2, Mischief Lady. I just think Eddie Barker might get the early double today. I just think that the Mischief Lady might be the horse to catch, and Ricardo's going to be aggressive.
And I promise you that Eddie Barker loves her. He loves all of them, right? But, guys, Cupcoy's Joy was a really tough filly. 1982 won the Acorn and the Mother Goose after leading for the first mile of the Kentucky Derby. And in the Acorn, she actually beat Christmas Past, who ultimately be the 3-year-old champion that year. That was before New York breds were winning at the major stage with regularity.
We'll get to that race coming up. Early stakes action, race 2 on that card. Belmont at the Big A. So much to come here, just getting underway on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. So sloppy and off the turf, as we mentioned, back in South Ozone Park, New York, with that rematch between Storm Changer and Disco Star coming up, and a 2-day Pick 6 carryover, thanks in part to Junior Alvarado on an offspring of Country House. 124,000 plus in that Pick 6 carryover. Of course, Haskell Preview Day here at Monmouth.
Yeah, Mira Shockley shocking the Pick 6 yesterday, coming down the center of the racetrack. Actually won pretty comfortably, too, at 40-something to 1.
You can play it all right there, including that Pick 6. NyraBets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Little extra money to play the Pick 6 with. Good luck to everyone getting involved. Kicking off the card here in Monmouth, Dangerous Driver, beat by a nose, returning to the turf in this condition last time out, and finally makes good here on the grass. Career start number 11.
Yeah, and worked out a really good trip. Came rallying up the inside, made the last run. Pretty contested pace ball for, maiden claimers.
Yeah, it was actually. I mean, you can see right here, this is good. The best part about Monmouth turf racing, they're spread out all over the racetrack. 12 kind of kicked clear, but had too much to do, and you could see Enio Bieto just had a ton of horse, just going to stick to the rail, and wins pretty comfortably here, does Dangerous Driver. A gelding by Summerfront on the Diamond Former Mare. We were talking about megahertz, gigahertz, her little daughter.
I tell you what, the way the 12 horse was kind of paddling with that left front leg, I'd want to make sure I had a lot of room inside of her.
$4. Wow, got pounded late down to even money. Didn't realize that. 5-4-12. And a formful beginning to kick off Haskell Preview Day here in Oceanport, New Jersey. Race 2. We'll get on the main track for the first time. 6 furlong sprint. All for sale for $8,000 in this claiming race. Non-winners of 4 lifetime, and there is a lot of speed signed up in here.
You're correct in there. The 1, 2, and 3 all should be firing out of there. The 5 is a horse that will come from behind. The 4 even's got a little lick. The thing about the 4, no fake, she just struggles getting out of the gate. The 7 even has a little bit of lick on the outside. The only horse in here that can really pass horses at this level, maybe the 4 or the 5, but I would say Rose Summer.
Yeah, particularly on the turn back, right? You're going to get a fast pace. Now sprinting should set up at least for a late run there, but there is real speed sign on. And one thing that you'll notice about Jersey racing as opposed to New York racing, people are not bashful about allowing horses to use their speed.
Peggy Sue, I Love You looks like form-wise sort of a standout, but with all that speed, now it becomes a much different proposition. We'll talk more about race 2, our first dirt race of this afternoon when we come back. Still ahead, so much stakes action, including on the grass in the Monmouth redistricting, trying to live up to that potential for Chad Brown and Klaravich Stables. Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NyraBets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with NyraBets. Join now for a new member bonus at NyraBets.com. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, underway on this card, here in Oceanport, New Jersey on Haskell Preview Day. And a look at the Monmouth Stakes later this afternoon on the turf at a mile and an eighth, $150,000 purse. Big scratch we were just told about. King Max coming out. Masterpiece has been scratched as well. But we're going to see two reunited who went at it in Otago and highest distinction here at Monmouth in a cliffhanger back on May 24th, and that was won by Otago.
Yeah, Otago got the job done, and it was a really brilliant ride by Axel Concepcion. Saved all the grounds, went to the outside, and was able to get the job done in the last couple jumps. And a horse that, in Kelsey Danner, that had been really getting in good form at age 5. And I just think, finding a similar type at that time, the turf course was had a little bit of cut in the ground. We'll see what happens later today.
Yeah, I mean, I think the weather is going to play a factor as the day continues as far as the condition of the turf course. And you always want, for me at least, I want to see a horse that's already handled a little bit of cut or a little bit of softness in the ground. And not every horse in here has already competed on that kind of ground, but we'll keep an eye on it as the day goes on.
Meanwhile, redistricting, when we first saw this horse back in June of 2023, it was sort of a wow performance in the debut. Expected really big things from him. Hasn't quite panned out yet, but still a horse that we know has a ton of talent.
Well, and you get Fabian Pratt for Chad Brown, a very strong combination. And the horse is coming out of Grade 1 company. This is a drop in class for this horse.
Yeah, this horse is going to be a big favorite in this group, just on the class drop and the Flavian being aboard. Listen, he got beat by Spirit of St. Louis. Who obviously didn't run his best race at Saratoga, but he's going to be the horse to beat for Flavian. And he's got that kind of pedigree that should like a little cut in the ground, that European, or, that being by Kingman, who's obviously a tremendous racehorse.
Third off the layoff this afternoon, redistricting. Chad Brown, Klarovich, reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider, Flavian Pratt, and trainer for that matter as well. So we look forward to that coming up in that night. That's going to be our last action of the afternoon. Good way to go out for our coverage here as we look at what's ahead. Naira Bets Pegasus with a preview of what's to come July 19th. And the Naira Bets Haskell with that $1 million purse, the Monmouth we just talked about. Older horses in that Salvatore Mile after we've signed off. And the Eaton Town Lady Secret later on that card as well, which you could play those races with Naira Bets, but we'll have signed off by 4:30 Eastern start time. Race 2, just 5 minutes away, sprinting on the dirt when we come back.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
It's the biggest day of the year at Meadows Racing. Saturday, July 26th is the Delvin Miller Adios Pace for the Orchid, starting at 11:45 a.m. Come out to Hollywood Casino at the Meadows in Washington, PA, and experience the thrill, the speed, and your chance to win big on Adios Day. Bring your bets, feel the roar of the crowd and the power of the pace. The Adios is coming. Get all the details at meadowsharnessracing.com.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year.
Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at NYRA.com/Saratoga. Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today. Back with you on our Saturday coverage, and here at Monmouth Park, some legendary thoroughbreds, Paulie, have rolled through the Jersey Shore.
Yeah, you're going to see a ton of horses here. Rachel Alexandra, Ruffian. I mean, you see a lot of the there's the bid. A lot of the winners of the 2000. I want to say, what year was that? The Breeders' Cup that was here, 5? No,
2007.
7. There's inside information, who was a tremendous horse, obviously ridden by Mike Smith.
Yeah, Mike Smith, boy, he rode some good horses, particularly under the Phipps colors early on.
And we won't talk about it on air, but you were telling me some stories too. He did pretty good in the card games behind the scenes.
Yeah, we were down in the jocks room, me and Greg, and started talking with Marlon Suki about some of the card games we used to have at Gulfstream.
Took a lot of Mig's money.
Yeah. Well, Mike walked away with one huge pot one day in blood and guts.
Dwayla Dent just went by part of the speed scenario. Here's Peggy Sue, I love you.
Yeah, Peggy Sue, I love you, coming off synthetic races. Never been over a wet surface.
To the 4, no fake at 10-1.
Yeah, I think a horse needs to leave the gate a little bit better.
7-2, Rose Summer will cut back in distance.
And this horse's one effort sprinting was actually pretty good and going to get a lot of pacer on it.
And off the bench, Boss Lady Kim at 8-1.
Yeah, 6-year-old mare here for James Frangella and Ramon Moya. I thought would be the longest shot on the board is 8-1.
Did we see the 3, or just did she go by too quickly for me? Sophster, part of that speed scenario as well. She's at 3-1.
And I think the speed of the speed here. I mean, I know the 1 has a lot of speed as well, and it'll be more urgency from the rail for Dexter Haddock. But, man, when a horse opens up 6 lengths, it's usually because they're just running through the bridle.
Meanwhile, Paulie, this one here, incredibly short price, for the most part of late, has been on a synthetic surface.
Yeah, and I think it's because of that aftermarket on the bottom side. Aftermarket was a very good turf horse. I'm surprised they haven't gone on the turf, but synthetic, been pretty good. Michael Pino takes over the training. He's 35% from the year, so I can understand. When first time, 31% with him.
There's the 2 who we're talking about.
She's the one to beat in here if she takes to the wet surface. I actually think the 1, Dwella Dent, got a great work over the mud, has a win over the mud. I know it was the slowest number, but if she can get to the front end, I thought she was a player in here at 8-1.
Minute to post here in this second coming up. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin. JK, happy Haskell Preview Day.
Happy Haskell Preview Day. I love a preview day because it means that there's going to be another really good day coming up around the corner, and we might be able to learn something here today. I don't think that these horses will be participating on in the meat of Haskell Preview Day, but the Haskell Day. But nonetheless, let's get involved. The 2, Peggy Sue, I Love You, is the one for me. Now, let me tell you why. If you look at this horse's last race, it was on the synthetic, but the horse earned or tied a lifetime best figure, which means that Peggy Sue, I Love You is in great form. Now, the question is, how is she going to handle this racetrack? If you dig a little bit deeper in her past performances, she's run well on the dirt. On debut, I feel like she was a little unlucky not to win first time out. Then she comes right back out second time out, wins on the dirt, comes back on the dirt again and runs well, and then she ends up finding a majority of her career on the synthetic. I just think she has to handle the dirt in this spot. I think she will. She's shown to handle it before, but I think most importantly, and you can use this and apply this to turf racing, dirt racing, all kinds of situations, she's just showing to be in a lifetime best form. So if the lifetime best version of Peggy Sue, I Love You handles the dirt, I think she's going to be tough. I'll take the even money.
And guys, you look at her running style with the favorite. She's shown that she doesn't have to have the lead. She can sit, she can stalk as well.
Yeah, and I think that's an important thing. I mean, to have speed, to get position, but not be forced into the race. The 1 and the 4, the 1 and the 3, they're the speeds, right, Paul?
I think the 1's the speed of the speed. I just don't know how far she'll go. I'm hoping that maybe this racetrack now being fast and sealed, that maybe carry her a little bit longer. I thought the 5. I just don't know how far back the 5 is going to be, but they're going to all have to worry about her late.
4 to 5 now, odds on for the first time here in the wagering on this too. Peggy Sue, I love you, who, as JK said, yes, in career form right now, but on synthetic. Will that translate to dirt? She is a winner in the past on dirt, but she's gotten very quick on synthetic, maybe just maturing and getting better. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's race 2 from Monmouth Park.
To round out the field, Boss Lady Kim. We're ready to go. And fire off. Boss Lady Kim on the far outside wins the start and shoots away to a 2-length lead. Duella Dent picks up the running from the inside. Peggy Sue, I love you, not far off with that rival. Length and a half to Softster, who's alongside of Rose Summer, and that leaves No Fake to trail the field 6 off the pace. Boss Lady Kim, the pacemaker, at 16 to 1, strides a length and a half in front of a lineup right behind here. On the outside, that's Softster in the 3 path. Peggy Sue, I love you between horses. Duella Dent down on the inside of that pair going into the turn, and now Peggy Sue, I love you is up to challenge Boss Lady Kim around the far turn. Rose Summer coming back to her. She's 5 lengths behind, scrubbed upon, space of 3 more to No Fake, who will have to pass them all in 5/16 of a mile, needs to get going. Coming to the top of the stretch, Boss Lady Kim, Peggy Sue, I love you. Stride for stride as they come to the top of the lane. The rail's wide open for Duella Dent, who comes charging forward, cuts the corner at the top of the stretch here. Duella Dent down on the inside has taken command, ran right by Peggy Sue, I love you. Boss Lady Kim weakens, furlong remaining here. Duella Dent spurted away. She's 4 clear with a 16 to go, and there are no dangers in sight. Duella Dent to win it convincingly. Rose Summer rallies on for the place position. Peggy Sue, I love you, 3rd best, and then No Fake, who was 4th across the finish.
Well, she was able to last the 6 furlongs in here. Duella Dent picks up the 4th win of her career. Dexter Haddock.
You know what? Obviously going, what is Dexter? What are you doing? Get underneath the 7, and he was able to rate her today.
Yeah, change of tactics here. I mean, he intentionally, you could see, was restraining her to sit behind, was trying to tip to the outside. There was really no path to get out, so he ducked back to the inside, and it was the best thing that happened because he got to save all the ground. And Duella Dent, maybe they turned over a new leaf here and found a change of style to suit her. You were right about the 5, Paul. Rose Summer finished very well to be 2nd best.
I'll tell you what, you look at the 1 Duella Dent, steadied at the start and still rushed up. 2nd time in the Alberto Plaza barn. You got to pay attention to this barn. This guy can flat out train.
I don't think anyone expected to see Boss Lady Kim as well on the front end, but that one aggressive early. 16 to 1. In the end here, Duella Dent 6 to 1. Upset here in race 2 after an even money favorite took the opener. Let's transition, get back to South Ozone Park for the opener. Belmont of the Big A. 1-turn mile, maiden $30,000 claiming race coming up for New York breds as we look at the current favorite here. Farmhouse, Linda Rice, and Kendra Carmouche will team up here.
Yeah, this is a horse that is dropping down for the maiden 30 and is the horse to beat in here. But I do think the 4 could be dangerous in here with early speed, and I also think the 2, calling an audible, is the other one in here. I'm not on board with the 3 in here. I just think the 4 could be dangerous, but the 1, Farmhouse, if she can run to some of those races, I think she's the horse to beat, right?
Well, yeah, and the 1 try for the maiden 40 level, going a mile and 1/8, was good enough. And, again, getting back to that maiden 30 level, the lowest she's ever been, that's the great equalizer.
8 to 5 Farmhouse as we get set for our post right here coming up. Pick 5, early edition. To kick off the card here, Belmont of the Big A begins right here. And here is, again, Kendra Carmouche for Linda Rice. And a drop in class, certainly from that last start.
Yeah, has to work out a trip from the rail. Post 1 is never the greatest position coming out of a chute at any racetrack. But, Kendra will try to get position going forward.
15 starts, 5 seconds, 5 thirds for calling an audible.
Yeah, you're right. And $108,000 in the bank. It pays to be a New York bred when you got $108,000 in the bank when you're 10 seconds and thirds.
Here's Lane Luzzy on immigration law.
Yeah, taking a lot of money here. Was well beaten last time by calling an audible.
Likely speed of the field with Sabby Sunset.
Yeah, I think she just goes as far as she can go with Luis Rivera.
Bourbon Blanket gets Lasix for Jamie Begg.
Yeah, coming off a layoff, you get Ricardo Santana. Horse lacks early speed.
And 21-1 outside, Esther's Salad.
Yeah, this horse cuts back in distance, so not the worst of long shots. Wow, she's really a long shot here at 21-1.
Tune in early tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern start time, Fox Sports 2, for one you will not want to miss. From Chantilly, Frida Diane, the French Oaks, 3-year-old fillies. Prestigious event. Set your alarm earlier than our normal coverage. You don't want to miss it. 10 a.m. Eastern, Fox Sports 2. As we go to Sarah now. Sarah, your thoughts here on Farmhouse?
She makes sense as a horse who still potentially has some of that upside as she's only had the limited starts. And this is only her second time in for a maiden claiming tag. But I was not impressed by her last race at the short price that she is now, because that was her lone start over a wet track. And while we know that no two wet tracks play exactly the same, she was breaking from the rail that day, and she did not break all that quickly with the rest of the field. She's one that at times has shown a little bit more forward position than she did in that last race and just never seemed to be traveling comfortably in there. I don't know if it's a situation where she didn't handle the wet track. Maybe you could just argue that she was facing much better company overall and she'll find this field more to her liking. But both her and Calling an Audible, the number 2, has switched over to favoritism for now at 8-5. They're just not really the types of horses that I'm interested in taking at a short price. And so I went to Sabby Sunset, who is coming off of a disappointing effort, as well as Farmhouse is in her last start. But she has 2 races prior to that, both going the mile distance, which she'll get again today, where she was the pace setter and she was able to hold on for a piece of things at big prices both of those days. I think that without that confirmed early speed in here, she is one that's likely to control this race. She has to find some more stamina than she did in that last start to be able to handle the wet track in here and hold off anybody that's trying to run with her late. But I think a repeat of any of those last 2 and 3 back performances, she could be awfully tough at what is a generous price right now. And we did see a couple of horses from her race 3 starts ago return and improve. Tower 22, the winner, came back to win, improving. We also saw Asa Ira progressively improve in each start since then as well. And in the start 2 back, she was facing a 3-4 heavy favorite, making her second start, who we'll actually see later on in the card today in Royal Bobby. So I think there are some legitimate excuses for not getting the job done in both of those. And if she can find either of those races, I will take 5-1 all day.
So 5-1 on the filly, who is going to try and use that speed to her advantage and take this field gate to wire. Let's bring in JK here as we get set to kick off this card. Belmont at the Big A, Jonathan here. And where are you going to wind up in this opener?
Yeah, I'm going to land on the 4, Sabby Sunset. I'm a little reluctant, though. I had noted, and hoping that it wouldn't be a sloppy racetrack, that I was a little concerned that the last race, the sloppy racetrack, might have been to blame for the poor performance. But the problem, or not the problem, I guess the good thing is that at 5-1, I'm willing to try to find out if it is the racetrack, because I do think she's got a style that's going to help. I think she's going to be out in front. She's going to have a chance to wire this field. Pace makes the race. So these are all things that I can lean on. But I will say I'm treading a little bit lightly, because I did feel like that it was possible that her last performance was because of the racetrack. But like I said, at 5-1, I've got no problem paying to find out. Now, if she was a shorter price, she'd be a horse I'd have no problem tossing based on that inference that I made that maybe she's not going to like the racetrack. But at 5-1, I've got no problem. Let's see if she can wing it on the front end. Maybe she just didn't like going the shorter distance in the mud, or maybe she just woke up on the wrong side of the bed last time around. I'm going to give her a shot here at 5-1.
So both JK, Sarah going with the speed of this field. Paulie, here's a look at Calling an Audible. She's had the most opportunities of anybody to try and break her maiden. This is career start number 16 here coming up.
Yeah, and she's had plenty of chances, right? And she has a race way back in March on the mud that was very good. Now, this was her last start on the mud, and she ran a good second. And that's kind of been her MO. Really, by Audible, is this basically what she is, or does she find a field she could beat? I actually think she might have found a field she could beat today.
Yeah, I mean, think the 6-5 is more a function of the competition.
Yeah.
But it's just hard to take such a short price on a horse that's 0 for 15.
I'm with you. And here's the thing, Greg. I like where Sarah and JK are going because when you look at the 4 Sabby Sunset, at least she's run against some bigger fields and has cleared bigger fields. The 1 and 2 have run against some really, really short fields. So that worries me a little bit. So I think Sabby Sunset is very dangerous.
5-1. On the one is going to be leading the way in here with Luis Rivera Jr. But even money, the one we just showed you in that prior race, calling an audible. Farmhouse dropping back down in class for Linda Rice. Kendrick Carmouche from the rail. Set to kick off this card. Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Last to low. Esther's Salad. 10 races on the card. Sloppy, main track. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Sabby Sunset. Broke right out on top. Bourbon Blanket is chasing towards the outside, tightly bunched in the early stages. Farmhouse moves through at the rail to apply some pressure, but Sabby Sunset, Luis Rivera Jr., that's the clear leader. As well out in the center of the racetrack is free running. Sabby Sunset, little keen on the front end as they come out of the chute, then they hook up with the back stretch, and here comes Esther Salad up on the outside, is now taken second. Farmhouse is at the rail, is in third. Just in behind them, that's calling an audible. The 2 at the back, Immigration Law, with Bourbon Blanket, who's now well settled at the back end of the field, but well out into the middle of the track as they work up the backstretch in the opener, 23.42 for that opening quarter mile. More settled is Sabby Sunset, who's still clear. Chasing all the time is Farmhouse, who's still in third, as holding that spot towards the outside is the long shot in Esther Salad. Here's a run from Calling an Audible. Dylan Davis, they're on the move, and they start to pass rivals. Here comes the run from Calling an Audible, has just passed Esther Salad. Farmhouse is trying to beat that rival to the punch as Sabby Sunset awaits some company now through a 46 4.5 mile time. Immigration Law and Bourbon Blanket, the 2 trailers. Farmhouse has taken the lead, but for how long? Sabby Sunset not done, battles on towards the inside and wide out in the center of the racetrack, but all the momentum is Calling an Audible. Calling an Audible goes right with Farmhouse, and these 2 hook up here at the top of the stretch. It's Calling an Audible to the outside, and Farmhouse will not go away. Farmhouse keeps battling on towards the inside the final furlong. Calling an Audible. Farmhouse down to these 2 with the 16th left to go. Calling an Audible is almost there. Trying to edge clear late. Farmhouse going to try one final time. Photo! Got real close to the wire between Farmhouse and Calling an Audible. Sabby Sunset finished third, and Immigration Law in 1 minute 37.31.
Farmhouse looked beat, and then in the final jump, battles back and puts that nose in front.
And this was an epic battle of 2 very polite horses. They were like, no, after you. No, after you. And Calling an Audible now, 0 for 16, snatches defeat from the jaws of victory as Farmhouse, very game under Kendrick Carmouche. And Paul, you turned to me at the top of the stretch, and it looked like Calling an Audible was on her way to victory, and you said, the one that's coming back and getting her.
It was weird. I mean, I think when Kendrick kind of hit her right hand, you can see her head go up right there, and she starts to dig in. And watch the loose rein on the right side from Dylan Davis. Is this horse getting out here a tiny bit, Mig, and that might have cost her the race? Because the rein looked loose on the right side. See there?
Yeah, wow, this was close, but it was definitely the inside runner. No, I think he just lost a little bit of contact. Sometimes in the rain, your reins get slippery. Because if anything, he kind of drifted over to engage Farmhouse. Might have made her a little bit gamer. Sometimes you're better off staying away from them.
Wow. But as we see, this day and age, all these riders want to get up there and contest.
You know, it's like a fighter has the fight won going in their last round. What does the corner tell them? Stay away from them. The only way you can get beat is if you get knocked out. So if you're going by a horse, stay away from him. Why engage?
2-1, Farmhouse maiden breaking score. Kendrick Carmouche, who closed out Belmont at Saratoga in an incredibly touching way. First grade 1 win for Miguel Clement. That was deterministic in the Manhattan. Kicks off this Saturday card with a win here on Farmhouse for Linda Rice. We'll be back on Haskell Preview Day from Monmouth right after this.
Monaco's too good for Muth. An impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Kendrick Carmouche riding for Linda Rice to kick off the card. Belmont at the Big A in a back and well, it wasn't even back and forth really. This horse looked beat until the final jump.
Looked beat, battled back. Paul called it early in the stretch though. He said one horse is coming back, and guys, this is a half to bank frenzy. I mean, it is a good Chester and Mary Broman.
Just won the
pedigree.
Commentator, Belmont at Saratoga week.
Exactly. You know, one of the most hard-knocking New York breds going right now. And it only took her till her fifth start to break her maiden, and Calling Audible's going to have to wait for another day, Paul.
Yeah, you can see Calling Audible does have some hang in her, but when Farmhouse got flagged left-handed and she switched leads, you could see with her head coming up that she was going to come back. Heady ride. Philly by Instagram of Tisdale Mare Storm now. It was storming.
$6.80 for the victory. New York Stallion Series Cupcoy's Joy Division moved off the grass, and despite the surface switch, at least for now, Disco Star, who was 3-5 when this was carded for the lawn, still an even money favorite, even though Storm Changer handled her on a muddy sealed track 2 starts back.
And what excuses did Disco Star have that day? She settled, she made her run, took the lead when she was supposed to, and then she just got run down by Storm Changer. I don't see the disparity in price. Doesn't make sense to me.
Kind of with you. I think the 1 and the 2 are a better proposition than Disco Star in here on the mud. Listen, if this race was on the turf, Disco Star was going to be a heavy favorite in here, and that's why she was 3-5 on the morning line. But when you look at the other 2 fillies in here, they're accomplished on dirt, and like Greg said, already one of them's beaten Disco Partner, and I would think Mischief Lady here for Eddie Barker is going to be the speed of the speed.
Yeah, it makes her dangerous in here. Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard. We're going to take a timeout. We'll get into race 3 at Monmouth when we come back. 5.5 furlong sprinting on the turf as this field tries to get that first win of their career coming up. Maiden special weight here in this third at 5.5 furlongs when we come back.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to be with you on our Saturday coverage from Oceanport, New Jersey. Haskell Preview Day. See if we can get some new faces into this 3-year-old picture. The division owned right now by the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty. Able to beat Preakness winner Journalism in both those performances. As the rain continuing to come down, but we remain on the grass. This 5.5 furlong maiden special weight turf sprint. There is a ton of speed signed up in this one.
A lot of speed, and the way the rain's coming, it's got to affect the course here.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The 2 and the 3 in here should get away from this group.
Here's Lucas's Mischief from the inside.
Has speed and adds blinkers, should intensify its speed. Gets Lasix for the first time, Paul. Kind of interesting.
3-year-old debut coming up. More speed here. Ripton's Music.
Yeah, I kind of like this horse, Chantel Sutherland for her Delgado.
Speed on dirt. Will that transfer to the turf here for Finkel?
Yeah, Grand Dam was a stakes winner on turf sprinting out in California.
Favored right now. Pandemic Hero, more pace.
Another horse that, you're right, almost took him gate to wire at Belmont last time out.
Astrid Command went by, cuts back in distance. Here's Big Earn McCracken.
Cutting back in distance for Scott Lake, who's only had 1 winner at this meet, and it won.
First-time starter Volunteer Fireman.
Yeah, you get Derek Ryan and Matty Oliver here, taking some money.
And good effort on Synthetic last. Our turf debut coming up for Virtuosity.
Yeah, and this horse has several siblings that moved up on the turf. That race was a step forward on Synthetic. Maybe turf's just what the doctor ordered.
And looks like a horse, somebody who want to go to the front who can sit and settle potentially.
Yeah, and that might be key in here. I mean, the horse with Willie Martinez last time out over the Presque Isle, Synthetic, was able to close. And that could be key in here if he's able to settle, like you said, because it does look like, I mean, many horses, the 1, 2, 3, and 4 of just a few are going to be going towards the front end in here.
All speed. Now, Finkel showed that speed on dirt. Rusty Arnold closing in on his 2,000th career win. What a career he's had. But maybe he could settle a bit more on the turf.
Let's bring in Maggie, who's showing us signs that they want to get to the front here in a race loaded with all this speed.
I don't know about that, Greg, but I do know about some horses switching to the turf for the first time, and that does include your favorite in here, number 3, Finkel. As I was suspect, I thought, what is Rusty Arnold doing with this horse who ran very well on the dirt first time out, but now looking at this guy, I see exactly why he has switched to the turf. As the dam, she only won dirt sprinting, but she did run a 79 buyer on the turf, and the half sibling did win on the synthetic. This guy has a very slack, long pastern, massive proverbial turf hoof to him as well. And watching that first race, he broke with so quickly. And it was almost as if the rider that day, Edgar Morales, just let him be there, and he was just bowling along. He didn't switch leads down the lane. Now, whether it was fatigue, whether it was maybe not an affinity for the track or just greenness, I hope he switches today. And like you guys kind of mentioned, I don't think he's necessarily a horse that needs the lead. I just think he's quick and handy from the gate, but often we do see turf speed just that much quicker than dirt speed. So I do think he'll be able to sit and make a run at potential early leaders. Moving on to another horse that is switching surfaces. That's number 9, Virtuosity for Mike Trombetta. Complexity, jury's kind of out as far as his progeny taking to the turf. And do note that the turf is now listed as good and the main track is now listed as sloppy. But on the bottom side, the dam was 3 for 10 on the turf, and 2 of the 3 siblings to try it won on it. And this guy looks as though he should relish switching to this surface, as he would have indicated with that switch to the synthetic last time out at Presque Isle Downs. Looks fantastic overall, as Mike Trombetta's horses do tend to normally. So I think he is a major player from that outside post and currently sitting at 4 to 1. Next, we'll check in with a horse that I've kind of been chasing a little bit. That's number 6, Big Earn McCracken. Has a lovely pedigree, and I wrote in my notes last year when I saw him here at Monmouth, does look more turf. Well, Scott Lake went to the turf in his next start. Didn't go that well, going a mile and a 16th. I think this horse, who was ranked, expending too much energy in the early stages of that mile and a 16th effort, I think the turn back makes sense. I still think he's a turf hoof. We'll see how he negotiates a softer going. I wish it was firm for him to try it again, but I do think he's interesting. It's also the layoff he has to contend with, nearly a year away from the races. Just wish he looked a little bit more tucked up overall. Then there's a first-time starter. That's Volunteer Fireman, who was supposed to run here 2 weeks ago, but was a scratch that day, just a minor incident, according to Connections. He was pretty green back in the paddock, but his jockey, Maddie Oliver, who we owe a belated happy birthday to, her birthday yesterday, took him away from the pony and gave him a good warm-up out on the racetrack. She's acting like she knows this horse, so obviously maybe getting on him in the morning. I think there's potential there. I just don't know if we're going to see it first time out, just based upon the greenness, Greg, based upon the fact that he just looks about 90% fit. But I do like the spot that he starts out in here. I do like the flame-aways sprinting on the turf, and he looks like he wants to do just that.
Maggie, thank you. Happy belated birthday to Matty Over from all of us. And, you know, the big, just these races are never easy, 5.5 on the turf. Now you throw in, as Maggie brought up, the changing condition of the turf course listed as good. Now, Pandemic Hero of the 4 is the only one who's been on a turf course with any kind of give in it. What do you think about that performance from him last time out?
I think it was a good performance, but the problem is this horse has speed too. And I think there is plenty of speed side on Paul. Who do you think makes the lead here?
If I had to guess, I'd say the 2,
yeah.
Ripton's Music. We'll get to the front end. That's why I actually chose him to go to the front end, because the works are just ridiculously too slow on the dirt. I mean, and that means to me rocket ship time for the 2. I just don't know how far he can go or if he gets challenged, because Dexter Haddock can be aggressive with the 1 putting the blinkers on. The 3 is the wild card, whether Finkel's going to like the turf or not. But Maggie, you know, giving good reports that he will, that's a good sign if you're like back in the 3.
You know, ridiculous, even for Gulfstream, ridiculously fast fractions in a 5 furlong turf sprint for Ripton's Music, the 2, which makes you think this one is going to be the speed of the speed. 6 to 1 right now.
It's a tough race. I mean, these races are tough. These 5.5 furlong races. And the 8, the first-time starter, right now at 5 to 1 is taking money.
And the money also pouring in for the 9, Virtuosity, who could get the setup, right, guys?
Certainly looks like, could get a nice trip in here with that running style from last start out on synthetic. We have a horse rear up the 8. That first-time starter, Matty Olver, had to hop out. And that was dangerous situation right there. Volunteer Fireman not happy. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, this was the greenness I was discussing, Greg, with Volunteer Fireman. I'm trying to listen to Matt Dinnerman, but with the rain, it's really hard to hear him over the PA. But this horse went straight up in the air, and Maddie tried to hang on, bless her heart, but he was verging on falling over, which we'll see if there is a late change with this guy. It looks as though he's in the hands of the assistant starter, but a great job by Maddie, and hopefully she's okay. We'll see what ultimately the decision is. They're going to put him in the gate here, and hopefully Maddie's okay. She looks great. She's going to climb aboard, Greg.
Yeah, good signs. Horse back in. You see Maddie walking under her own power, so back into the starting gate. This first timer will get a go here for the debut for the Derek Ryan barn. Matt Dinnerman, the call. Here's race 3, Monmouth.
Virtuosity. Here's Virtuosity, Jorge Ruiz, rounding out the field. Still working with Virtuosity. A 5.5 furlong turf sprint here. Virtuosity goes it. We're ready to go. And Lare off. Uneventful start. Virtuosity on the far outside, prominent. Ripton's Music has speed. Luca's Mischief from down towards the inside, firing forward, while Shown Rain and Luca's Mischief has a head in front of Ripton's Music. Virtuosity runs in the 3rd position. Pandemic Hero easing off that trio, 4th now, ahead of the Gray Finkel. A length and a half back to Volunteer Fireman, the first-time starter. Big Earn McCracken is second to last, and a Stern Command whips them in. 8 lengths off the pace as they charge into the far turn run. Virtuosity in the 3-path, moving forward nicely to challenge Ripton's Music. Luca's Mischief inside of that pair, sent hard approaching the top of the lane. Then comes Pandemic Hero, 2 lengths behind, getting to the outside for the stretch drive, and Finkel is saving ground, cut the corner, got a dream run. Finkel up the inside. Virtuosity loses the lead to Finkel, who kicks on with Axel Concepcion. Finkel in front by a length and a half, now it's 2. Virtuosity is second, Pandemic Hero third, Finkel opening up. It's Finkel, it's good. Finkel by 3 at the finish. Virtuosity was second, then Pandemic Hero and Big Earn McCracken.
Where's Jim Carrey? Finkel, first time on the grass. Start number 2 for, as Mick brought up, a tremendous barn in this game, Rusty Arnold.
Yeah, and, good call here by Maggie saying that Finkel's going to like the turf course, and just a great ride by Axel Concepcion. Looked like the 9 was loaded for barrier Virtuosity. But Finkel the Gray, a little birthmark there on the tushy or on the side,
Yep.
wins easy.
And what a trip, right? Just rail open, wide up, slides on through, gets it done. And, Rusty Arnold shipping from his Kentucky base, he must have really wanted to get this horse in a turf sprint. And that was win number 1,975 for Rusty Arnold in his career.
Paul, you win by this kind of margin, 5.5 sprinting on the grass? That's impressive.
No, it's very impressive, but Rusty Arnold's one of the best at turf sprinters, and yeah, Finkel, very good. And Volatile, the son of violence, has gotten off to a really good start.
Back to Belmont of the Big A and Cupcoy's Joy Division. New York Stallion series off the turf here. Storm Changer 7-2.
Closing sprinter, got it done in the New York Stallion Stakes, running by Disco Star. Major player.
Even money favorites become the speedster Mischief Lady.
Yeah, listen, going to be the horse to catch in here, Ricardo Santana.
Boston's finest, Bruce Brown.
Yeah, you have to go back to last year to find a race that would be halfway competitive here on the dirt.
Carlos Martin trains Royal Event.
Yeah, Philly by King for a day. Big long shot.
And here's the horse that would have been odds on had it stayed on the grass, Disco Star.
Disco Star by turf sprint specialist Disco Partner. Ran well on dirt 2 back, but had every opportunity and still got run down by Storm Changer, excuse me.
So, guys, you surprised at what we're seeing on the board here with this one being such a short number, Mischief Lady?
Yeah, I am surprised the horse is 6-5. I think the 1 and 2 should be a lot closer to each other in this race. Don't you think so, man?
I absolutely agree. I don't know why everybody's cold on Storm Changer. Maybe it's because after that nice win in the mud in the last series of Stallion Stakes, had a little bit of a freshening, but that race was really good.
Before that, too, it's shown a lot of promise. Beat a half length in the East View behind Bernie and the Rose. Let's bring in Sarah. So 7-5 favoritism on the 1 to catch in here. What do you think with what you're seeing on the tote board?
Well, favored in doubles, that is still your morning line favorite in the number 5 Disco Star, who was going to be heavily bet if this race stayed on the grass. And I think that she may still go off as your favorite in this spot, though the race is much more wide open now, with plenty of others having some solid dirt form to bring to the table in here. And I think people are seeing that this horse, the number 2 Mischief Lady, likely has a bit of a pace advantage versus the rest of this field. As Disco Star, she hasn't shown any early speed on either surface. Storm Changer is one that maybe is going to sit ahead of Disco Star, but hasn't shown early speed either. And so that does leave Ricardo Santana Jr. with Mischief Lady coming in off of a freshening as the likely pace setter. And that might just be enough in this short field of 5, where you are getting, I think we'll get the second choice in here, though the money does make plenty of sense. And looking at her with that last race that she came out of, she has had a couple of horses come out of that race to perform well. We've seen a couple come back. The second place finisher, you can excuse her next race. She just didn't handle the distance in there. The third place finisher, Carmen's Candy Jar, her last 2 starts have been faster on buyers, including a 7-length win in an off the turf race up at Saratoga. Princess Mischief, 4th that day. She came back to split your 1 Storm Changer as well as Disco Star in that next start and improved 20 buyer points. And even Valtellina, she's turned a corner. She's won twice since then. So I respect Disco Star. I think that both she and Storm Changer ran well in that last start. I think that was a great ride by Dylan Davis on the dirt, where she was able to save ground, find that spot inside, and be able to go on through. But I just worry about the pace in this race not heating up quite as much as it did last time. And JK, I feel like you will see the pace probably a little bit similarly as I do.
Yeah, Sarah, I appreciate it. I thought I was going to play the 5 Disco Star when I first looked at the race, but if you look at that race 2 back for Mark Casse, the pace was extremely fast. You got a sloppy racetrack on this racetrack, and that still wasn't enough to kind of get Disco Star into the winner's circle. I'm going to go with the 2 Mischief Lady, especially with the prices being pretty close. This horse is drawn inside. You get the aggressive Ricardo Santana. You know he's going to be aggressive from the inside. And I feel like Mischief Lady feels like a wire-to-wire winner of this race now. If it was on the grass, I was going to play the 5, but it's not. It's on the dirt. I'll take the 2, Mischief Lady.
Guys, and there she is, 7-5 co-favorite. Actually, Disco Star, slight favorite right now. Concern with the 2, with the 5-month layoff here?
You know, I'm not, because the connections there, you know, he works his horses pretty steady, Eddie Barker, and she's got a nice, decent work tab coming in here. I just think she really controls from the lead.
Yeah, I think when you have a layoff horse, a speed horse is better. You know what I mean?
New York Stallion Series, Cupcoy's Joy Division. There is Disco Star, Mark Casse Barn, Dylan Davis. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Speed towards the middle, and here comes Mischief Lady. And Mischief Lady right out towards the front with Boston's Finest is now a stalking second. Off just a step slow with Storm Changer. Now collects in here Storm Changer at the rail in 3rd. Breaking with the leaders, but now back to 4th. That's Royal Event. And the trailer on the far outside, that's Disco Star, who's chasing. The leader is Mischief Lady. Mischief Lady and Ricardo Santana Jr. easily doing it, 22.47 for that opening quarter mile. Here comes the pressure towards the outside from a Boston's Finest, who's fully in pursuit. Storm Changer is at the rail. A ground-saving journey starts to move in closer now. From the back, Disco Star is on the move, but making hard work of it. Disco Star is 4.5 off the lead. The trailer, Royal Event, they reach the top of the stretch. The leader is Mischief Lady. It's Mischief Lady to the outside. Here comes a challenge from Boston's Finest, who's trying to run down this leader, who's still doing it strongly up top. Storm Changer is moving in between rivals, trying to get out of there, is still at the rail. Mischief Lady is still opening up right there in second. Boston's Finest inside the final 16th. It's going to be all Mischief Lady by Honest Mischief. Dominates the Cupcoy's Joy Division. Mischief Lady wins it. Then came a photo that was Storm Changer to the inside and Boston's Finest in 1 minute 9.65 seconds.
As easy as the speed, gate to wire, Mischief Lady off the 5-month return. Eddie Barker, Ricardo Santana Jr.
And just got very, very comfortable, happy on the lead. Ricardo Santana is so good with speed horses, Paul, because he puts his hands down and lets horses run up underneath him. He doesn't get in their way.
No, he really doesn't. And this horse just controlled around the racetrack. The 3 was futile chase. You thought the 1 maybe could get out, but I thought Ricardo did a great job. Went to the 2 path, then kind of closed that, let the 3 on his hip, and the 1 could never get to the outside of the 2. Had to go down the rail, but they were never catching this horse.
Looked like Boston's Finest becomes a race for second, and here does edge out Storm Changer. We'll make that official here in a moment. But no doubt about your winner, Mischief Lady. 3 wins now, 6 starts. 2-3-1 here in this Cupcoy's Joy. And tough to catch lone speed on this wet track here.
And a Chester Mary Broman bred, New York bred won the first. A Chester Mary Broman bred, New York bred wins the Stallion Stakes here. What an impact they've had on the breeding program in New York. And Ricardo Santana, a very welcome new addition to the New York jockey colony who allows horses to use their speed. Track was yielding fast times yesterday. This race went pretty fast. We might have another track, even though it's sloppy, yielding fast times.
And it was Boston's Finest, by the way, just edging out Storm Changer for second. So 2-3-1-5, $124,619 two-day Pick 6 carryover still to come. That begins in race 5 from Belmont to the Big A. It's Mischief Lady, gate to wire in the Cupcoy's Joy.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Back with you on this Saturday afternoon here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Gate to wire, Mischief Lady leading every step of the way in this New York Stallion Series. Cupcoy's Joy, Eddie Barker, Ricardo Santana Jr., and Paddock Proud LLC.
Yeah, great job by Eddie Barker to have her ready off that layoff. Really attractive daughter of Honest Mischief. And speed's always dangerous, Paul.
Yeah, it's just put away the 3. You can see the 3 Boston's Finest. Really ran a nice race, this filly. by Honest Mischief. They finished 1-2, the two fillies by that sire. And, you know, Ricardo just gave this horse a nice little hand ride late. I'm with Mig. I thought this horse was very nice today.
3 wins in her last 4 starts, back-to-back victories, and yeah, well done by this conditioner to have her ready to go off the bench here. Wins it 6-5. Public gets it right, $4.50 for the win for this daughter of Honest Mischief. And again, Boston's Finest just edging out Storm Changer for second. And some hardware exchanging hands there. Eddie Barker, Ricardo with their hands on that trophy. As we move on to race 3, 6 furlong sprint, claiming race, all for sale for $17,500 in here. Non-winners of 3 lifetime. In the entry of Harlan's Bond, Carol said no, very short price of 1-2.
I think Harlan's Bond is by far the best of the entry. I don't know about 1-2 here. That's getting a little bit foolish.
Yeah, I mean, that's really short. I'm always reluctant to take super short prices in lower level races. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
Starts a mandatory pay pick 5, but yeah, as a general rule, probably want a little bit more class when you're taking such a short price. We'll talk more about this field when we come back. By the way, here at Monmouth, races 5 and 7, this has just been announced, have been taken off the turf. Stakes remain on the lawn. We'll get into the 4th when we come back.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
To the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is 4th, then the chosen run. Elite Power to the front. At the 60th pole, Gunite is 2nd, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission on Thursday, July 17th.
Dornock is trying hard, but he's left behind in second, fighting back from the inside. Mind frame, Dornock coming back. They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers, 1-2, and Dornock stubborn. Dornock wins the Haskell.
What a 3-year-old campaign Dornick put together. Belmont of Saratoga, Haskell.
He loved to fight. Sorry, I forgot we have microphones here. Not used to it. Dornick, Haskell, a Belmont, and a horse that was just a true fighter.
He really was. I mean, you could tell that Mind Frame was kind of wandering around like he did in the Belmont. Same thing, and Dornick just kept on chugging along.
A brawler. He loved to fight. Meets a challenge. He'd be the guy, like, for the equine equivalent of, you know, you square up with somebody, you throw a perfect punch, it lands, and they give you a dirty look, and you know you're in trouble. Here comes the beating.
Yeah. Dornick, I mean, Dornach. I mean, there should be a lot of different names that horse was named in his career.
He was so much fun to watch. Of course, someone who you played with, Jason Worth, involved with that horse, and he has really become a big part of this sport now.
Yeah, all he does is post horse racing stuff, and he's literally just all in. Last time I talked to Jason, he's got so many babies on the ground. He's bought into so many different horses. And listen, this started with a discussion with him about 3 years ago at Kentucky Downs. I run into him. I said, "What the heck are you doing here?" He goes, "Well, I got a little baby, da-da-da-da." Well, that baby happened to be Mage. And then it just turned from there. And he's got the fever. And I thought Alex Bregman had the fever. Jason Worth's got the fever ×2.
Pegasus, of course, the big one to come in this 3-year-old division later today here at Monmouth Park on Haskell Preview Day. A couple of horses coming out of the big race. They're going to shift. We're going to see them in the Delaware Derby. Kentucky Outlaw, Barbadian Runner. Take a look at this path. Long Branch, Kentucky Outlaw. Shifting gears as mentioned. Pegasus today, and then July 19th, actually. And that's Haskell. $1 million purse. And Gosger, we mentioned, showing up there already. We'll see who else decides to line up. But all eyes right now on Garamond, but we will see what happens. His first 2-turn test coming up.
He's going to be tough to beat. That's a little bit later on. But I think he'll be able to handle the 2-turn test. And I also think the sloppy racetrack shouldn't be a worry, Mig.
Nah, I mean, he seems athletic. He's got enough speed to get forward position, but he's not forced into it.
Yeah.
You talked about that. And he's got a pedigree that says he'll run from here to the Rocky Mountains.
Again, if you didn't catch it, as we went to break race 5 and 7 off the grass here at Monmouth today, the stakes stay on. Here's our post break for the 4th. I feel lucky tonight.
I've been running extremely well at Parks. Ships in here in good form and gets a good inside post.
Cupid's Dude, the favorite.
In really good form. 3 straight second-place finishes.
Awesome entry. Went by. Turf back to dirt. And here's Elusive Doro.
Dan Ward having a real good meet here at Monmouth so far. Horse stretching out.
All about the money. First off the claim.
Yeah, for Enrique Hernandez and Sammy Marin.
Late call taking action here for Derek Ryan.
Getting back onto the dirt, has a decent race in wet going, and it does have 1 win on fast dirt.
And denying last time on dirt, it was race taken off the turf and won. It did so with an impressive figure.
Yeah, it really did. And I think that's why this horse is actually taking some stinky money. I think the 7 and 8 will be around the same price near, but Fernando Hara aboard, a son of Black Stash.
Interesting. Don't see many of those, do you?
Don't see many of them. He is by Bernardini, Florida bred, kind of interesting.
3 minutes to post. It's this one who is favored coming in from Delaware. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, and we'll see if another gray horse can get the job done here, as an adage that I don't necessarily believe in, but a gray on a rainy day, well, it's living up to its legend, if you will. So let's take a look at your favorite at 9-5, Cupid's Dude. Last time out, he was in a race with Yodelihe. It always trips me up. Yodelihe, who at Delaware, in which, let's not forget who that horse is. He, once upon a time, ran really fast race up in Saratoga. There's a lot of back class with him. And, last time he was pressing the pace while the winner was able to save all the ground and kind of got that cozy pocketed trip where he was doing all the dirty work, Cupid's Dude. He's really well turned out here. He was a little bit antsy to get the tackle, but not in a bad way, just kind of rearing to go, so to speak. And he got out here on the track, and he's just been a keg of dynamite. So a horse that projects to be forward is definitely acting that way too, has a nice inside post position this time around. We'll see if he finds himself on the lead, because there's a stretch out runner in here by the name of Elusive Doro. Not that he has a particular abundance of speed when going shorter, but you see in his route races, and they were at Delta and Evangeline, so some pretty tight turned route races as well there. He is really well turned out for Dan Ward, but he's also built more like a sprinter. I see why, connections and previous connections have kept him sprinting. We'll see how he does stretching back out and if he is a pace presence. Now, Derek Ryan sending out 2. We'll talk about number 7, Late Call, because he's the one that has a kind of a question mark to answer, or a question to answer, because he is the one that has spent the majority of his latest starts on the turf. And in fact, the last time he was on the main track was 2 years ago, April of 23, and he won, going 2 turns, mile and 70. So, and then before that, he actually ran here at Monmouth in a maiden special weight, and he was third to an eventual stakes winner by the name Be Better. This horse doesn't look overly turf by any means of the definition of a turf horse. So I think he's kind of interesting here. We'll see how he negotiates the wet track. It's been a long time since he's been on a wet main track, but I like what I'm seeing from him. And as you mentioned, Greg, he's a horse that is taking a good bit of money.
9-2 right now on Late Call. Thank you, Maggie, for the Derek Ryan barn. And I'm confused. Why is this horse a shorter price than Denying, who just ran that 81 Beyer speed figure here at Monmouth in a race taken off the grass?
I'm right along with you. I got the same question, Paul. You got any answers for that?
No, the second place finisher came back to win. Maybe the outside draw. I don't know. And Derek Ryan's having so far a really good meet. I prefer the 8 over the 7 too, but then Maggie prefers the 7. When I look at this race, you're looking at an 8-year-old. I don't think the 4 is good enough. You're looking at the 6. When you get deep in the race, the 1 is a 4-year-old that can improve. We've sort of seen what we've seen for a lot of these horses. I'm surprised the 1's not the favorite.
Yeah, I am too. Good inside draw. Dexter Haddock already have a nice win today coming up the inside. And this horse is in really, really good form. I think this is the major player. Maybe it's the first time outside of Parks. This horse has never raced outside of Pennsylvania.
Meanwhile, it's this gray, the favorite. Yeah, Cupid's Dude. Back-to-back very narrow defeats at Tampa and Delaware.
Horse in tremendous form. I mean, when you run your last 4 races, you've lost by a nose and a neck, and you won one of those, so you're in pretty good form.
Yeah. Loses Paco, though.
Yeah, kind of crazy that Paco doesn't take this mount. You get Sammy Camacho, right?
Yep. No, well, Paco's not here today.
Yeah, he's
so,
not here today, yeah. He's at Delaware?
I believe so, but I got to check. Meanwhile, I think that's good news for the rest of the jockey colony, right?
Yeah, true. Although till Flavian starts getting on horses here pretty soon.
Yeah, that's coming up. He's got some big mounts ahead, including the horse to beat, Garamond, in the Pegasus. He'll be on redistricting in the Monmouth, 7-5 morning line favorite. Looking to do some damage here in Ocean Port. 4th from Monmouth. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Two back, Late Call. Go again. Hand to the outside, post Deny. We're ready to go. And we're off. Denying off a little bit slowly. Awesome Entry, prominent, now takes back immediately. Elusive D'Oro and the gray Cupid's Dude. They're 1-2. Cupid's Dude taking control of things as they go into the first turn run is the leader and goes off as the 7-5 shot. So it's Cupid's Dude setting the pace early. Elusive D'Oro stalks from the outside in the 2-path, runs in the second position. Then comes Late Call running in third. I Feel Lucky Tonight is down on the inside. Denying just 3 lengths off the lead in the green in the last 2. Awesome Entry at the back with All About the Money as they approach the backstretch run, where the pacemaker here is Cupid's Dude. Cupid's Dude, 3/4 of a length ahead. Elusive D'Oro second. Late Call 3 wide, nickel along with 5 furlongs to go. Then comes Denying, following his stablemate in the 4-path. I Feel Lucky Tonight is inside, losing the 4th spot. Is 5th now, hard ridden as they approach the forward turn run. All About the Money is shaken up, going in the wrong direction, losing contact with the top 5, and Awesome Entries at the back with him as they charge into the forward turn. Cupid's Dude, 3 furlongs to go. Does it well under Sammy Camacho and strides away to a 2-length lead. Elusive D'Oro all in. Late Call third, Denying passing him, claiming the 3rd position while sent hard 2 off the pace. The others are well out of it at the top of the lane. Cupid's Dude, his race to lose at the top of the stretch. He's got a 2-length cushion and 3/16 to go. Denying on the grandstand side, trying to race past Elusive D'Oro, but it is still Cupid's Dude with a furlong to go. He's shaken away, and he's 4 ahead now, coming to the 16th pole. Make it 5 with 1/16 to go. Cupid's Dude, no doubt about it. Much the best gate to wire today. I Feel Lucky Tonight gets up for second, Elusive D'Oro third, and it was tight for fourth, maybe denying over late call.
Well, the adage, bet the gray on the rainy day, even though it might not be the soundest of handicapping angles, it is proving to be true down at the Jersey Shore, as we did see Cupid's Dude run away with things in this race, where he ended up going off as your favorite. Took a moment to switch leads, but he relished the off going today, and this was always a comfortable margin of victory for him, Greg, as I don't know, maybe it's just as simple as horse color, because my picks aren't doing that well today. How about yours?
We got a long way to go still.
I shouldn't have covered my grays today. See what happens? Yeah, and listen, Cupid's Dude was one of the players in here. I feel lucky tonight. It looked like he wasn't having any of this mud, and he finished second. This horse destroyed this field.
Just skipping over the top of the ground. You could see early on, this was the horse that was enjoying the sloppy going better than anybody else.
3 for 5 now on an off track. Yeah, Cupid's Dude goes off at 7-5. This was a demolition. We see this sometimes. We get wet tracks. You see these large margins. Some horses just don't seem to handle it, but the ones who like it, it can make for these big disparity in the margin.
It's about confidence. A horse loses confidence in a surface, they'll just shut down. Yeah. So a horse that's getting over it and getting in a good rhythm, they'll continue.
So Cupid's Dude, 8th career win. Very much enjoying this off-track 2-1-5-8 finish here in the 4th. We still have all that stakes action to come. And, you know, you throw this into the mix now with what's going to be, it looks like a wet track by the time we get to, rain's still coming down, really is not let up here when we get to that Pegasus. Who is going to appreciate the off-track?
You know, it's going to be really hard to tell, because when you look at the Pegasus, it just looks like Garamond just stands so far over this group that if he just takes to it a little bit, he's going to be so tough to beat.
Yeah, and also on days like this, you want to be forward. You don't need the lead, but you want to be forward, and he's that profile.
And, you know, thrown into the mix, too, we don't know, as you said at the top of the broadcast, no two wet tracks are the same, but we have a couple of horses who have been on wet tracks, and they did not perform up to standards.
Yeah,
not to say they won't today.
Well, and you got a shorter field now with a couple of the scratches that are in here now. You will get some speed with Wild and Crazy Night and Bracket Buster, but you make a good point. Valentinian didn't get off to the best beginnings. Did make up some ground, though.
Back to Belmont at the Big A. Post-parade race 3 in this entry. Not quite as short as we saw earlier. 9-5 now, actually 2-1. Here's Harlan's Bond.
Yeah, when he sprints, he usually gets out-footed early. It'll be more of a closing situation.
Post 4, the other half of the entry.
Kind of a similar style. Should find himself in a stalking, or she should find herself in a stalking spot.
The rail for Foxy Cara.
Yeah, and the blinkers come off, and you look at her last 3 races with blinkers, she seems like she's better with the blinkers off.
Scarborough Fair, 6-5.
Yeah, for Linda Rice and Ruben Silvera, I thought a player in here, especially on the wet surface.
And Dolce Serra to the outside, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Ran okay at this level last time going a mile. Will the turn back be as effective?
So 6-5 favoritism. Linda Rice, Ruben Silvera with Scarborough Fair, who was on a muddy sealed track last time out at a short price. Let's go to Sarah.
And it's hard to have a ton of confidence in anybody within this field, but looking at the horse in Scarborough Fair, at least she has been facing better horses overall. She's getting that drop in class to a level that she hasn't competed at, and she does have a couple of races to go back to that would make her very dangerous in this spot. So the favoritism, it's warranted with what we're looking at in the rest of this field. I did go to the number 1, Harlan's Bond, who is attached to the entry mate. Carol said no. I feel as though Harlan's Bond is the one of these that is taking most of the wagering play, as she's one that Look, she's not a winning type, but at least she has had some consistency as of late. She's leaving the Gustavo Rodriguez barn, which has been hot, but she is returning to a cutback in distance yet again for Ilkay Cantormasi. She finished third as the favorite last time out, going the mile. And first off the claim, cutting back in distance, Ilkay is 1 for 5, but 4 for 5 in the money. If you look at dirt sprints overall, he's 7 for 34, $2.55 ROI. So frankly, with nobody being much of a winning type in here, she seems like one that at least has been in decent form as of late, and I'm just trying to find somebody who's not the favorite.
Even money on this 4 here, Scarborough Fair. See with Foxy Cara, Paulie, from the rail, has a little bit of speed to use and a very quick work. I would assume with that equipment change, blinkers off last start.
Yeah, I like her a little bit. I wish, obviously, I think the straight 1 is the horse to beat. I'm surprised the 4 is favoring here, but I get it. But I'm kind of with you. I would take a little bit of a shot with Foxy Cara.
Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Part of the entry. Dolce Seta. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Harlan's Bonds right there up front, and here comes Scarborough Fair. Now Scarborough Fair is clear, is up by 3/4 of a length. Harlan's Bond is going to stalk from second. Dolce Seta, head held high, is right there in third. Just in behind them comes Carol Said No, and the lone trailer, Foxy Cara. They're chasing Scarborough Fair, doing as easily so far, and Scarborough Fair is working towards the far turn with less than 4 furlongs to go. 23.35, that easy opening quarter mile for Scarborough Fair. Dolce Seta towards the outside, and Harlan's Bond is patiently ridden at the inside in the red cap. Under drive at the back is Carol Said No, and trying to launch a rally from the back, that's Foxy Cara. They're still chasing Scarborough Fair. Scarborough Fair approaches a quarter mile left to go. Still has the lead with Dolce Seta in full pursuit. Scarborough Fair is now cut loose and trying to put this one away. Dolce Seta still chasing up on the outside. Pink Silks is trying to move in closer. Scarborough Fair is very game and digging in. A final furlong left to go. Scarborough Fair to the inside. Dolce Seta trying to catch this leader. Scarborough Fair is holding this rival off. Scarborough Fair wins it. Dolce Seta second, then came Harlan's Bond, Carol Said No, and Foxy Cara in 1:10 flat.
Well, Ruben Silvera won this one right out of the gate with Scarborough Fair, putting this horse on the early lead, and a nice attempt with a horse who's been more of a closing type, Ricardo Santana Jr. on Dolce Seta, at least getting her into the game early on to end up getting a piece of things. But your heavy favorite does oblige here, a horse that just had never been at this level of competition before, and she was able to control from start to finish. As you could tell, she was really handling the off-going. You can see Ruben Silvera sitting very chilly in there. Harlan's Bond, yes, she was forward, but going towards the inside with her, it just didn't seem as though she had much of a punch late, and you ended up getting a little bit of value in that exacta with a heady ride by Ricardo Santana Jr. to get this 4-1 Dolce Seta into second. But all about your favorite in here for Linda Rice, dropping in class, and it seems as though we've had a formful card so far. Maybe that continues as we get into the pick 6, which comes up in race 5 with that double carryover, and coverage resumes in just a moment.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, where we just saw the completion of race 3 right here at Belmont at the Big A, where we are off the turf. The going is sloppy, and Scarborough Fair had no problems with the off-going Ruben Silvera, an aggressive ride, taking this horse right to the front end in a race that did not have much early speed projected on paper. And of that little early speed, some of it even ended up scratching out in here. But this was a spot where she was dropping into the lowest level of her career so far. She had a couple of races to go back to, including one over a wet track that she had handled without any issue that day. That would have just made her extremely dangerous in here. Nobody able to go by her. And I think a rider's race where Ricardo Santana Jr., on your runner-up, really tried everything he could. With Dolce Serra just ended up finishing second in there. But Ruben Silvera, he's hanging out with a couple of fans right here at Belmont at the Big A, posing for the camera and some photos, and a nice victory by him where pace made the race, and this was a difference-making type of ride for him as he and Linda Rice team up for the victory. We've seen formful results so far with the first 3 races on the card, going to your second choice in the first race and then 2 favorites since then. We are 1 race away from that double carryover in the pick 6, and things do seem to be a little bit more contentious starting here, as you can make the case for several of the players in this spot. Seems as though we may have a little bit of early speed develop on the front end. Cold as Hell, he could be the speed of the speed, and he is your current 7-5 favorite after winning an off-the-turf race last time out. Well, racing's best kept secret, not so much, is that the Belmont Stakes will return one more time to Saratoga. Confirmed recently that we will be heading up there for the 3rd time before completion of renovations at Belmont Park.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Coming through, guys. Clear the lane, please. Clear the lane, please. Jockey coming through. Jockey coming through. Thank you.
Heads up. Thank you.
Jockey coming through, guys. Please clear the lane, Johnny. Watch your back. Watch your back.
What race is this?
That's the Belmont. Yeah, next to you. Thank you. Shot 2.
Heads up, guys. We're taking the picture. Come here. Sorry.
I'm trying. Thank you so much. Congratulations for me.
Hey, one more selfie. One more selfie, Johnny B.
Yes, guy. Hold on.
All right.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Thank you so much.
The other way.
Yeah.
One of so many things that make Saratoga special, being able to get up close and personal with the jockeys, and no one was more popular Belmont and Saratoga week than Hall of Famer Johnny V. John Velasquez, 6 stake wins during the festival week. He led all riders with 9 victories.
Yeah, he was phenomenal all week, and this is just absolutely tremendous. Great footage here as he's walking to the jocks room after a race. And, you know, this reminds me a lot of Vero Beach, Florida, back when in spring training it was just very accessible for the fans to come to the players. And that's what the Saratoga field has. You can, listen to me, at the end of the day, I'm not comparing these guys to like LeBron James or other people in other sports, Patrick Mahomes, but you're not going to be able to see LeBron James and Patrick Mahomes just walking down the street or coming through a crowd like that. It's just not going to happen. So like I said, it kind of reminds me of Vero Beach. You used to walk through the crowd a lot and used to sign autographs, and you had the trust of the fans, and it was a lot of fun, and that closeness, I think, makes it even more special. And when the jockeys walk to their jocks room, you see all the little kids with their goggles waiting for them to get signed for the next generation of our fans.
And yeah, all these people, all these riders, John Velasquez, one of the best to ever do it, winningest rider in the history of that special racetrack, taking the time to
100%.
He's got a race to ride too. Sign all those autographs, takes pictures with the fans. Just incredible. And just announced a few days ago, Governor Kathy Hochul and the York Racing Association saying we're going to be back for next year to do it again. Belmont Stakes at Saratoga will return in 2026 for one final time as we get the new Belmont Park ready to roll fall 2026.
Well, hopefully we'll both be there, God willing. I mean, it was awesome this year. We had a little hiccup with a little bit of the rain, but when the Belmont Stakes went off, I haven't seen that many people at Saratoga stacked up at the rail watching sovereignty beat journalism. So we're going to be excited to go back as always.
And, you know, two summers we've done this now, and we've just been blessed with 2 incredible weeks of action. I think the fans really treated to something very special. We'll get to do it now one more time, which I think is going to make it all that more. Everyone's going to want to say, oh, I want to be at this very last one.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
It's a rare chance.
Kind of the first one and kind of the last one, too. And then the year after that, everybody's going to be clamoring to go to the new Belmont. Yes.
Post-parade, Monmouth race 5. And this race 5 and 7, we announced a little while ago, coming off the grass. So this one now moved to the main track. Turf action does stay on the turf. Stakes action, I should say, does stay on the turf for later on, including that Monmouth Stakes. And we'll get to political spin here in just a moment, which is going to kick things off when we get a look at Flavien Prat riding for Rudy Rodriguez on political spin, the 2.
Yeah, it looks like we kind of got a little break here with the rain, but Flavien aboard for Rudy Rodriguez. Going to take money at 5-2. I don't know if this is the right horse, though.
Me Little Frost Girl, next door, double-digit odds.
Jean Aguilar and Jacinto Solis. Jean is a good little rider here as a youngster.
4 went by, 5-year-old debut coming up, gets Lasix. Here's CC Girl. Sorry, CC Girl out. Duchess of Destin.
Duchess of Destin, Matty Oliver, and Carlos David, and a horse that, you know, probably better on the wet.
Dame Catherine, Tony Wilson Barn.
Yeah, another horse that's 1 for 20, I'd pass.
Dixie Escape went by to the 12, Shack Revenge.
Yeah, Juan Avila won a couple of races before, and this horse didn't have the best beginnings last time.
And main track only entrant, Security Lightning, Kelly Breen Barn.
The horse to beat. I'm surprised at this horse. Oh, yeah, 8-5 now, and should be your favorite in here because you look at the races, they're just a lot better than some of these others, and you do get Isaac Castillo aboard.
And can be forward, too.
Yeah, definitely. And when you look at this field, you only got 3, 4, 5, 6. It's only a 7, 8 horse field, so he kind of draws in, or she draws into like the 8 slot, and she can kind of show that speed. I understand they're going with the 2 here. I think that's the Flavien Prat kind of that's taking that money. But again, I just think that the 6 is the other horse in here besides the 13.
Let's go to Maggie.
Paul, we are on the same wavelength here, as we'll start with Kelly Breen's entrant, whom very clever of him to wait till the 9th hour to keep her in, and that's Security Lightning. As I was doing a little eavesdropping back in the paddock as Kelly was giving some instructions to jockey Isaac Castillo, and he said, look, she has a very light mouth, she's a little funny with her head, so she'll be fine with the pony, but during the running of the race, just don't get in her way. Make sure she gets out of there. There's some other possible speed. And he also said try to stay off the rail, which you can see that, especially with this wet surface, that being down there might not be preferable, a preferable path for horses to run in. And she is. She's a little high strung, she's a little high energy, but that goes hand in hand with a horse who does have the speed like she does. So I think she is obviously a very dangerous favorite in here, though I do think there's some other interesting entrants. We'll get to that 6 in a moment because I actually know her a bit, but Apple Shake Shake comes in off of the 1.5-year layoff, so that's a pretty long one to get over, but she does get Lasix for the first time, returning for Diane Marici, and takes a significant drop in class. Now, how she does over the main track, we'll have to see. It does feel as though she is a little bit more of a turf runner, and she is taking a bit of money, though. She's drifting up at 6-1 now. She looks as fit as Diane can possibly have her. I'll give her credit, and she's well turned out. She's incredibly healthy from that coat perspective. She seems like a happy horse coming back here too, but again, I just don't think this is quite the right surface for her. As number 6, Duchess of Destin, she has some, there's some dirt races in there, and especially wet track ones, but on top of all that, she's a horse that never looked good in her coat the times that I had seen her especially last time when I saw her at Aqueduct. Totally washed out, and it was November. Today, she comes in first time for the Carlos David barn, and she hasn't turned a hair. She's getting a nice solo warm-up as well, which, good. I like to see horses get rid of some of that nervous energy. But she handled herself beautifully in the paddock, too. And she just looks so much better in her coat, in her conditioning, everything. And she looks ready to go from that fitness standpoint, too, for this return race, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Minute to post coming up. Let's bring in Jonathan now. JK, anytime you have a main track only in a race like this, and a one who's recently been successful in the main track, also has speed. It seems like there's a lot to like with the 13 here.
Yeah, I think when you combine the speed of this horse, it goes a long way when you're trying to figure out how you want to handle a situation like this where you have these turf runners that are just sticking around for the dirt. It's, there's always opportunity to get a little bit deeper in the past performances and try to get creative and cute, because a lot of times these MTOs are overbet, but I couldn't get past the 13. If this horse gets beat, it's from a circumstance that I can't foresee, right? This horse is going to pop away from there, drawn well to the outside, should be able to see what's happening to the inside, not have to do anything too drastic. And you look through the past performances, there's a lot of red-coated fractions on Timeform US suggesting that this horse can handle a little bit of pace pressure as well. So I think if they can find a way to get comfortable on the front end on this sloppy racetrack with a bunch of grass horses running on the dirt, I think the 13's got an extremely likely chance to get their picture taken. I wanted to pick the 6, Duchess of Destin, but that was yesterday when they were going to be running on the grass.
Yeah, that one seems a little more suited to the surface this was intended for. So, Paulie, 8-5 on the sole main track only entrant.
Well, she should be 8-5. She's the horse to beat, like Jonathan said. She's been very good over wet. She's been very good over dirt, where a lot of these horses were pointing towards turf. You look at the two being by collected. Yeah, there's just, this horse hasn't gone around 2 turns in a long time. I don't know if you want to take 3-1. I talked about the 6. The horse that confuses me, the 9 should be nowhere near 18-1 for Jorge Delgado and Jorge Ruiz. This is a horse by Unified. This is the son of Candy Ride. They love the slop. And this horse has got a couple races to go to. I know has to launch from way out of it, but this is a race that is ripe for a long shot besides the 13. And I think the 9 18-1 is ridiculous price.
Huge number on one that it was a little more forward on a very slow race early last start. But yeah, it's going to be very far back today. This 13-horse Security Lightning, surprisingly, was not on the lead last start with sprint speed stretching out. We'll see how aggressive Isaac Castillo is today, moving to the new barn of Kelly Breen.
Philly by Maximum Security. As you see, we got half the field loaded. I was getting back to Collected. They kind of run on everything. I think a lot of people forget Collected ran second in the Breeders' Cup Classic, obviously, but he actually, his first 2 races were on turf. He could have been a turf monster, but, you know, dirt in your future is a lot more money. So I just don't know what to do with the 2 here at 3-1.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Pick 4 begins here in this 5th. Moved off the turf. 7th comes off the turf as well. Turf stakes remain on the grass. Send it upstairs.
Shack Revenge has got it. Security Lightning rounding out the field. We're ready to go. And Security Lightning certainly ready to go. Went through the front of the gate. No doubt about that. So we'll have about a minute here until takeoff for the others. The others in the gate waiting patiently. Security Lightning didn't get very far. Isaac Castillo, good job by him to stay aboard. And Security Lightning went about a 16th of a mile. Not very fast, is being joined by the outrider and his pony, and is going to be led back to the starting gate. The main track only entrance, Security Lightning.
As you just heard track announcer Matt Dinnerman say, Security Lightning pop, the gate open. You could tell she was ready to rock and roll. And 2, how kind of light she is with her head and mouth, because the assistant starter kind of went to grab her and she threw her head up and then went through the front of the stalls, and luckily the outrider was ready to grab her. She didn't go too far and really didn't go that fast either. So all things looking good. She'll be examined by the attending veterinarian behind the gate, and they will put her back in for a reload here. You hate to see that with a speed type, with the favorite, but it looks as though she's A-okay to run.
All right, Maggie, thanks. So that is good news. Security Lightning, but you never like to see that, Paul, but we'll see. It looks like no harm, no foul. Take her right back behind the gate again, and she'll reload.
I think they should have the UFC rules. If something happens to you a little bit, you get 4 or 5 minutes to regroup. Because sometimes when this happens, you expend a lot of energy. You broke through the gate. Obviously, attending veterinarian is going to look to make sure the utmost importance is the horse's health, and they're going to give the okay, but you wonder how much steam that took out of her.
Matt Dinnerman, back to him for the 5th.
We're ready to go. And they're off. Some bad squeezing at the start. Duchess of Destin in the middle got the worst of it. Security Lightning, no problems out of the gate for her. She's on the lead with Dame Catherine, who takes over. Security Lightning takes a hold. Will track from second. Me Little Frost Girl right on the heels of the leader as they go into the first turn, trying to get outside in a tight spot, and drifted wide as they cornered into the turn. We come back to the lead. Dame Catherine's in front by about 2 lengths from Security Lightning second. She's 5 ahead of Shack Revenge, claiming third. Will dive into the rail. 4 clear of Me Little Frost Girl, still trying to lug out here on this first turn. Not a good go for her, and she's plummeting back. Dixie Escape is joining her. Then comes Duchess of Destin in the pink jacket, already encouraged to pick up the pace here. Wedges herself between horses, 4 ahead of Political Spin and Apple Shake Shake. Down the backstretch they go. Dame Catherine strings them out, has extended the lead to about 4 lengths down the backstretch. Security Lightning, the main track only entrant, stalking in second. Another 3.5 more to Shack Revenge in third. Then Dixie Escape, 4th Sent Hard. Duchess of Destin still hard-ridden going into the turn. Me Little Frost Girl not going in the right direction. Political Spin about to save ground as she hits the far turn run. She's on the rail. 5 clear of Apple Shake Shake, who's not picking up her feet. Around the far turn, Dame Catherine. 5/16 to go for her. The lead's still about 4. Now it's 5. It's increasing a little bit here. Dame Catherine at the top of the stretch. Security Lightning, she's all in second. Dixie Escape joins her. And then Political Spin, who's trying to pick up pieces. They're off the turn. Dame Catherine, she's in front by about 8 lengths. Dame Catherine, Christian Mirage, all alone on the lead here. Dixie Escape is second. And then comes Shack Revenge, but they're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Dame Catherine. Went right to the lead and never stopped. Loved the slop today, did Dame Catherine. Dixie Escape was second. Political Spin gets up for third, and fourth home was Duchess of Destin.
Dame Catherine rolled out to the early lead and never looks back here. Christian Mirage for the Tony Wilson barn.
This horse that took some money here, affiliated by Take Charge Indian. Christian Mirage just took no prisoners, and those fractions are all over the place. But if the 6 furlong fraction is right, 114, just nobody could keep up. The horse I like, Dixie Escape, was the only one kind of chasing here. But you get a nice little price here on affiliate by Take Charge Indy that just won easy.
Good call. I know it was a long way back to the 9, but good call on the only one really finishing.
Yeah, I just didn't understand the money on the 2. The 13 breaking through the gate, you just never know. But I didn't understand the money on the 2.
Let's get back to Belmont at the Big A. Sloppy off the turf. We bring in Andy Sterling, New York Racing Association handicapper, for the first time this afternoon. Andy, good to see you.
Nice to see you, Greg. Sorry you're not here with me, but at least you're enjoying the rain down in Monmouth. Is it you enjoying it here?
Well, we got the big one still to come. Very much looking forward to seeing that Pegasus, see what Garamond can do for the Chad Brown barn. This fourth race, though, coming up. 40,000 claiming 6 furlong sprint.
Number 7.
And a look at a post parade that happened a few moments ago. We'll start with Hatch at a big price.
Yeah, Hatch 1-2 back on a big speed track doesn't really rate to be effective here.
Dots Dollar, Romero Mirage. We just saw Christian win here at Monmouth.
Listen, he's 5-1 if you like him, but he did win 3 back with the benefit of a bias, though he's not uncompetitive in his other races.
Cunchen Bridge coming off a win on a muddy sealed surface.
Got a muddy sealed surface to beat the number 4 in this race, who's 17-1. Just think this is a much tougher spot.
Screaming Uncle just behind Cunchen Bridge last start.
Similar situation. He has been in very good form, though, running well at big prices.
Here's Cold as Hell, the favorite for Linda Rice.
Right. Cold as Hell is the horse to beat in this race, and probably the controlling speed. Not going to have to chase the kind of pace she did last time.
Gunnett comes off a win.
Better forward, but can rate is a danger to the favorite.
And how's your attitude outside? Rob Atris off the claim.
Yeah, off the claim, but didn't run very well and dropped since that claim. We'll see if it can improve in Rob's barn.
We have a pick 4 that starts here. You see the pool on your screen approaching $23,000 in here. So 6-5, Cold as Hell, as it beaten at a short price, Andy, last time out.
Rice is looking to win her 3rd race already on today's card. I should say her 4th, because not only winning the 1st, but getting that horse claimed for $30,000 feels like 3 wins. Yeah, but he was forced to chase a crazy fast pace in his last start, and I think it sapped him and allowed Laser Sharp, who frankly would be competitive in this spot, to run him down. Just don't see that kind of speed in today's race. Now, maybe people will be more aggressive because of the wet track, but I don't see him having to deal with that kind of pace. And if he's able to get clear in at least a fair pace, I just think he's going to be very hard to beat, and I'm not trying to beat this horse at even money.
Meanwhile, Gunnett next door at 7-2. This horse has accomplished quite a bit in those 53 career starts.
Yeah, but mostly finishing 2nd and 3rd. He has improved since leaving Kentucky, where he barely won races. Linda, I think, originally claimed and brought him here, been in some other barns. Don't think he's impossible. He's a horse that could be forward, and there's a possibility that he's sort of lapped on, or at least close to Cold as Hell, and maybe he's the one to come calling in there. It's a second choice, so I'm not really offering anything that isn't fairly obvious to the betting public.
We're a race away from this 2-day pick 6 carryover. And we'll get thoughts and dive in a little bit deeper, but is there a standout in the sequence?
I don't think there's so much a standout as, sort of logical horses throughout, but I think the races are fairly open at the top. I just don't see anybody that you sort of say, I guess Motel Patel in the last race is probably the biggest lean for people in this sequence.
We look forward to that 2-day pick 6 carryover, over $124,000. Begins in the next race coming up. Here it's this one right here, the gray. Cold as Hell, the favorite for Linda Rice with Kendra Carmouche. It's the 4th from Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
How's your attitude to the outside? Goes in. All set. And they're off. Broken a very even line, and in between horses, Cold as Hell has plenty of company with Screaming Uncle in that early fray. Out wider is Gun It. Scramble on for the front, but Cold as Hell emerges. Cold as Hell is up by 3/4 of a length over Gun It, who's a stalking second. At the rail, that's Kunshin Bridge, who's a shared third, with Screaming Uncle in between. Horses in that group, and out wider there's How's Your Attitude. The two at the back, Dots Dollar with Hatch at the back. 22.35 for the opening quarter mile. Cold as Hell is in front. Cold as Hell. Here comes Gunnet, who's engaged to the outside here for him second. It's the two grays hooking up here as they're well around the far turn. At the rail, Kunshin Bridge is trying to make up ground. How's Your Attitude's going to be wide as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Cold as Hell is still in front. Cold as Hell trying to put this one away. How's Your Attitude starts to roll down the center of the racetrack. In between horses there is Gunnet. Tightly at the rail is Kunshin Bridge. Dots Dollars trying to rally on. How's Your Attitude has taken the lead, but Gunnet keeps coming right back in between horses, and now Gunnet is a neck in front. Gunnet, How's Your Attitude? Gunnet sprints away. Gunnet, Santana with another one. Gunnet wins it over How's Your Attitude, then came Cold as Hell and Kunshin Bridge in 1 minute 8.95 seconds.
Gunnet with the win. Oscar Barrera, Ricardo Santana Jr., and on his way towards, as a 9-year-old, now $900,000 in career earnings.
Ends up being a very generous price at 4-1. I guess How's Your Attitude was today's they knew, only they didn't know because somehow this horse took a huge punch late to go down to 5-2. He looked like a winner, How's Your Attitude, but Gunnet, who stalked, was able to put that one away in the stretch. He came calling on Cold as Hell, who did not run his best race today, and Gunnet gets a well-deserved victory. Not sure how they knew How's Your Attitude was going to run as well as he did today, but they did, but they didn't get the money.
Yeah, Paul Stretch, it looked like How's Your Attitude was going to roll right on by. Not the case.
No, and it seemed like Gunnet, the 9-year-old old veteran, when he saw the 7 How's Your Attitude, he kind of re-broke a little bit, and my goodness, he looks like he knows he won the race. But right here, the 7 kind of had the jump. He switched leads right here with Ricardo Santana, who is just riding great right now, and just puts the 7 away.
And this 9-year-old who back in the Keeneland September yearling sale 2017 sold for $2.6 million. Pretty hefty price tag. As I mentioned, getting a little bit closer to $900,000 in career earnings. But gets the win here, 4-1, beating an even money favorite. 2-day pick 6 carryover. In the next race, beginning in the 5th, Belmont of the Big A, it's Gunnet in race 4.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Sun, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. Two-day Pick 6 carryover coming up next. Belmont at the Big A and Haskell Preview Day in Oceanport, New Jersey. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Wet tracks both in New York and New Jersey. We just saw Gunnett, formerly sold for $2.6 million, collecting the 8th win of his career. Oscar Barrera, Ricardo Santana Jr., Heart of a Warrior Racing. The MiG back with me.
What a determined effort from Gunnett, who has accumulated far more seconds than wins. You wouldn't know it watching this game effort. In between horses, taking that intense pressure from the outside, from How's Your Attitude, and just kept finding. And this was Ricardo Santana, all of his vast skills on display. Greg, he's a strong finisher, and he gets run from horses.
Gunnett took a little while to finally switch leads, but then able to get it done. $10.80 for the win. How's Your Attitude? Looked like he was just going to roll right on by, but not able to get it done.
Yeah, nice when a horse says, no, hold on a second. I'm not going, quietly into this good night. I'm going to fight you for it. And Gunnett fought him for it, and nice effort.
Two-day Pick 6 carryover begins in the next race coming up. $124,619 on the line. We'll get to that first leg of the sequence in just a moment. Big one in the 3-year-old division, obviously, here on Haskell Preview Day. Pegasus presented by Naira Bets and a prep for that big day. Haskell afternoon. Garamond, the big story here for Chad Brown. And again, he faced 2 rivals last time out. Obviously, one of them was very good in Cornucopia, and he's going to get a small field again to go after today.
Yeah, a couple of scratches, both inside runners. Kentucky Outlaw, Barbadian runner out. Gives Garamond the rail. You get Flavian Pratt, your reigning Eclipse Award champion, with a horse that has shown he has a tremendous amount of ability.
Garamond, Chad Brown says a horse that acts like he'll get 2 turns. He'll try it for the first time coming up. As for Valentinian, horse that seems like would really relish going a little bit longer in here. Does he want more than a mile and a 16th? Of course, this pedigree, the second dam, one of the greats we've seen in a long, long time, beating the boys on a couple of occasions, including in the Haskell.
On a sloppy track at Monmouth Park.
How about that?
Now her grandson gets a sloppy track at Monmouth Park.
But does he want more ground? Can he get it done at a mile and a 16th?
That's a big question. And it does feel like, watching the races, Greg, you want to get forward position. I haven't seen anybody come from well back today so far.
I had to tackle a pretty good one on a wet track last time out. Valentinian, goal-oriented for Bob Baffert last start.
Again, this is just an interesting race. And the fact that you got a horse like Wild and Crazy Night stretching out, right? He's got sprint speed. You got to think he makes the lead here, no?
I would think so. Yeah, he's going to be forward. Garamond, he's very quick early, but yeah, they're not going to be all out, right? To try, and Flavian Pratt always makes the right decisions.
Yeah, come out running. He really wants it. He goes on. There's separation. It gives you options.
Looking forward to that. That's race 8. See who will punch their ticket to the Haskell July 19th with that $1 million purse. We're going to step aside. More action coming up. Take a look at this 3-year-old division before we do. Obviously, Sovereignty at the top of that class, winning the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes over Journalism. Kentucky Outlaw will play elsewhere today. We'll see if someone can step up.
Listen, young horses, and they're always changing, and some just mature a little later than others, Greg.
We'll be back. We're going to take a timeout. Stay with us. 7 minutes to post in the 6th. Talk about breaking down walls. Jenna Antonucci, first female trainer in history to win a Triple Crown event with a major player coming up in the next race here at the Jersey Shore.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
And they're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to have you with us on our Saturday coverage here in Oceanport, New Jersey. Major prep for the Naira Betts Haskell coming up. Some greats have rolled right on through here in Oceanport, Mig.
A lot of history here, a lot of great horses, and just a wonderful place to come racing.
Look at some of the Breeders' Cup winners that have performed here. 2-time Horse of the Year, Curlin, among others. Up to race 6. And this one, an allowance optional claiming field state bred company coming up. So New Jersey breds competing here. We talked about Jenna Antonucci going to break. She's got the even money favorite here in Go Irish. Now 4-5.
Yeah, owned and bred by Isabel de Tomaso. Long mainstay breeder here in New Jersey.
Here's Island Spirit to kick off the post parade.
Yeah, Island Spirit should be able to get some position from the inside. Has to work out a trip. Does have a race off the layoff.
J.J. Valentine just performed 3rd on a wet track last start.
Has good speed, should be forward under Chantel Sutherland.
Doing this. Rory Houston Barn will cut back in distance.
A big effort and off the turf for going 2 turns. Now gets back to a much sharper sprint race.
Turf to dirt for Optical Bijou.
More of a closing type in a race that does have a lot of speed, and Frankie Pennington's a good rider.
There's Poggi, who does have a win on a wet track.
Win on a wet track, and a horse that should be laying up close as well.
Very short price. Jenna Antonucci's Go Irish.
Yeah, homebred for Isabel De Tomaso, and a horse that's versatile. Should get a good trip from the outside.
Big number here. Biggest price on the board, fully committed.
Yeah, it's going to have to just improve from what we've seen so far.
And Dr. Doyle on the outside.
Yeah, stepping up in company. I mean, just run for as little as $6,000 and coming off the layoff here, starting for the $15,000 tag.
So 3 minutes to post on this sloppy sealed surface. Let's go down to Maggie.
And emphasis on sloppy. Greg, this is a very, very wet racetrack. So you're going to have to find a horse that doesn't mind a wet racetrack, and we'll see if your favorite number 7 in here, Go Irish, can do just that, as his lone try wasn't great, but it was a much, much tougher race back at Aqueduct in an allowance race off the back of a layoff. So I think we can write that one off, as looking at him here, he looks better than he did going back to that start. He is better in his coat, better in his conditioning, all things you want to see, and just a really calm, focused horse. And furthermore, the field that he faced last time against fellow New Jersey breds, Wild and Crazy Night, we'll see coming up in the Pegasus, and JJ Zozo was a horse that has always showed a good deal of promise. So the favoritism, I think, is certainly warranted, and he does look the part here. But the fact of the matter is he has to face some kind of tried and true veterans of these New Jersey bred ranks, and one of them is just to his inside in number 6, Poggi. He was last on the track because something was amiss with Silks or what have you, and Sammy Marin late to the paddock. But getting back with some state-bred company, his form as of late, not great. I get it. At least especially in that return race at Penn National. He was on the 3-wide hunt throughout, and Sammy Marin immediately took him away from the pony. So hinting at the fact that he at least wants to kind of keep him involved, keep him close to the pace, one would think. And he looks strong, he looks fit. I like the fact that he comes back in here sprinting, going the 6 furlongs. He's built like an out-and-out sprinter, and he certainly has the back races that make him a major play in here, that he sits at 5-1 on the board. Number 4 is doing this. I know he broke his maiden going the mile, the 2-turn mile in an off the turf event, but honestly, physically, he looks okay turning back in distance, as he's another son of Irish War Cry, well muscled, built like a horse that is just a bit more compact, that a little less ground, I don't think is going to hurt him. It's just dynamically, is he a horse that's going to be able to be effective without having the lead like he did in his last start? And then number 5, Optical Bijou. He's 3rd off of the layoff here for Ben Perkins, and 2 back in his last dirt try. He was an allowance race against some pretty salty veterans of the game. Swifty Devil would come back and win with a 77, and he was at Laurel and kind of got bumped around at the start. He was chasing along the rail, and just so often you do not want to be on the rail at Laurel, and he just kind of stayed on evenly, hinting at probably needing a race. The turf experiment didn't work out that well, and now he's back to what he is shown to be successful at. And while he is a very slight frame, very narrow frame, this is a horse that's never been on a wet track, that physically meets that quintessential off-track horse frame, and that the lighter frame they are, the easier time they generally have going over this kind of taxing surface that we have here today, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post time coming up. It's still 4-5, Meg. Favoritism odds on. Go Irish for Jenna Antonucci.
Just a lot to like, and you know, the owner breeder Isabella de Tomaso, so much history here in New Jersey. She's the daughter of Amory Haskell, who the Haskell Stakes is named for, and she was racing cars long before there was a Danica Patrick. There was Isabella de Tomaso. She was a very, very renowned and successful race car driver.
We'll see if this 4-year-old, owned and bred by Tomaso, can seal the deal here. And a lot to like in this one's corner, including that early tactical speed.
Yeah, and again, all day long we've seen that horses up, you know, laying up close, not necessarily on the lead, but not having too much to do, have been getting the best of it here.
Keep in mind, race 7 meant for the turf. That one comes off the grass. The stakes stay on the turf. And the rain is pretty much stopped here.
Yeah, it's kind of lightened up at this point. It's unfortunate, the only time that the Breeders' Cup here, it made today look like a beautiful summer day. That was one of the worst.
Got hit hard.
Oh, gosh, it was such a shame.
3-5 now on Go Irish for the Antonucci barn. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's race 6 from Monmouth Park.
And to the outside post, Dr. Doyle rounding out the field. Here's Dr. Doyle coming up to the outside post. Eliseo Ruiz, who has had a good meet when shipping into Monmouth here last month. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good break from Poggi, who's sent for speed. Dr. Doyle naturally quick as well. Island Spirit from the inside, firing forward to be part of the early action on the front end. In fact, Island Spirit, the long shot, is challenging Poggi, and these two square off, get acquainted down the backstretch. There's a gap of 2 lengths further back to J.J. Valentine in the 3rd position. Optical Bijou and Dr. Doyle, who's 3 wide, doing this 3rd last. Go Irish, well off the speed today. He's 6 lengths behind with a lot of mud in his face today, just ahead of Fully Committed, who's at the back. Into the turn they go. Battle continues between Poggi and Island Spirit, the long shot. Poggi on the outside, starting to inch away from Island Spirit, who begins a steady retreat on the inside, losing that front running spot and is now sent along. J.J. Valentine also pumped upon. Go Irish is trying to make a move on the outside of horses. Still in with a shot, Go Irish at the top of the lane. Poggi's in front. Here comes Go Irish down the center of the track with a charge, and these two are together with 1 furlong to go. Poggi finding more on the inside. Go Irish Irish trying to get there, but Poggi skips away in the slop. Poggi by 2, Poggi by 3, Poggi going to the winner's circle today. Poggi wrapped up in the end over Go Irish, third home JJ Valentine, and fourth was Doing This Optical Bijou next.
It's Poggi winning for the 4th time in his career. The 7-year-old Maggie touched on this one. Second off the bench. Picture time.
And was up on the pace. Sammy Marin giving a heads-up ride here. Go Irish had a rally from a bit off the pace. Got there with a full head of steam. Looked like he had the momentum. And just was no match for Poggi. But I do think, again, you want horses that are up close to the pace.
Seems to have been a winning formula all afternoon long. We'll address that as we get to the Pegasus. And that prep for the $1 million Naira bets. Haskell, Poggi victorious here in the 6th. 7-year-old. 4th career win was Samuel Marin. You're taking a peek at the tote board, and no one within striking distance here. Loving this off track.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates to Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York Stallions that deliver.
Next up is, oh yes, Aqueduct. And then you hop right off the train and head over to the Big A. It's my favorite way to get to the racetrack.
It's New York City's racetrack where the train pulls right up. I was going on the track on the subway when I was 10 years old.
You get, just for nostalgia's sake, one of these days, you got to come back on the subway with me.
I'm in. Let's do it.
All right, back to Belmont of the Big A, race 5. Here we go. 2-day pick 6 carryover, 124,000 plus. And here's the remaining half of the entry.
I'm surprised this horse isn't favored here. She figures to be the speed, or he does, the scratcher, remember the Chief. And he's kind of the horse to beat on the big drop down, but a little suspect.
20 maiden claiming race at a mile, the rail, Belmont Union.
Yeah, Belmont Union probably overmatched here.
Battle Anthem, Rob Atras.
Yeah, I don't really see it unless you want the switch to Rob Atras.
Christopher Elliott on Limits of Power.
Just has not really run the best races, though the best figure was on a wet track.
Brad Coxbarn with True Connection.
I think the horse to beat heading to Brad Coxbarn, but is 0 for 13.
Down the line, coming in from Monmouth.
Taking all the money, the problem with this horse is the lack of speed.
Turf to dirt, Lair to Magnolia.
Just too slow to compete with these horses on the dirt, thus a big price.
So 2 to 1, I should say. Yeah, a lot of money here on Down the Line for the Roy Lerman barn. We'll try and get back to Andy in a moment. Mig, I'll bring you in here as we take a look at the 7. So Lane Luzzy on a favorite looks, what do you think in terms of what we've seen from him those first 2 starts?
Well, the horse flashed ability and did improve. What I found unusual, Roy Learman races a lot of homebreds, his Lamb Home farm in Florida. He claimed this horse first time out. It was a horse bred by Kinsman Farm. He has a long relationship with the Steinbrenner family. And the horse ran extremely well. I was actually here that weekend, and I thought this horse ran a little bit green, a little bit in stops and starts. Could take another step forward.
Meanwhile, look at the 6-year True Connection. It moves to Brad Cox as we bring Andy back in here. Andy, a lot of opportunities for this 4-year-old. Is part of this here just where this horse now winds up, the trainer, Brad Cox?
Yes, and I do want to talk about the 7 as well. But, yeah, I mean, I picked this horse who I just thought was the only real alternative to the 1A, and I think both of them can be forward. And the reality is these Cox horses that have gone to Sandy Goldfarb have improved generally, so he doesn't really need to improve that much. It is a little bit concerning that he's 0 for 13 with 4 thirds and 1 second. A lot of times at short prices, but not every race. I think he's more the horse that I want at 5 to 2, and at least he and the 1A are going to be forward. The problem with the 7, and I understand the appeal of Down the Line. It's only run 2 times. And the other horses have had their share of chances, particularly True Connection. The problem with Down the Line is he's a plotter. He doesn't have any speed. Now, I suppose that could change, but I'm not sure what you're going to see different. And the racing hasn't been super competitive today, but we're not seeing horses make significant moves from the back of the pack. The appeal is only his 2 races. They're really betting him like he's going to run. Maybe they're right, but the 6 and the 1A are the 2 logical horses. Sequential is a little tough to take off the bad race last time, but Sequential's also faced significantly better horses every single time he's run. And he could be the main speed with the scratches in here, depending on what the 6 does, and that could make him very dangerous. I think it's mostly 1 and 6, though the money in the 7 might be meaningful.
Yeah, Andy, I'm going to go with the 1A Sequential in here. I don't trust the 6 True Connection. There is obviously the trainer change, but this horse just has done no running. And he's had an opportunity for maiden 23 times and just hasn't really been in the mix. For me, the 1A, and Andy mentioned it, has just been facing better. And I understand that the horse is 6th, 5th, and 5th. Never really got that interested in that involved, but the pace figures, the speed figures, everything kind of lands in Sequential's corner. I like the outside draw, although this horse is the 1A, and I just feel like the class relief is going to be enough to get the job here. I just don't quite trust the 6 True Connection.
All right, JK, we'll see what happens. Yeah, outside post here, Eric Cancel for Linda Rice, and it is a significant drop in class here, Mig.
A significant drop in class, coming out of some sharp pace, 7 furlong races in the last 2. Should be able to be up more forward with minimal effort today. That outside draw is such an advantage coming out of the chute at Aqueduct. Horse gets into the race the right way.
And we are over, as we expected, $500,000 now in this 2-day pick 6 carryover. You go through the rest of this sequence here. BD Saints as an entry, I guess, is going to take significant support with race 6 coming off the grass. Winstock is a main track only in that race. I didn't see a race where there's a huge, massive standout favorite, though. Andy talked about maybe in that finale, that maiden race that comes off, with the 7 in here, Motel Patel, when the speed that one has, but difficult sequence.
Difficult sequence, and then factor in, the muddy conditions of the racetrack, the sloppy conditions, and some horses aren't going to perform up to their best, and it may even help some other horses that, form might not look quite as good. They just handle the surface a little bit better. So a tough sequence to begin with even more variables added on.
And to do a little overtime in your handicapping here, Andy, as we take a look at that pool, well over $500,000 now.
Yeah, I think as you're seeing the odds sort of progress, the 7's drifting up to the distant third choice. They'll lean, as we said, in the 1-6, a little 7. Probably the 8 and the entry in race number 6 are the ones that'll take the most money. Hard to really love Winstock, but has been running against better horses. I think the 7th is a more open race where horses like the 1, 2, 7 are the main 3. The 9, 6, and maybe the 8 in the 8th race. I'm interested in the 11 in race 9, but that race could be somewhat wide open. In the last race, we mentioned the 7. It's a sequence where it may be relatively chalky. I'm just not really sure it's that easy to put it all together, or quite as easy as some might think. But we'll see what happens here.
It all begins, right here. 2-day pick 6 carryover. 9-5 favorite outside post. The remaining half of that entry sequential. Linda Rice-Barnes second off the claim. The big drop down in class with Eric Cancel. Here we go in the pick 6. Chris Griffin to get us started.
Down the line. And Laird of Magnolia. Followed by Sequential. Sequential goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking inward was Belmont Union. From the outside, Sequential is trying to show early speed, and in between horses, there comes Battle Anthem, and Battle Anthem now emerges with the front and switches towards the outside, wants to be on the center of the racetrack. True Connection is following this leader. Sequential's in that early mix too. Down to the inside, Pink Silks, that's Limits of Power. It's going to be a stalking presence from 4th, just gets past on the far outside. Way out there is Laird of Magnolia, second to last. Down the line, and the trailer, Belmont Union. They work up the backstretch in 23.74 for the opening quarter mile. True Connection with the nose advantage. To the inside, it's Battle Anthem. Sequential is watching them from 3rd, and in between horses, down the line is starting to make up some ground. Laird of Magnolia has been wide throughout. Encouraged to keep up is Limits of Power. Is making hard work of it, second to last, and Belmont Union is the trailer. 47.41 for a half mile time, less than a half mile to go. True Connection starts to open up here. True Connection is now clear, is up by 2, almost 2.5 as Sequential is all in here towards the outside. At the rail, Battle Anthem's trying to rally on. Belmont Union is launching a rally, building some momentum from the back, but still has about 6 to make up. They reach the top of the stretch. The 3/4 time in 108.55. True Connection is opening up here. True Connection is now way out in front, 5 lengths clear. Sequential continues to give chase here from 2nd. True Connection has a 16th left to go. True Connection trying to hold off the charge from Sequential. True Connection is going to win it. True Connection over Sequential, Belmont Union, and Battle Anthem. That final running time, 1 minute 35.88 in today's 5th.
Storm, it is True Connection moving to the Brad Cox bar. Luis Rivera Jr. aggressive early.
It's funny how
this horse.
It's funny how much better they seem to run in the Cox barn, isn't it? This horse has been, I picked him, so I'm not complaining, but he's 0 for 13, 1 second. He's never really had this kind of speed, but man, was he a different horse today.
Flying, Mig, that first 6 furlongs.
If that fractional time is correct, this is so fast for this level of horse, but he was comfortable, and Luis Rivera did something in this race he didn't do earlier.
Yes.
He put his hands down and allowed the horse to use his speed.
Obviously, all those fractions are wrong. I imagine the first 2 fractions are right. He didn't go 11.14. He didn't go 21.14 his 3rd quarter, and then slow down to a 24/8 of a mile afterwards. So I imagine that they went about 1 11-ish for 3/4 and 135.88. Track's pretty quick today. Those fractions, 3/4 and 7/8 are obviously wrong.
6, 1A, 2, 3, 9 to 5. Formful beginning to this two-day pick six carryover, but a long way to go. A lot can still happen. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, 7th from Monmouth, taken off the grass, moved to the main track. Lindsay Schultz worked for some top outfits and now doing it on her own. Worked for Shug McGahee, Nick Zito, among others. We'll see if she can get it done in the 7th coming up.
They're off in the Churchill Town Stakes. Then Gun Pilot 1-2.66 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Town. Gun Pilot by 2.5 under the wire.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit ihdvstallions.com today.
Mind-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, secretariat-like.
I always wanted to train myself, especially since I've worked longer at the track and been an assistant. And I know how hard I work and how hard trainers work, and that never scared me off, and it was always something that I thrived on. And I always wanted to also own my own business. You know, both of those things made it something that was appealing to me and something that I wanted to do.
Lindsay Schultz's foundation to becoming a trainer runs deep. She grew up riding hunters and jumpers in Connecticut and got her first job mucking stalls before becoming a teen.
Honestly, I didn't really watch much racing until I went to college. It took me a little while to get into it, but once I did, I didn't stop.
She chose the University of Louisville not because it's located in the heart of racing, but to ride on its equestrian team, and most importantly for the school's equine studies at the College of Business.
So that was kind of one of the things that drew me to Louisville, because a lot of the other equine programs don't have a business program to back them up. I try to be logical, and it made sense to learn the business side of it.
After graduating from Louisville, Schultz learned the game globally through a 2-year internship in Darley's Flying Start Management Training Program. The past decade, she worked as a longtime assistant to Tom Proctor, managed Glen Hill Farm in Florida before going to work for Shug McGahee. Then in November of 2021, Schultz finally felt it was time to go out on her own.
It was really important to me to really understand every part of the business, especially since I didn't grow up in it. I don't have parents in it. I wasn't born on a horse.
Schultz's euphoric moment happened in just her 7th career start. The appropriately named Capture the Glory took charge in the stretch.
Capture the Glory is still strong, and this is going to give trainer Lindsay Schultz her first career victory. Capture the Glory indeed. Congratulations go to trainer Lindsay Schultz for her first training victory.
There's definitely horses that we can build on, and it's exciting to kind of get started and get the ball rolling.
Well, first day at a racetrack of any kind for Lindsay Schultz. Picked a pretty good day to go. It was the Breeders' Cup 2006. You got to see Bernardini and Invasor battle down the stretch in the Classic.
Yeah, if that race didn't kind of whet your appetite to be in this game, I don't know what would.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with the woman of the hour, Lindsay Schultz. As Lindsay, we are waiting for your jock. It's kind of hard to believe they don't have 10 strike silks readily available at the top of the pile.
They do have a favorite later in the card in Bishop's Bay, so I hope we can find them. But
Exactly. Well, let's talk about your horse, Highest Distinction, coming up a little bit later in the Monmouth. And a horse that has to be one of the stars of the barn, giving you a great stakes win last year.
yeah, he's a great horse. I mean, he won 4 in a row for us a couple years ago. So look, it's a tough race, but the horse ran well last time. We're excited.
I thought maybe needing a little bit of that race last time kind of it just seemed a little bit lingering towards the lane there, where the winner just kind of went on by you.
He does. He has a tendency to hang sometimes, but he fought by the horse on the inside and he got past him.
Well, here's your jock, suited in the black and purple. Best of luck here and later, too.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, guys. Lindsay Schultz, truly anything that can go wrong at a racetrack always does. Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. Indeed, your Highest Distinction, the 8-year-old Maggie was touching on. We'll see in the Monmouth Stakes coming up. Here's our post parade for this 7th Drakon. Blinkers on.
Yeah, for Carlos David and Samuel Marin.
Yono for Kathleen Damazi.
I think it's a major player. This was 3 for 4 on wet surfaces.
7-1 a Trant.
Yeah, Trant should have some speed, but dirt form is non-existent up to this point.
Some back dirt class. Mailman Money went by.
Yeah, Kelly Breen and Isaac Castillo pretty good together.
Mr. Matushik.
Yeah, this one for Diane Marici. She's had a good start to this meet, so you're getting a good price on this gelding, 8-year-old.
15-1 on that one. Here's Lonely Ride, the 11 from the outside post.
And dropping in class, getting back to the dirt. Tough post to negotiate, though.
And late to the party. Talk less, work more. Eventually, he's going to come onto the track for 10 strike. And it was Marshall Graham of 10 strike. There's the 9, who convinced Lindsay Schultz to go out on her own.
Yeah, and this horse does have some proven dirt form, but unlike us, we talk more and we work more.
Maybe we should heed the advice of this one.
Stay under the raindrops and then come out and play with the boys on the slot.
True Connection kicks off the 2-day Pick 6 carryover. Back at Belmont at the Big A with a win. Moving to the Brad Cox Barn, Luis Rivera Jr. aboard.
Yeah, just the easiest kind of winner. Had speed, was always cruising, and really reaching for ground here, Paul. I mean, this horse was getting over the ground.
Yeah, you could tell. Listen, Brad just does such a good job with his horses, and he just put everybody in chase mode, did this horse. We'll get the real fractions, but I thought this was a pretty impressive effort, and this horse can go on a little bit more now in Brad's barn.
Took a little while, just like that. Moved to Brad Cox in a couple different barns. Couldn't get this one to win. Not a problem here, gate to wire on this wet track. $5.70 to kick off this huge 2-day Pick 6 carryover, well over $500,000 as we get back to Monmouth. And there is talk less, work more. What do you guys think of Lindsay Schultz, 7-year-old in this spot?
Well, I mean, it's a tough for me, but I mean, I guess the horse is taking a ton of money. You've known me, if you've watched America's Day at the Races, I think so highly of Lindsay Schultz. She's a tremendous trainer. She always claims with a purpose. Now, she claimed this one towards the end of the meet from Oaklawn Park, and the horse hasn't had that many starts since 2024. One thing about Lindsay, your horses don't come up short.
No, and she does a terrific job. Horses always look good. This horse at times has had speed, but on the turf. And I just think you want to be forward. And the warm-up this horse is getting, maybe they'll revert back to being more aggressive and being forward.
So late to the party, finally on track here, Maggie. And right now the 3-1 favorite, talk less, work more.
Yeah, that's the second race in a row where the jock came out wearing the wrong silks or sub-silks when clearly they're are set in the room, but talk less, work more, really hit the track running when it comes to the warm-up. So like Richie was saying, look for him to try to be forward, and too, with that more outside post position, looks as though he's getting over this track A-okay. weirdly, as he has run 24 times, this being his 25th, has never been on a wet track before. But I can see where he might be okay with it. As I talked about, those kind of more lighter framed horses, they do tend to get over it quite well. The problem with him, and like Paul said, I too have the utmost respect for Lindsey Schultz. Claiming off Chris Hartman is not the easiest thing, and getting horses to kind of, round back into form from Oaklawn Park can be a little bit tough. And furthermore, he was such a heavy favorite last time, dropping in class so precipitously and wasn't able to get the job done. So I wish he looked a little bit stronger across his top line. If I had to, split hairs and pick him apart a little bit, I just think it's not the easiest and most trustworthy favorite to take. As number 5, Mailman Money, same with him, right? But there's a lot of back class with Mailman Money. This is a horse that has shown he can handle a wet track, shown he can handle any sort of dirt surface. Now, it seems as though Kelly has found more of a home with him on the turf. And granted, sometimes horses, as they get older, as he's an 8-year-old now, they prefer some surfaces more than others, and maybe he thinks the turf is a bit more of an easier surface to deal with. He's a horse that doesn't always look great behind, but today moving fairly well here as he is being kept moving by Isaac Castillo and the pony out there, but just looks exceptional overall. It's typical with Kelly Breen's horses, but I think he is a viable alternative to your favorite. JK, when it comes to the favorite, I know where those missing silks were. You had them on, right, for 10 strike?
Absolutely, yeah. It's funny you say that, Mags. I have pajamas that look like 10 strike silks. So the 9, I'll say this about this horse. There is a little bit of tactical speed, which goes a long way. And I think when you can have tactical speed, especially on a racetrack like this, when you're facing a bunch of horses that might prefer a different surface, I think that helps quite a bit. Now, the problem is that tactical speed hasn't really been seen in the last 3 starts or so. But maybe with the trainer change, that speed could come back, and I would imagine this horse could be aggressively ridden here. So I'm fine with the 9 on top. It doesn't make me warm and fuzzy, but I do think this horse is the most likely winner. And I will say the 8, Mailman Money, is one that I would consider using underneath. I don't think this is necessarily a win candidate, but is one that I would use underneath. I'll go with the 9 on top.
Yeah, I guess the concern with Talk Less Work More, problems getting out of the gate the last few starts, which that's been a real issue for this horse.
Yeah, lost footing at the break last start. 3 starts ago was a step slow. Maggie made a good point. When you've been running for allowance races and you take the complete drop down to 12.5 and you don't get the money, it's a little bit concerning on the 9.
Yeah, absolutely, because you're spotting them to
get
win.
The money, yeah.
I think that was why, though, Concepcion was warming this horse up so much to try to get out of the gate cleaner, really get this horse up underneath himself. And even saw him going through the tire tracks on the outside. When a horse isn't mindful of their own feet, they have a tendency to stumble or bobble around, I would warm them up in the tire tracks and make them stumble, because then they mind their feet. They pick their feet up and say, oh, I better pay attention.
I think the 11 here is the horse that's kind of getting overlooked, Lonely Ride. You look at some of those dirt races, they're pretty good, especially that one at Aqueduct.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here is the 7th from Monmouth. Lindsey Schultz with the favorite. Talk Less, Work More, the 9.
Mr. Matashek and Lonely Ride. Mr. Matashek goes in. Lonely Ride, rounding out the field. Dexter Haddock looking for his second win on the day. Lonely Ride for the Ernesto Padilla Preciado Bard. This race begins the Jersey Shore 6. We have that carryover in the Jersey Shore 6 today. This race moved off the turf to the main track. After this race, 5 straight stakes races, 8 through 12, and all stakes late pick 5, and also, of course, the all stakes late pick 4 sequence. Lonely Ride's in for the 7th race. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good beginning for all. Mailman Money sent for speed. A Treant has early lick. He's going to take back here behind the speed in a little bit of a tight spot. Has to steady a Treant as they go into the turn. Talk less, work more out of harm's way on the outside. And talk less, work more. Battling with Mailman Money on the front end. Talk less, work more. Wants to go. He's got the lead. Mailman Money on restraint now to take back. Does so, gets a breather. Space of 3 back to Dracone. Running in the third position. A Treant is 4 lengths off of him. Then comes Yono. Mr. Matashek is third last. 5 lengths clear of the last pair. Be Here and Lonely Ride as they head down the backstretch here. 12 lengths from first to last, and the pacemaker is Talk Less, Work More, and a good gallop is in the bridle, leads by about 2. Mailman Money right behind him in chase mode in second as they're halfway home. Space of 3 to Dracone still in third. Then Yono, a Treant pretty much together. Both runners under a little pressure as they go into the 4-turn run. They're 5 clear of the gray. Be Here, who's well off the pace today, and the trailer is still Lonely Ride. Mr. Matashek has dropped back with him. Around the 4-turn, Talk Less, Work More went quick. The half was 46-4. A testing time for the first half mile for this wet track today. Mailman Money sent hard right outside of him, and these two are well clear. Match race at the top of the lane here. Talk Less, Work More is asked to finish outside Mailman Money. Right there, a length behind. Talk Less, Work More under the left-handed encouragement is finishing. Mailman Money still right there and with a shot, but Talk Less, Work More starting to inch clear. Talk Less, Work More repelling the challenge of Mailman Money. 2 wins for Axel Concepcion. Talk Less, Work More, a length and a half winner. Mailman Money was second. Be Here, well out of it, but was third home, and Lonely Ride was fourth.
Talk Less, Work More, putting away that challenge from Mailman Money and winning for the 4th time in his 7-year-old career.
What a heads-up ride here, and it started from the post parade and the warm-up. Talk Less, Work More. Alex Concepcion really warmed this horse up, got him running early, made the lead. He was in the bridle. Mailman Money took a big shot at him at the top of the stretch, but he floated him out. A little bit of race riding going on, and it just underscores again, Paul, speed is dominant today.
Yeah, it is dominant today. You see Lindsey Schultz. It's always good whenever we do the
feature angle.
Feature angle always
quite
is
a
a W. Yeah, and Maggie with the interview, and like I said, her horses don't come up short. That's what happened today.
And to win in these silks, too. I mean, Marshall Graham again came to her and said, what if you went out on your own? And I gave you a few horses. And that's what gave her the impetus to get started. And now, always good to win in those silks in that purple and black.
Anybody that helps pick you up, gives you an opportunity, and you make the most of it when you have success with them, it's so much more satisfying.
Talk Less, Work More. First time off track. I think he liked it. 9-5. 9-8-1-11. Here in the 7th. Big one coming up next. The Naira Bets Pegasus from here in Oceanport, New Jersey. Chad Brown with the one to beat. Garamond, first test. Around 2 turns. After being a debut winner, 3rd in the Gotham, will he punch his ticket to the Haskell? We'll find out next.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Back in our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Go to nybreds.com, find out for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. It pays to have a New York bred, and we have a New York bred race coming up next. It will kick off the late pick 5 on the sequence. Moved off the grass here, mile and an eighth. 3-year-olds and up, and we start with part of the entry here, Baron of Sealand, Danny Garganbarn.
The one they're betting, though I'm not sure, it's definitely the stronger half of the entry, should be forwardly placed.
BD Saints you get for a little insurance as well with Katie Davis.
Kind of lost the form recently, but he's got go-back form that would make him very tough to beat in this race. Problem is, if you like him, you're caught with the 1, so you can't really take the 8-5 because mostly they're bet because of the entry.
Cable Ready, Linda Dixon Barn.
Has run some okay races on the dirt, but was really a better turf horse and unlikely to win here.
First time on dirt, Smooth Breeze and taking money.
Listen, I'm not going to be surprised if he wins, but he's kind of the horse that's giving you value in here, 5-2 off of turf form.
Ocala Dream quickly went by blinkers off. Here's the 7, Quiet Wisdom.
Yeah, at least he's a true dirt horse, and he can be somewhat forward.
And the main track only entrant, Windstock, Linda Rice Barn with Kendrick Carmouche.
I think he's much the horse to beat. He ran against much better horses, even off the turf the other day. The knock on him is his lack of speed, but I have a feeling that Kendrick's going to do what he can to get him into the race. And I picked Windstock, a horse that once was in Derby prep races for Bob Baffert, the New York bred. He's finding his level and perhaps this off-the-turf race, and I won't be surprised if by post time he's favored. He is a heavy favorite, the double, as he goes to 8-5.
He makes a great appearance on the racetrack. Yeah, he won the Los Al Futurity for Bob Baffert back as a 2-year-old. He did that gate-to-wire outside post for him, but Andy, back to Baron of Sealand. This is just the 4th career start. He comes in off back-to-back wins. What about the distance for him?
Well, I don't really worry about the mile distance. He's won 2 races in a row at a mile. What I worry about is they're just better horses here. I kind of want to see that 78 buyer again. I'm wondering if he's really more like the 67 he ran 2 back or the 78. And the truth is, if we could finally get rid of entries, Greg, I might bet a couple dollars on BD Saint, hoping he can re-find his once good form. But I can't bet him because of the entry, and I find him a little more interesting.
So entry here, 2-1. Meanwhile, Smooth Breeze taking all this support despite the fact having never been on dirt.
Listen, these horses do occasionally win, but for the most part, they're the worst bet in racing. Horses that are being bet off of turf form. And the other thing is, he really improved in his last start in the turf. So we don't even know how good he really is. Now, maybe he would have won this race in the turf, and maybe he's just an improving horse. But his connections never really look to run him on the dirt, which says to me he's not working that well in the mornings. And the other thing is, it's not like he's some sort of bullet, you know, and he's going to be like cruising out in front. He can be a bit forward, but to me, he's creating value perhaps for some others, though the horse I like in the 8 is even money, but I might be the chalk-eating weasel in here as we go to Jonathan Kinchin.
Well, Andy, I appreciate that. Thanks for taking that for me. I'm going to go with the 1, Baron of Sealand. I don't love the horse, but if you look at his last 3 races, in every race he's been wide all the way around there. He's got an opportunity drawn in the 3-hole now to be a little bit more inside, maybe save a little ground, and maybe that'll suit this horse. But he look, his last 2 races on the dirt put him in the mix. I thought the 1 and the 8 were the only other options, but the 1's a better price. And I'm getting the bonus protection of the 1A. I'll just take the 1 here in this spot, but it doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy.
All right, JK, thank you. Post time coming up as we go back to the 4 here. Dirt debut coming up at 5-2 as we get set for the start of this late pick 5.
Yeah, and again, much like here, you want to be forward. I don't think you need the lead, but you want to be forward, Paul. One thing about the 4 Smooth Breeze does have a pedigree that says dirt, although they have never attempted to run the horse on the dirt. Half to Nunzio.
Yeah, and you know, these more than readies, that's the sire, can usually do anything, and it looks tremendous on the racetrack. Makes a good appearance with Javier Castellano, but I'm kind of with the public. I was 1 and 8 in here. I do think the 1-8 BD Saints. I understand changing to Gary Siaka, but I thought that horse was had a shot. I know we're all focusing on the 1, but the 1A is not a bad proposition.
There is Baron of Sealand. Try and get 1 mile and 1/8 here. First time beyond 1 mile coming up. And quickly, guys, to the outside. I thought Winstock looked great. 0 for 4 in the money on an off track for the 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, I think this horse is taking, maybe a touch too much money, although it was entered to be in there. And plus a tough post, Paul, outside there.
Yeah, tough post, but I mean, that win on the Losal Futurity, and I think that other race, at 1 mile and 1/8 is a good race too. I mean, the horse is proven at the distance.
Start of the late pick 5 on this Saturday card from Belmont at the Big A, and this entry favored at 3-2. Baron of Sealand. You also get BD Saints, who has some back dirt form, as Andy alluded to. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Winstock. Winstock goes in. All set. And they're off. Winstock hopped right up in the air at the start. Kendrick Carbouche does stay aboard, but Winstock is the trailer. Right to the front, it's going to be Ocala Dream. And Ocala Dream is now moving forward. It's gotten over to the rail. Ocala Dream will lead them. Right in behind them comes Smooth Breeze, who's a stalking second at the rail. That's Cable Ready. Outwired, here comes the gray, and that's Quiet Wisdom. Starts to move forward as in between horses. There comes Baron of Sealand, and BD Saints is behind them. The trailer is Winstock. They work to the back stretch, and the leader is Ocala Dream. Ocala Dream is in front, is up by a full length through a 24.20 opening quarter mile. Right there in second is Smooth Breeze, and gray up on the outside. That's Quiet Wisdom, trying to move forward now. In between horses, Baron of Sealand at the rail. That's Cable Ready. BD Saints is tracking right in behind this leading group, is in the purple cap. And that tall task for Winstock after the start is 8 lengths. The trailer starts to move in closer, 48.50 for a half-mile time. Ocala Dream is in front, has less than a half-mile to go. Ocala Dream, here comes Smooth Breeze, is in pursuit. At the rail, there comes Baron of Sealand. Just in behind them comes BD Saints, out wider. Quiet Wisdom. From the back, Winstock is starting to run on, and Winstock has caught the leading group. Cable Ready is the trailer. Ocala Dream has the lead, 1 minute 12.70 for 3/4 of a mile, has a quarter mile left to go. Ocala Dream is in front, Smooth Breeze in full pursuit. Can Winstock pull this off? Can Winstock keep the momentum going grandstand side? Winstock is picking up rivals, and look at this. Winstock towards the outside, it's a lineup of 3. Winstock has now put a neck in front, chasing his Smooth Breeze, Ocala Dream, but this is impressive. Winstock wins it going away. Smooth Breeze second, Ocala Dream, and Baron of Sealand in 1 minute 48.40 seconds.
That is not supposed to happen. Winstock's race looked like it was over. Probably should have been after hopping out of the gate. Unbelievably rallies from the back of the pack, Andy, to get this win.
That's 2 days in a row, Greg, right? The last race yesterday, the winner got completely and totally left and still won. Source might have won even easier, and I got to tell you, it doesn't say a lot about the rest of the field. This guy was able to win in open legs. But Winstock, I'd say, Greg, he was kind of a cinch in this race, and 2-1 might have been the overlay of the year after the race.
Yeah, I would say so after this performance. 8-4-6-1. Let's go back to the beginning, see how bad it was. Keep your eyes on the outside there with the 8. Race should be done here, right? He has no chance.
He was going up when the rest of the field was going forward. He came down. He's, 10 lengths behind the second to last horse into the first turn? We haven't seen a horse close like this all day, Paul, and he runs over top of them.
And the pace didn't fall apart. The 4 and the 6 were kind of going at each other the whole way around, and he just ran by everybody. What an impressive performance in a Son of Solomini, the New York bred. Wow.
So to Andy's point, yeah, he probably should have been about 1-9.
Yeah, right.
Well, hindsight's always 20/20, but I mean, obviously he was one of the contenders. I thought he was actually getting overbet a little bit. No, Andy was right. Complete overlay.
Did look absolutely tremendous warming up, like he was going to like this track. Didn't like getting out of the gate, but once he settled, No question who was best here. Winstock with the win to start this late pick 5 at 2-1. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back when we returned. The Naira Bets Pegasus coming up. Garamond, second try in Stakes Company, trying to punch his ticket for trainer Chad Brown to the Naira Bets Haskell, July 19th. Stay with us.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all She Feels Pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
The most underrated sale in America, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. Precocious yearlings selected on pedigree and superior conformation, plus a showcase of the freshman sires of 2025. Recent grads include Grade 1 winners Chancer McPatrick and Carson's Run, with a growing list of graded stakes winners. Buy smarter, buy earlier, buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, Haskell Preview Day from Oceanport, New Jersey. Brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including today's Naira Bets Pegasus, Haskell, July 19th, Saratoga all summer long and beyond. Greg Wolf, Paula Duca, Rich Migliori, Maggie Wolfendale with you here at the Jersey Shores. We get set for the big one of this 3-year-old division. And runners trying to punch that ticket to the Haskell. Mile and a 16th in this Naira Bets Pegasus. As expected, Garamond for Chad Brown. Guys opening up at a very short price.
Yeah, it was originally 1-9, now 1-5. It looks like, right now, it looks like the fixed odds that he's going to be around 1-5, somewhere in that area, with the 4 and the 5 battling for second. Favoritism at least, but Garamond, the horse to beat.
Absolutely, and he's got speed, and you want to use that speed. There are horses like the 6-horse Wild and Crazy Night coming out of a sprint, but come out running. The way this track's carrying speed, you do not want to give anybody too much rope.
When we came on the program some time ago, Maggie Wolfendale gave her thoughts on Bracket Buster, standing by with his trainer right now.
Yeah, it's nice when, you tease somebody on a show and boom, here they are, Vicki Oliver. Vicki, this is a bit of a homecoming for you, having worked in the publicity department here a long time ago, but also getting your first winner here as a trainer.
Yeah, it's nice to come back. I haven't been back here for a while. The last couple of years I've been able to make it back once or twice in the summertime, so it's fun to be back here.
It's such a cool little track, but talk about your horse here for this Pegasus Bracket Buster. I thought ran really well in the Lexington 2-back. What happened last time, and what are you expecting from him here today?
I think last time I probably made a mistake. I might have run him back a little too quick. He might have bounced off that big race. And in the slop, he didn't love the slop. It was a kind of real cuppy. So I just had to write that one off, and then he's been training really well, and I gave him enough time, and we just thought this was a good spot for him to come back in.
Another wet track, though.
Yeah, I know, but I think he'll handle it. I think that day it was just a little different of a wet track, but could be wrong, but we'll see.
No 2 wet tracks are the same. Well, wishing you the best of luck, and sure have a big crowd here. We have like 5 cameras on us here, Vicky.
I'll be watching them all night.
Well, best of luck, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, Vicki Oliver, Bracket Buster. She's going to make a lot of people happy if she gets this one done, guys.
4-1 right now on Bracket Buster, who has faced the King of the Hill. Back as a 2-year-old, had to deal with sovereignty in the street sense. And we'll see. It's certainly, I think, taken some steps, Paul, getting better since that time.
Yeah, well, he lost to goal-oriented last night. Hypnosis came back to win. Goal-oriented obviously got thrown in the waters of the Preakness, but he's obviously a talented racehorse for Bob Baffert.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, one thing about Bracket Buster as opposed to Garamond, he's been against the heavy heads already. This is an easier group that he's facing, where Garamond's still got to show he can handle that kind of, tough, battle-tested kind of race.
Here is the 1-5 favorite, the homebred for Juddmonte, trained by Chad Brown, Garamond.
Incredible pedigree. He's got speed. Boy, he's a cool dude.
Second dam was the great Rachel Alexandra, who won the Haskell. Here's Valentinian.
Yeah, a horse that needs to get out of the gate a little bit better, but probably the main danger to the favorite.
Just heard from his trainer. Here's Bracket Buster.
Has some speed. The Lexington was very good. Has faced some very, very tough competition.
Maybe the speed of the speed. Stretching out for the first time. Wild and crazy night.
Yeah, Blinkers has helped this horse. Got the W last time out.
How about Just a Fair Shake? Purchased for $8,000. Is well over $100,000 in earnings already.
We need to go find one like that, guys. It's a son of Lauban, back-to-back runner-up in stakes. Not out of a contention here.
And National Law, Paul, it's sort of interesting how he's won his 2 races, including that maiden win at Parks. Bore out so badly, he almost sideswiped an outrider on the outside rail.
Yeah, and then his next start, they took the blinkers off. When you win a race with blinkers, you got to get permission from the stewards to take the blinkers off. He had even a worse trip and won. The 8 is very talented. I just don't know if he's there yet. And Colt's Next Farm, if you're not familiar, it's about 15 miles away from here. And this horse has been training over there. They have a turf track. They have a dirt track there. It's a tremendous facility if you're ever out here to take a look at it. So they got good horses. This horse is very talented. I just don't know if he's ready yet mentally.
1-5 favorite, 2-5 as I say that. There he is, Garamond, the homebred for Juddmonte, who won his debut. Immediately thrown into graded stakes company in the Gotham. He was third against Flood Zone. But then it was in that third start, guys, he really took that huge step forward.
Yeah, he did. Now it was a small field. You had Cornucopian, who was so impressive breaking his maiden, but he fended him off throughout, Paul.
Yeah, he really did. And I get it. It was only a 3-horse field, so a lot of people will knock it. But I just like the way he kind of kicked clear. It was the fastest run race, 22:45, and was able to just keep on going. So it's one of those things where you're like, okay, he's supposed to win a 3-horse race. Do you give it a thumbs up, or do you give it a
What do you think, Mick?
I give it a thumbs up.
Looked pretty good. Now he'll get a 2-turn test for the first time. He'll be on a wet track for the first time as we go to Maggie.
Yes, and he is a horse. Just, before we get into the nitty-gritty and the details about Garamond, he's just a beautiful horse. I mean, he's one that, those classic artists, the Stubbs of the world, would just adore to paint, because he's just very beautifully well balanced, and everything is where it needs to be, and that very elongated and elegant neck to him. And he's also a very poised, proud, and confident type of horse. He just has all those attributes to be very, very good. Now, he is definitely on the upswing of things, but as you guys mentioned, the wet track, that's a bit of a question mark, but honestly, I don't see any reason why he can't handle it. But the pace, as I brought up at the top of the show, for those that weren't tuned in, I feel like things could heat up. And the good thing about that, though, is that speed's been pretty good, no matter how fast they seem to be going. So I think he'll be able to handle the wet track, handle the distance. And I think Paul brought up a good point in how much credence do you put into that last race, where he was able to take down a heavily favored Cornucopian. But we've seen one other horse come back from that race, who was the 3rd place finisher in Mai Matoli, and he regressed from a buyer speed figure perspective. Could it be apples to oranges? 100%. But just a little food for thought as we'll check in with number 5, Bracket Buster. Now, like I said, too, he's a horse.
Try and get back to Mackey's audio in just a moment. We apologize for that as we take a look here at the 5 bracket buster. Another thing this one has in his corner, this horse could be forward, and you want to be forward today.
Yeah, and I know you think the 5 looks tremendous on the racetrack.
This horse looked amazing warming up, and Alex Concepcion's won 2 races today, putting horses on the lead.
JK, obviously a 1-5 standout in this race in Garamond. We'll see what he does here in this Pegasus. Where are you going to wind up?
Yeah, but let's not forget the Garamond's biggest accomplishment was beating a cornucopian that didn't show up at all, right? And while he got a nice figure and he deserves to be the favorite of this race, I think he's being a little bit overbet in here. I'm going to give the 5 bracket buster a chance. A horse that, Vicky Oliver, when she has a target, she really does have her horses show up and run big. She's very sneaky down at Keeneland all the time. And she had this horse running really well in the Lexington, right? And we've talked about it. Gosker, who almost, I guess, won that Preakness when journalism ran him down. But I think he's a horse that's tactile. He's got some speed. He showed that speed in the Lexington. And if he can find a way to be forward in here and make Garmin run him down, now suddenly Bracket Buster has a chance at a much better price. Mags?
Yeah, I agree with you, JK. The thing with him is I know Vicky said, this could be a totally different wet track as opposed to last time at Churchill. I didn't love the way he necessarily moved over this wet track. It was kind of like it was annoying him. And he was really kind of flustered by it when he first got out here. He has settled since, but also reflective of him being a sharp horse and that a horse that wants to be forward. He stacks up nicely physically to your favorite. As Wild and Crazy Night, he could be the speed of the speed. He has grown since I've seen him. He's more mentally settled. And I know he's an astronomical price as he should be, but he looked really good at a big price. And then number 8, National Law for Jorge Duarte. He is quirky. He's quirky in the running of his races. He's quirky in the paddock. If he can hold it together, and good thing he's outside, he won't get that kickback like he was reacting to last time out. He could be effective here because I do think the longer the better for him, Greg.
Yeah, he wanted no part of that kickback. That's why he stayed wide in that performance at Pimlico. We saw him bear out in that maiden win. Told you, almost sideswiped the outrider in that performance. Garamond, huge favorite. NyraBet's Pegasus trying to punch his ticket to the NyraBet's $1 million Haskell July 19th. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
And they're off in the NyraBet's Pegasus. Garamond was off just a little bit slowly from the inside, and Bracket Buster's going to take advantage getting to the rail and strides in front with Wild and Crazy Night. Just a fair shake on a hold running in third. The Gray National Law parked deep as they go into the first turn run. Garamond right behind the speed as they corner into the turn. Valentinian finds himself between horses. 6 runners separated by 3 lengths as they race around the clubhouse turn. It's a compact group. Wild and Crazy Night, the New Jersey bred, has a share of the lead with the Kentucky shipper Bracket Buster, stride for stride, approaching the backstretch run. Just a fair shake on a snug hold. He's running in third. Valentinian still between horses, and Garamond the favorite down on the inside. Length and a half to National Law, who will have to pass them all. Just 2.5 lengths from first to last. Still bunched up here as they head down the backstretch. The pace is not fast. Bracket Buster, Wild and Crazy Night, side by side. National Law making an early move 4 wide. He's a joint third now with just a fair shake. Garamond still inside of horses. Valentinian shuffled to the back and has come under a hard ride as they hit the turn. 3 furlongs to go for Bracket Buster. Appears to be going well and puts away Wild and Crazy Night, who's under siege, begins to weaken here. Garamond, Flavian Pratt looking for a spot to go. He's right behind the leaders and he's come under a hard ride. Bracket Buster getting away. He's 2 lengths ahead. Now it's 2.5 at the top of the lane here. Wild and Crazy Night trying to re-rally. He's second. Garamond down on the rail. He's in trouble. Still in third and just plodding in place. Bracket Buster increasing the lead. He's got 7 lengths ahead. Bracket Buster and Axel Concepcion. He's going to wrap this one up. He's punched his ticket to the NyraBet's Haskell in the NyraBet's Pegasus. Bracket Buster loved the slop, and he was geared down. Wild and Crazy Night was second. Photo finish for third. National Law, and also just a fair shake Valentinian. And Garamond at 3-5. Never picked up his feet. He ran at the back.
Bring on the Haskell. Bracket Buster, aggressive early. He was impressive today, guys.
Well, listen, Mig, you said it right around the first turn. This race is over. They're not going to beat the 5, and boy, you were right.
just got so comfortable. Alex Concepcion is in tune with this racetrack, how good speed is. He broke sharp, took it away from Garamond right away to give him any chance to get up in there. And once Garamond had a steady and he's dealing with kickback, this race was over. And to show you how good speed is, Wild and Crazy Night hung around for second, and I should correct myself, it's Axel Concepcion.
And takes a look at the tote board there. You can see down the stretch. I think he was surprised how much separation he had.
Yeah, it's always a good feeling, obviously, to be that, clear and be able to look at yourself going to the winner's circle there, Mig. I mean, I don't know how many boards were up when you were riding where you could see yourself.
Well, Paul, I hate to tell you, I'm so old that they didn't have those boards, so I never looked at them.
Maggie talked to her before the race, and this has got to be a good feeling talking to Victoria Oliver after this win.
And she was just telling me we're going to get bombarded here with all those happy owners. But, Vicky, talk a little bit about Axel Concepcion and the ride that he just gave, just really seizing the bull by the horns from the start.
Yeah, he did. And he broke really sharp, and he didn't let him go too far, too fast early. And he had that other horse pushing along the other way. It was a 31-1 shot, and he probably knew that horse was going to back off, give that horse a little bit of confidence. And when it was time to go, we went.
He looks so happy out there, so content and comfortable.
Yeah, I guess he liked the mud today.
And
Mud tonight. Let's go. Let's go.
Such happy owners. To win a big race like this with all these happy owners here, it's got to be the best feeling.
And they're all good friends, so it's even more fun. So.
Well, get your picture taken and party tonight.
Thank you.
Vicky Oliver, a very, very happy group here with Bracket Buster as he was loving the mud and he's on his way to the Haskell, guys.
Huge performance here on this off track. 3-year-old we talked about looked like certainly in that first start back as a 3-year-old at Keeneland, he took some big steps forward and a horse that he will probably be facing on Haskell Day in Gosgar.
Yeah, another son of Vacoma, and Mig made a good point. When you're just facing the champions like Sovereignty and Gosgar and the horses that he's been facing, it was just over. And they did bridge jump a tiny bit on the 3. That's why you're seeing the show prices. You'll see the show prices a little bit more or pretty heavy here.
Yeah, a little bit elevated for sure, but Garamond broke a little bit sluggishly, not terrible. You could see Flavian didn't want to really over-hustle him up into the spot, and then once Bracket Buster got to drop over, the race was over. He just got as comfortable as a horse can get, and he really compliments how good is this 3-year-old crop that we have.
Huge favorite finishing last in this field. Garamond, not his day. Bracket Buster stepping up, however. What a performance. Huge victory here. Victoria Oliver, BBN Racing, and Axel Concepcion. Second win for the son of Vacoma, who's now moving on to the $1 million Naira Bets Haskell.
Yeah, and I think Vicky Oliver telling Maggie, listen, Maggie even mentioned, I thought it was a great question. Hey, you're on the mud again. I think he can handle it. And then Maggie said no 2 racetracks are the same mud. And that's what happened today, Mig.
Just skipped over it.
Yeah.
Second half of this year, we see these 3-year-olds change, mature, grow up. This is a full-blown grown performance from Bracket Buster. What a performance in the Pegasus.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day of the Races. And what a performance. Bracket buster. Sensational in this Naira Bets Pegasus. And it's on to the Haskell with this effort.
Yeah, and you go back and you look and you see, well, he was only 9 lengths behind Sovereignty and about 4 lengths behind Sandman. And this is what he did to this group.
Man, he just crushed this field. He got so comfortable on the lead. He could not have framed up any nicer.
Axel Concepcion riding for Victoria Oliver. And third start of his 3-year-old campaign. And this is the best version of this son of a coma that we have seen yet, and maybe still the best yet to come.
That was an impressive performance, and obviously a couple of the horses didn't show up in here, but nobody was going to show up and beat that performance.
What an effort from that horse. Excited to see what he can do now. Hopefully we get a fast track on Naira Bets Haskell Day, but what he can do against some other very good 3-year-olds, including that rematch likely with Gosger as we get back to New York. Race 7, 1-turn mile, 10,000 claiming race. Here's Winner's Ghost.
Yeah, Winner's Ghost dropping back to the $10,000 over his third 2-back.
Tiberius Mercurius at 5-1.
Can transfer to this race.
Here's Command Performance for Oscar Barrera.
It's too slow to be competitive in this race, either early or late in all likelihood.
Co-Conspirator, a big number.
Yeah, another horse who just have to improve massively to be competitive.
Retail Man, equipment change, blinkers coming off.
He's a horse who can be a bit forward. Maybe that helps him a little bit, but he's not good enough here.
He's got this. He has a win on an off track.
I like He's Got This in this race, the second choice. I like the fact this is the first time he's raced at the bottom level.
Active Duty coming off a win. We just saw, and here's Tis a Beast.
Yeah, Active Duty beat a weaker field, and Tis a Beach is overmatched.
2 minutes to post. Here in the 7th, Annie, Winner's Ghost. Let's go back to the rail here. Rudy Rodriguez with Ricardo Santana Jr. What is there to like with this horse at a very short price right now?
Well, I think the assumption is that he's going to be the main speed in here, and there's a feeling that speed's very good. Now, we did see a winner come from dead last, so maybe we're just seeing logical results, and appearance of a bias could be a bit illusory. I'm not really sure one way or the other. What I don't like is this horse has not won a race in a long, long time, and he did run at this level 2 races back, but what you have to respect is his speed, and he's obviously a dangerous player.
Yeah, it was in, as you mentioned, for 10,000 2 starts ago, May 10th. Very distant third that day. As we get a look at the 7 here, He's Got This, Dylan Davis, and moving to the Ilkai Cantermachi barn here off the claim.
And claiming for the same owners that had this horse with Jamie Ness 2 races back. Now, he's a horse that's been a little camera shy lately as well. But as I said before in the post-parade, he has never raced at this absolute bottom level. And it's a significant drop coming to the bottom level. And to me, that might give him the edge he needs to win.
5-2, second choice right now, and He's Got This. Minute to post coming up in this 7th race. And guys, what do you think? 7-5 here, Winner's Ghost. Is that getting a little bit short here?
I think it's a little short considering you're 0 for 15 the last 2 years and you're 0 for 9 at the racetrack. That's my one big concern for being the favorite.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point that both you and Andy make. This horse has not found the winner's circle in a very long time.
Meanwhile, Andy, Tiberius Mercurius going to shorten up a little bit. He ran pretty good on a muddy sealed surface last out.
The 1 and 7 rate to be forward in this race, while Tiberius Mercurius really has no speed. So that really works against him in this spot. What obviously works in his favor is the first time and only time he's ever lifted a hoof on the dirt was when he caught that muddy sealed track here, and he ran a very respectable race, the kind of figures he was running on synthetic. So if he gets enough pace and he runs his race, he can be competitive in this race. Not really a dirt horse, unlike horses like the 1 and 7, so I think he's the 3rd likeliest winner. But I don't really know where else you go besides the 3 horses taking money, but I do prefer the 7. He's Got This to the 1, Winter's Ghost.
Yeah, a bit of a difficult read if that performance, guys, was for real last start with Tiberius Mercurius on that muddy sealed track.
It's also a 2-turn race, so a completely different.
Yeah.
The way the race is run is completely different than they're going to run this 1-turn mile at Aqueduct.
Yeah, he's a horse that has run well going to 1 turn. He's going to cut back in distance. Andy made a good point. He's probably better over a wet surface. When you look at the 7, he's got this. He'll carry Cutamachi, and the Cutamachi barn has been dangerous off the claim, for 22%. So 7-2. It's probably a better proposition for me than the 1 at 8-5. I think the 2 is a better proposition than the 1.
I thought that 5 a little bit interesting. Has a couple of performances back-to-back that were strong and now makes an equipment change, but shortening up to a mile, could he be as effective?
Yeah, that speed at 2 turns, pretty slow paces, halves at 50. And the blinkers off, usually a horse will settle more. They'll have less speed with the blinkers off.
All the money on this one right here. Winner's Ghost. Pick 4 begins here in this 7th. Belmont at the Big A. 2-day pick 6 carryover. Leg 3 here. Coming up as we get a look there at Retail Man. Backing away momentarily from the gate. Starting gate crew. Gets him to settle in. Not quite yet, actually.
Yeah, the chute up at Aqueduct, you're basically backed up to the conduit part of the Belt Parkway right behind you. You're in a pretty confined space. You're way away from the crowd, but you got cars going, whizzing by behind you.
So you can hear them, obviously, so they can bother the horses here and there.
Oh, absolutely, especially on a wet day like this. They're going through puddles, and you really hear them.
And he's digging in his heels. When a thoroughbred that's 1,000 pounds or more starts to do that, it's a tough battle to win.
You've got to get them to cooperate with you. You're not going to pick a fight and win that fight. They don't want to do something, they're not going to do it.
No, and there's some, listen to me, those guys in the gate crew, I know a couple of them, you don't want to mess with them. They are big boys, and it takes 3 or 4 guys to sometimes get these. There's 3 or 4 guys pushing these horses in, and Francisco Martinez will get aboard.
How'd you like to be back there, Paul, pushing on?
No shot.
Me either.
No shot.
But they put in so many hours. They know all the tendencies of these horses, and they have a knack for making the right move with each and every one of them.
Yeah, Bob Duncan used to be our starter, really changed the approach and how these horses are handled, trying to get along with, not forcing them to do something. And our new starter has the same philosophy.
Who had spent several years as the head starter. Scott Jordan out at Churchill Downs, so someone with a credible amount of experience taking over that role here in New York. 7th from Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Co-Conspirator breaks with early speed. Winter's Ghost down towards the inside is up there too. He's Got This is joining the early fray, and there's Retail Man to join that early group too. But Co-Conspirator is in front. Co-Conspirator's up by a full length. Winter's Ghost tips to the outside, gets to the 2-path here, is going to stalk as they come out of the chute, and Retail Man is right there in 3rd. He's Got This is watching the action for Dylan Davis, is right there in 4th, center of the racetrack, and progressing from the back there is Tis a Beast, who's now alone in 5th. At the rail, Tiberius Mercurius, the 2 trailers. Active Duty with Command Performance. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. The leader is Co-Conspirator at a big number. Winter's Ghost is encouraged to keep up here, is moving in and cutting into the margin once again. Tis a Beast to the inside. Retail Man in between horses. Out wider, here's the run from He's Got This. Tiberius Mercurius. Ground Saving Journey is moving through at the rail, just having to steady, is waiting for some room. Command Performance and Active Duty are the 2 trailers. 46.33 for a half-mile time. Co-Conspirator is in front. He's Got This, 3 wide and chasing. Here comes He's Got This, looming up on the outside of Co-Conspirator. They're 1-2. Winter's Ghost has got to do better than that. Is back in 3rd. He's Got This is trying to run away from the field. He's Got This, just under a hand ride, just mild encouragement now, and He's Got This is trying to put this field away. Tiberius Mercurius is picking up rivals quickly, is eating up the ground, but running out of time inside the final 16th. He's Got This. Yes, he does. He's Got This, wins this one easily. Co-Conspirator 2nd, then came Tiberius Mercurius, and Tis a Beast. In 1 minute 36 seconds flat.
He's Got This, does indeed. 2nd win on and off track, winning first off the claim for the Ilkay Cantor Machi Barn. Andy Dylan Davis aboard.
There was never a point in the running that this horse didn't look like a winner, perched perfectly on the outside. And when the long shot for Co-Conspirator went in the lead, it took away any potential advantage Winner's Ghost had. Now, it didn't matter. Winner's Ghost obviously didn't run well. And frankly, he's got this. He got this one pretty much the whole way around.
Easy time of thing, guys, with this victory here. 6th career win for this 6-year-old.
Yeah, like Andy said, never looked like a loser. And off the claim, the Katamachi Barn again increases their percentages. The 4 runs a really good second. And, you know, it's just one of those things where Winter's Ghost was a bad favorite.
He was a bad favorite. He was never traveling like a winner where He's Got This was. And Co-Conspirator hung on well for second, and I think that even complements Winstock's effort even more, because I do think you want to be forward, and he came from a different county.
Yeah, this kind of proved it. We got a 44-1 shot and a 60-1 shot. Part of this superfecta in here, 7-4-2-9. But no question about who was best. He's got this Dylan Davis with the victory at 2-1 to start the pick 4. More stakes action coming up on Haskell Preview Day. Flavia and Pratt try and get back to work redistricting. The one to beat in the Monmouth Stakes next.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Thursday, July 17th.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to have you with us on our Saturday coverage. Watching America's Day of the Races here on Fox Sports 2. And a smiling Dylan Davis. This was an easy win for He's Got This.
Just in the perfect spot and traveling beautifully, Paul.
660 on top there. And if you had that start, at least the double's not bad. $28 to start your late pick 5, and the pick 3 to start your pick 6, Greg, out there, $31.
All right, back to Haskell Preview Day. Huge upset in that Narrabet's Pegasus. Now comes the Monmouth Stakes and a chance to regroup for Chad Brown and Flavia Pratt with redistricting odds on here as well, 1-2, who we'll get to in a moment. We start with At Last. State's debut coming up for this Grand Motion Runner.
And it seems like Graham's horses really run well first time over here. 12-1, not great form over in France.
Here is the big favorite, redistricting those Silk Saklarovich stables for Chad Brown.
Yeah, dropping out of the highest level we race at, Grade 1 competition. A deserving favorite. Might be a bit short, though.
Here's Izzy Toro, big long shot for Blake Kelly.
Gulfstream, Colonial, Saratoga, Monmouth, Keeneland, runs everywhere.
Otago coming off a stakes win in Monmouth.
Brilliant ride last time by Axel Concepcion. Is going to need the same kind of ride today.
Stakes winner at Laurel 2 starts ago, but then beat by Otago, last out Signator.
Yeah, had to wait for sufficient clearance, but really didn't come up with much of a punch last time in the cliffhanger.
Yeah, big number again, highest distinction. It was just second behind Otago by a half length.
Yeah, I don't get this. This horse was probably best that day. It was wide most of the way, but Fernando Haro has to kind of try to save some ground, and I think this horse is a player in here. I mean, the 3 could be any kind, but I think the 8 at 14-1 is a good price.
Odds on, huge favorite. Redistricting, a horse who showed so much potential. We thought would be a star, Maggie, after that debut back in June of 2023. Hasn't quite worked out yet, looking for his first stakes win.
And so did Connections, Greg. I mean, they tossed him into that Grade 1 Belmont Derby off the back of that maiden breaking score first time out. He has developed. I honestly physically wasn't his biggest fan when he began his career, but now as a 5-year-old and even last year as a 4-year-old, he's really kind of put all the parts where they need to be just to be a more athletic type of individual. And he was meant to run last week at the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival in an allowance race, I believe, but that race taken off the turf. So redistricting back to Stakes Company today, came in the paddock. He was very keen, very alert. He looks the part, but I also think there's some decent other horses in here, including number 7, who comes off the back of a win in that cliffhanger stakes, Otago, and has shown the ability to handle a course with give in it, winning last time. Boy, he's a beast of an animal. I mean, blindly picking horses upon appearances, it's all Otago. Just looks as though he's thriving right now for Kelsey Danner, and he really powered home. You know, it didn't look like the course was bogging him down in any way, shape, or form. Now, it'll be interesting to see how this course plays because we had 2 early races on it, not as much rain as there has been now on the course. Both those winners came up the rail, so we'll see. And that one short, one long race, we'll see if certain paths are more preferable with more rain on it, now listed as good. As the horse he just defeated was number 8, highest distinction. I agree with Paul. Too big of a price on this guy at 14-1. I thought maybe he needed that last race a bit too, because he kind of just got to lingering a little bit late, just, you know, lacking maybe that bit of fitness that was needed to turn the tables on Otago. He took a little while to switch his leads and he wanted to lug in a bit. He warmed up beautifully. He didn't necessarily catch my eye in the paddock. He was one that was elevated once I watched them out on the racetrack. So I think this race may be a little bit more interesting than taking 1 to 5 on redistricting. JK, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, look, if you're allergic to taking, betting favorites, then, you might need to just close your eyes because redistricting is going to win this race. This horse is just better than these horses. He was competitive in the Grade 1 Turf Classic, one of the greatest turf races we have in this country, one of the toughest turf races we have in this country, right? From a Grade 1 standpoint. He was competitive there. And the horses in front of him, Spirit of St. Louis, we know who he is. Merchant came back and won off of that second-place effort. Highway Robber, unfortunately, wasn't able to run last weekend at Belmont, but redistricting has just been facing better horses. And I'd love to try to get creative and tell you about someone else in here is going to beat redistricting, but he's just not. It's what multi-race wagers are for. It's what exactas and tries are for. I can't see past the 3. He's just better than these horses.
1 to 5 favoritism. Look, that's incredibly short. He still has something to prove in terms of the horse that everyone thought he was going to be.
When the great equalizer is the ground, we don't know if he's going to handle this much give in the ground. We've had substantial rain, and we do know the 8 highest distinction at 12-1, Paul, handles soft going.
Yeah, and Otago the 6, and Maggie said the 6 looked tremendous. Maybe it is a little bit more than just a 3.
I thought Otago interesting off those back-to-back efforts. He's taken some steps forward as well. Axel Concepcion looking to go back-to-back in 2 big ones. Monmouth Stakes on Haskell Preview Day. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
And we're off in the Monmouth Stakes. Redistricting from the inside, offensive-minded, as a narrow lead on Izzy D'Oro as they make their way towards out of the chute here. It's going to be redistricting with Izzy D'Oro and Highest Distinction, who sets up shop 3 wide. Redistricting, taking it to him from the onset here. Leads 3 parts of a length from Izzy D'Oro second. Highest Distinction 3 deep. Otago right behind the speed in 4th. At Last is down at the rail, and Signator is at the back, 4 lengths off the lead as the 6 runners hit the first turn. 1 to 5 shot here on the lead. It's redistricting, setting the pace by a length and a tail. Izzy D'Oro bows away in second and is now stalking and happy to do so. Otago a little bit keen on a hold, joining that rival a half length back in Highest Distinction, who's still parked wide. Signator 3 lengths off the lead, the gray, with At Last making his United States debut. Down the back stretch they go. Redistricting and a good gallop here. Leads a half length. Izzy D'Oro second. Highest Distinction still there on the outside, a little bit closer. Then comes Otago, more settled down 4th, 2 off the pace. Half length to Signator, and At Last will have to pass them all in a half mile. He's only 4 lengths behind as they approach the 4-turn run. Redistricting into the turn with the ears pricked. Leads a length here. Highest Distinction second. Izzy D'Oro calls it an afternoon. Otago waiting on the inside. He has horse. Signator's come under a hard ride. At Last taking 5th, but really needs to pick it up. Top of the lane. Redistricting, getting away to a 2-length lead. Otago switching outside to try to run him down. It's these two 1-2 with 1 furlong to go. Redistricting, asked to finish, and he's got plenty for the final furlong here, and has a nice kick as he opens up 3 on the good going on the grass today. It's going to be Redistricting, a dominant winner in the Monmouth Stakes. Otago was second. At Last third. Photo for 4th. Signator and Highest Distinction.
Redistricting in command throughout, and this is the first stakes win of his career.
Just took the race in control, did Flavien Prat early. You could see that the 4 Izzy D'Oro tried to go after, and then the 8 Highest Distinction, and the 6 Otago caught the good trip, but a better horse won.
Yeah, not only was redistricting the best horse on paper, Flavien Prat bounced him out of the gate, was aggressive, and he got super comfortable on the lead, and he got to save ground, and he kicked away. Otago got that nice trip, ran on well. Tell you what, I'm impressed with Axel Concepcion. He just rides a consistently good race.
Yeah, really good race, but no doubt about redistricting here. The son of Kingman gets that job done. His first win since 2023.
So redistricting, been in some pretty tough company. Multiple graded stakes placed in his career. Now gets that first stakes victory now on the resume, and he's used, as Jonathan had talked about, used to facing a lot better competition.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Grade 1 company in North America is the toughest company you can compete in, and he wasn't far away from a horse like Spirit of St. Louis.
Yeah.
Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables. Flavien Prat, it's redistricting. Easy win at 1 to 5 in the Monmouth Stakes on Haskell Preview Day. Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Welcome back to the program, and a very popular winner here in the Monmouth Stakes for Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables. It was redistricting, and please be joined by the winning rider, taking no prisoners, Flavien Prat, and changing things up. A horse that hadn't been on the lead ever before. You said, I'm not on the best horse. Why don't I just take this race to everyone early?
Yeah, I mean, I always thought, if the occasion would present himself, I think he would love to be on the lead, and I thought today was the right day to do it.
And Flavien, we'll see you on Bishop's Bay next in the Salvatore Mile. A horse that is so game. Speed pretty good today. You have an outside post. How are you going to play things?
Yeah, it's a good draw. He's usually good out of the gate and get himself forwardly placed. So, yeah, obviously we'll hopefully get somewhere close.
He fights for it too, right?
Yeah, he's a very brave horse. He's game.
Well, best of luck and congrats here.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Flavien Prat in town to ride, well, some pretty short favorites in these stake races coming up. Greg?
Yeah, a little bit shockingly beat on one of them. Comes through here. Easy time, I think, with redistricting and Bishop's Bay, who she just touched on. Pratt will ride there, has opened up, by the way, at 1-5.
Yeah, and I think Bishop's Bay is going to be even as tough to beat as redistricting was on this day, but no doubt about your winner. I thought Otago ran a gallant second, but just no match.
Yeah, second best, but got a good trip and backed up his big effort in the cliffhanger last time. Flavien's agent does a good job. You get your jock on this many short price favorites, that's your agent working.
Yeah. 3 1-5s in 3 big stakes races on Haskell Preview Day. Yeah, you're living the good life. But he's earned it because he is that good. Reigning Eclipse Award winning rider, in demand, of course, and he'll be on, 1-5, Bishop's Bay for the Brad Cox barn. Will break from the outside post, comes off 3 consecutive wins.
This horse is so consistent. I mean, never out of the exacta. A head away from 5 wins since coming back off a little bit of a layoff. Going to be really tough to beat.
Can anyone pose a threat in this spot? Tuscan Sky, Frankie Pennington, his mount scratched. He'll get the pickup mount here for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, and listen, Frankie Pennington, terrific rider. He's led at Parks, the Mid-Atlantic for years, and now splitting up double duty, riding at Parks, riding here at Monmouth. And it's a smart thing. You've got to broaden your horizons as a rider. You can't get stagnant and stay in one spot too long. Speed's good. Bishop's Bay's got speed. Listen, I was trying to figure out a way to beat him with redistricting. I think I might have learned my lesson, guys.
Yeah, this horse is going to be forward too. Outside post, not a concern with the speed he has?
I don't think so. He's pretty quick.
I don't think so. And I'll say this. I think Tuscan Sky with Frankie is the only horse that has a shot to beat this horse.
Could be another 1-5 here. Coming up, Grade 3 Salvatore Mile. As we shift gears back to South Ozone Park, New York, 9 minutes away from this 8th race coming up. 7/8 of a mile. In this claiming race, non-winners at 2 lifetime. 7/8 of a mile, 3-2 favorite. As the 9. McCaw, Linda Rice, and Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard here, Andy.
Yeah, I think McCaw is the horse to beat in this race. He should be in a reasonable stalking spot. And I always feel like it's an interesting thing when Linda Rice has 2 entered and Trade and Balance, the 7, looked to be the stronger of the 2. She scratches Trade and Balance and she runs McCaw. It's probably a good sign. And thought was a little bit compromised by the racetrack, which was very much carrying the winner along last time out, has a good outside post. And, I mean, it's hard to be overly in love with anybody in here, and he's not much of a price, but I do think he's the horse to beat.
A short number from that outside slot. Meanwhile, the 2, Diabolico, Jenna Antonucci barn, will have Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard, and that horse had a win for maiden 22 back. First try at this level, got beat a length, ran 3rd.
Yeah, I have no interest in Diabolical and wish I could book him at 7-2 instead of betting him.
Meanwhile, Prince of Truth, 9-2, Andy. Blinkers coming off. Romero Mirage.
He's the overlay in the race.
In the irons.
He's the overlay in the race. If you can ignore the trainer who, he's won a few races this year. He's obviously not a trainer, wins a lot of races. But the reality is that from a speed figure standpoint, he's held his form since being claimed away from Linda Rice, and dropping back to the level that he ran second at 3 back makes him very dangerous in here. And even though he finished second at 3 to 5 that day, the horse who beat him was Lone Speed, and that track was very kind to Speed. So think about him being 3 to 5 in that race and 9 to 2 in this field. To me, he's the overlay in the race, and while I picked him second, he's inviting at that price.
And he's been competitive against better company for a lot of his races. Here's Brave Bear, 5 to 1. Mitchell Friedman barn, and was forward last start at 6.5 furlongs, got beat a half length.
And I imagine with Ruben, he'll be forward again today. In fact, he could be the main speed, which makes him a little more appealing. I don't like the race he comes out of. That's why I don't like Diabolical, and that's why I don't particularly like him. But given this field overall, to suggest he can't win would be silly, and I think I'd rather take 5 to 1 on him than 7 to 2 on Diabolical. But for me, it's basically the 9 and the 6.
3 to 2 favorite, McCaw, Linda Rice barn, Kendra Carmouche already with a couple today. We'll see if we can pick up another on the favorite as we're approaching the 5-minute mark to post here in the 8th.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
It's the biggest day of the year at Meadows Racing. Saturday, July 26th is the Delvin Miller Adios Pace for the Orchid, starting at 11:45 a.m. Come out to Hollywood Casino at the Meadows in Washington, PA, and experience the thrill, the speed, and your chance to win big on Adios Day. Bring your bets, feel the roar of the crowd and the power of the pace. The Adios is coming. Get all the details at meadowsharnessracing.com.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at NYRA.com/Saratoga. Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today. Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2 post-parade for this 8th Belmont at the Big A. We start with Messi the Magician, 19 to 1.
Just feels like his form has been kind of falling apart a little bit, but frankly, at that price, I can think of worse horses to throw in, maybe the 3rd or 4th slot.
7 to 2 is the third choice on the board. Diabolico for Jenna Antonucci.
He is in pretty good form. It does worry me, though, that he doesn't have much speed in here. I prefer others, but I understand why he has backers.
Well, Zuvio put it all together last start, but would seemingly need to improve quite a bit.
Yeah, beating Run and More isn't going to get him the winner's circle here.
There's Macville with Jose Gomez.
Finished right behind both the 8 and the 2 last time.
Rudy Rodriguez shaking the bell.
You know, he's not, I don't love the rider, to be honest with you, but he's got races that give him a chance to get a piece.
Price has come down on Prince of Truth.
I agree. Now at 3 to 1 versus 9 to 5, I prefer the 9.
There's Brave Bear, Ruben Silvera.
Could be the speed.
And the favorite, Macaw, from the outside for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I like McCaw, as I said before. Linda left in the one that looks like the weaker of the 2, and I think gets the right stalking trip and is the worst to beat, as the public is suggesting.
There in the background, Diabolico. And let's look back to the most recent effort back on May the 24th. Macville, Brave Bear in this race as well.
Right, Brave Bear, Diabolico, and Macville ran 2, 3, 4 in here. And to me, the one you would want out of this group would be Brave Bear because he's more forward. Now, I'm not particularly enamored with any of them, and I don't really like this race that they're coming out of. And that's one of the reasons I'm more focused on the 9 and 6, who everybody else is focused on as well. But I just didn't like this race. But if I had to take somebody out of here, I would take the speed of Brave Bear, especially at 5-1.
And Brave Bear, we haven't really seen him as a send and go to the lead type runner, but he did last time out. And that was on a cutback out of a mile and a 16th race on the grass.
Right, but we do know Ruben Silvera likes to be aggressive. We've seen him be aggressive, and based on his last race, he's the speed. Now, that doesn't mean he'll be the speed again, because Macville, inside of him, who was with him last time, could also be forward. I'm not sure why Macville is almost 20-1, and the 2 is 7-2, and the 8 is 5-1. Maybe of the 3, if you like somebody, if you like one of those 2, maybe you're supposed to be giving another look to Macville. Not a big fan of Macville's chances, but I can understand at that price, maybe him being a relative overlay.
Yeah, Paul, this horse, Macville, being completely ignored on the board right now.
And I actually thought he had an outside chance. I agree with Andy. I don't think you want to really take anybody out of that race, but I think he kind of moves up a little bit on a sloppy surface, and it seems like he's getting into better and better form. So at 15-1, I'm not saying he could be a win candidate, but I'm along with Andy. I think the horse should be around 12-10-1, and could definitely hit the board in here.
Do you agree with Andy, too, of this 9 Macaw deserving to see at the price he's at right now?
Well, yeah, gets the great draw with Kendrick Carmouche, cuts back in distance. Really the only horse in here that is cutting back in distance besides the 3 Vesuvio, a big long shot. And that to me is the key, getting that cozy outside draw, definitely the one to beat.
Kendrick Carmouche look for his 3rd this afternoon coming up. And we'll load here shortly. Diabolico, were you sort of against this one as well?
Kind of against, but I can understand, this horse is consistent. So I think the public's looking at this horse going, okay, a 3rd, a 1st, a 2nd, where a lot of these horses are a little wish-washy what you're going to get.
That's 6 we talked about, too, and Andy had brought it up. And this horse had faced, for the most part, a better company than what he's dealing with in here. He was in for 17-5 non-winners at 2 a few starts back, beat it 3-5, but probably an excuse that day.
Yeah, there was an excuse that day. It was really, really wide on one of the efforts. The time before that, 3 starts went claim for Linda Rice. Good effort. Now, this horse taking the blinkers off cannot be too far back from this field. Can't get too far detached.
Maybe he's the alternative at 7-2 with Romero Mirage on that 6 Prince of Truth. 8-5 favorite, though. Linda Rice Barn, Macaw. But that man right there, Kendrick Carmouche, looking for his 3rd on this Saturday afternoon. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
All set. And they're off. Heart sent is Macville from In Between Horses, wants to be on the early kick, and there's Macville challenged towards the inside by Messy the Magician. Diabolico is joining that early mix too. They're 3 across the racetrack and tightly bunched. Brave Bear from the outside is now crossing over, makes it 4 across the track in the early stages. Just behind them, that's Shaking the Bell, who moves towards the outside, didn't like the kickback, and Macaw's to the outside of that rival, well out in the far outside. Second to last, Prince of Truth, having a hard time keeping up right now with the trailer. Vesuvio, 22.60 for that opening quarter mile, the leader. At the inside, that's Messy the Magician. Messy the Magician with Diabolico is chasing from 2nd. Right there in 3rd is Macville. Losing some ground, that was Brave Bear, is trying to rally on towards the outside. Just in behind that leading group, Macaw. Kendrick Carmouche is looking for a seam, is in 4th. Still in hand, is waiting for a seam to run through. Far back to the rest as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. They went 45.63 for a half mile time. Macaw still travels well, tips towards the outside. The leader is Messy the Magician. Diabolico is right there. Here comes the run from Macaw, if good enough. To the outside there comes Macville. Brave Bear is not out of this either. They are lined up here as they are inside that final furlong, and Macaw is sprinting in front. Macaw is up by 2. Brave Bear, his game, has taken 2nd. Macaw, Kendrick with another one. Kendrick Carmouche wins another one. Linda Rice with another training victory. That was Macaw over Brave Bear. Diabolico and Macville in 1 minute 22 and 4.
McCaw just too good for this group, and a big Saturday afternoon continues for Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, it was just McCaw over the top three finishers, or the second, third place finishers of their last race, Brave Bear, Macville, and the 2-horse in here. But no doubt about McCaw carved out a really good trip. You know, the 4 kind of lapped onto him, but when the 2 put the 1 away, McCaw just much the best. Good call there by Andy. Gets the job done. Brave Bear runs up for second. You know, it kind of looked like 9-8-2, and the 4 we thought could maybe hit the board, checked in for it.
So McCaw, 2 wins now, last 3 starts. Been a nice claim for Linda Rice. Claimed, immediately put into the winner's circle, now wins again for the barn. 3 wins Saturday afternoon for Kendrick Carmouche. It's the favorite in the 8th. Belmont at the Big A. Wins at 9-5. I'm going to sign off. Maggie Wolfendale stepping in for me on the desk. Grade 3 Salvatore Mile to come when we return to Oceanport.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime, with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on FS2. Maggie Wolfendale stepping in for Greg Wolf, who is a superstar to host 4 straight hours. We're here with Paul LaDuca. As Paulie, we are getting set for the graded stakes portion of this Monmouth card. It's a grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Yeah, and a good field lined up here too as well. As you can see, we're going to go through the post parade, and that starts with a 2 trademark for Victoria Oliver, who's other runner who ran earlier today was magnificent at Bracket Buster.
Yeah, taking down the Pegasus. We'll see if Vicky can get 2 winners as Tuscan Sky. He'll be coming up next. And Frankie Pennington picking up the mount here for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, and Rapoli Stable, I thought the one that could give Bishop Bay a little bit to handle.
There's number 5, Surface to Air.
Yeah, and another horse that's in really good form and gets Sammy Moran in the irons.
Possibly applying pressure to the favorite is number 7, Nelson Avenue. Does have speed.
Does have that muddy racetrack race where he just ran off the screen too as well.
That's true. Is number 8, Awesome Ruta, named for a friend of ours.
Yeah, Anthony Ruta, the assistant basketball coach at USC, used to be at Arkansas. This horse likes the slop, so at 26-1, he could hit the board. And here's your heavy favorite here, Bishop's Bay. Maggie, he's really done nothing wrong.
He really has not. As you mentioned, never worse than second. And what I love about him is he's just such a gamer. He is a horse that fights for it and guts it out to the wire. We'll see if he gets any pressure from the inside, as he will be looking for the lead out of the gate. And I am trying not to look like a sheepdog. Being out in the rain all day is not good for one's hair, Paul.
I know. Listen, I've been having trouble too. You got to put aqua
You looking
net.
fresh though with the cut.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I got taken care of by Mary.
Mary?
Yeah, Mary
Nice.
gave me the fade. She said, listen, you need a fade. And so I said, okay. It was in Freehold, right by where I'm staying, and she did a phenomenal job. I got to give her some props.
Yeah, well done, Mary. As we need, Richie and I, we've all kind of done a merry-go-round here. Richie's now downstairs. Of course, Meg, when it stopped raining, you get to go outside. But tell us about this field for the Salvatore Mile.
Seems like I get lucky like that a lot. And Maggie, to be honest, I do feel bad when you get the brunt of the weather. So my apologies there. We're going to start with the 5 surface to air. You know, looking at horses, we look at them from a physical perspective. The 2 that stood out were the 5 surface to air and the 9 Bishop's Bay. Now, Bishop's Bay obviously makes the most sense on paper, and he looks fantastic. But I would be remiss not to mention surface to air. He just looks too good. He's dappled out. He doesn't always get out of the gate as cleanly as you would like, but I think he's in pretty good form. He gets Sammy Marin, and I just I was struck by how good he looked from the physical perspective. The 9 Bishop's Bay, he checks both boxes. He looks like he's best on paper. Like most Brad Cox runners, could not look any better. And just what you said, Maggie, he's a fighter. He's a horse that wants it. If he gets into a battle, you know he is going to show up and give it everything he has. Now, I do think he has some speed signed on to his inside, right? The 7 Nelson Avenue coming out of a very sharp pace 7/8 race to Aqueduct, where he was in front, and he usually flashes good speed, as well as the 8 Awesome Ruta, who's coming out of a 5.5 furlong race where he was chasing the pace. And usually when they stretch out to the mile distance, very short run of the first turn here at Monmouth Park when they race a mile, I think both of these horses got to come out running. And I think that relegates Bishop's Bay to a stalking position just off their hip. But he's so well posted, even if he's a little bit wide, he just looks like the best horse on paper, guys.
It's going to be tough to get around Bishop's Bay. Richie, thank you for that. And looking at this field, we were just discussing a long shot in here, and Mig mentioned him, Awesome Ruta, in that he's a horse that definitely doesn't mind the wet track and should be forward here.
I think he's actually moves up on a wet track. I've mentioned this before. In the Risen Star, he was 223 to 1 in Sierra Leone, Catching Freedom. Obviously, Sierra Leone, who won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He almost got to the head of that group at the top of the lane. So I do think he likes a wet racetrack. 28 to 1, I think he could pick up the pieces in here. The 7 is interesting to me. This horse has been working at Saratoga for Jorge Abreu, put in some really good works, and picks this spot. Horse is 3 for 6 over a wet racetrack. Maybe has some speed to keep the 9 company early.
It's an interesting trainer change as well. I do think TT does a fabulous job, and as you mentioned, working up in Saratoga, maybe a change of scenery for this horse. I was watching him on the screen when Richie was talking. Looks as though he's moving beautifully, and like you said, his wet track form is phenomenal.
Phenomenal. And it seems like horses that, besides Winstock, with that freaky effort against that group, it seems like everybody that's been forwardly placed has been really good. Now,
at both racetracks,
yes,
yeah.
It's going to be tough to beat the 9 in here. You look at the 7, there is one race there that can beat the 9.
There is, and that was at Parks. I'll say in that Blitzen Stakes, that day it felt as though, like today, you wanted to be on the lead.
End,
I'm hoping, Sammy Camacho has done his homework and knows that I think this horse's biggest weapon in the face of the 1-2 favorite is his speed.
And I think you're at the point where, I think Flavian Pride has enough confidence in the 9 where if somebody goes to front, he'll lay off, and maybe the 7 can catch him sleeping.
Now, how about a little deja vu for number 3, Tuscan Sky, who's your current second choice at 3-1. It was just last year on this weekend that he was winning the Pegasus, and he posted a 99 buyer. Definitely the best effort today. It was a funny race that day. Wasn't it where they all kind of lined up around across the racetrack?
Yeah.
There was like 5 or 6 of them vying for the lead early.
Yeah, there was. And here's another horse, Tuscan Sky. 3 wins total, 2 of them over a wet racetrack. Another horse that, does he need the lead, Maggie, or can he rate a little bit from off the pace?
Yeah, that's true. That's an interesting point because I don't think he is as naturally fast as the, the 7 and 9 in here.
True. Maybe the flat mile, he'll be able to show a little bit of close. I mean, I know it's a 2-turn mile. He's interesting because he's good on the wet track. So, I mean, looking at 3, 7, 9 in here, obviously with the 9 the horse to beat, I would try to get the 8 into the triple.
All right, at 28-1, I'm sure we'll be rooting for Awesome Ruda to complete that try. And Dan Ward, he said to me after the Pegasus, where his long shot ran second, he said, "You're going to be talking to me later." So I think he might have.
That horse ran giant too in the
awesome
Pegasus.
Ruda.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously with the racetrack, but hey, with a New Jersey bred to run second.
Exactly.
And
Wild and Crazy Night is a Jersey bred, right?
Yeah. As they head into line for our first greatest stakes here on the program, it's FS2, America's Day at the Races, and this is the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile. Heavy favorite on the outside at 2-5. Bishop's Bay, never worse than second in his career. He'll go out for Brad Cox and Flavian Pratt, and will head up to Matt Dinnerman, who will bring you the call.
2 back, Awesome Ruda in Bishop's Bay. Awesome Ruda goes in, and Bishop's Bay to the outside post. Your heavy favorite, Flavian Pratt, looking for a stakes double. We're ready to go in the Salvatore Mile. And Laroff, Tuscan Sky, got squeezed a little bit coming out of there and drops to the back of the pack and is hard ridden in the early stages, drops to the rear and is detached from the rest, Tuscan Sky, as they go into the first turn run here. Nelson Avenue clearing off on the lead. Bishop's Bay stalking the pace early, taking the second position away from Trademark, who's on a stronghold, running in third, now more relaxed in that third spot. Awesome Ruda joins him. Gap of 2 to Surface to Air, and 3 more to Tuscan Sky, who gets into a better rhythm. He's at the rear, though. We'll have to pass them all and make up 6 lengths and 5 furlongs. Down the backstretch, Bishop's Bay confronting Nelson Avenue on the lead, and these two are head-and-head with 5 furlongs to travel. Lengthen a tail back to Awesome Ruda and Trademark to the inside. Another 2 lengths to Surface to Air and 2.5 more to Tuscan Sky. Frankie Pennington starting to get to work aboard him again as they're halfway home. Nelson Avenue, Bishop's Bay, both galloping in a good stride going into the 4-turn run. Space of 2. Trademark finds himself between horses. Surface to Air attempts to get closer on the rail. Awesome Ruda sent along 3 wide, clearly into third, coming after the top pair. Surface to Air, Trademark, both under pressure, and Tuscan Sky is at the back, did not pick up his feet today, just like last year in the Haskell, top of the lane, and Bishop's Bay puts away Nelson Avenue right now, getting to the fence and opens up, extends stride, and kicks onto a 3-length lead at once. Nelson Avenue, second. Awesome Ruda, a little bit tired in third, passed by Surface to Air late. Bishop's Bay coming to the 16th pole, he's got it. And how consistent is this guy? Bishop's Bay, all he does is run well every time he shows up in the afternoon, and he's another Grade 3 win here for him in the Salvatore Mile. Nelson Avenue, second. Surface to Air, third. Awesome Ruda, fourth.
Bishop's Bay backs up his Grade 3 Westchester win with a win here in this Grade 3 Salvatore Mile. And Paul, he increases his record to 7 wins from 10 career starts.
Yeah, back-to-back Grade 3 wins, and I would think they're going to go for a little bit more. But yeah, what a consistent horse. 7, Nelson Avenue ran his heart out here for second. 9.75, and Awesome Ruda, the big long shot, does run fourth. Out of the gate, the 3 Tuscan Sky just was not having anything of it, and seemed like he didn't like any of the dirt as well, but Bishop's Bay, no problem.
Yeah, and as you heard Matt Dinnerman say, when he ran in the Pegasus or the Haskell, he just was spinning his wheels, and that's exactly what he's doing. He feels like a horse that needs to be forward without anything in his face to be successful.
Yeah, and it's just like he broke bad, and then the race was kind of over. The way this racetrack has been playing, you just got to be forwardly placed, and just an unfortunate break for the 3 Tuscan Sky.
And jockey Flavien Prat going back-to-back here on this stakes portion of the Monmouth card. He's going to get his picture taken today again with Bishop's Bay. Stay tuned for more prices and reactions after this.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramonti's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, joined once again by Flavien Prat. And Flavien, a nice day riding some very live horses. But Bishop's Bay, he was good today, really kind of asserted himself through the stretch.
Yeah, he's a cool horse. He always show up. He's very straightforward. I love what he's doing, and yeah, he's getting better and better each race.
Now, I was at Oaklawn when you picked up them out there and rode him, and I thought he might have a little bit of a tendency to wait on horses a touch, but I didn't see that so much today.
No, today it was actually good. I asked him to run, and he, on his own, lay down and you know, stretch his legs nicely, so it was good.
And he's a horse that puts you in the race. I mean, natural speed. I guess you assume that the 2 horses coming out of sprints might show some speed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, he doesn't need the lead, but he's so good out of the gate. He's very athletic, so you know, you can always take advantage of that. And then after that, from there, he was in cruise control.
Well, it looked like an easy time of it. Congratulations. And guys, but, oh, wait, you know what? I'm sorry, one more question. You were throwing out some T-shirts there. You had some good form. How's your arm feel?
Good. So far, so good.
Throwing out a lot of T-shirts, guys.
You know, if you're throwing out T-shirts, you're doing something right here at Monmouth. And Richie, great job as always. Paul, the people here love the T-shirt toss. They get really amped for it.
Oh, you don't? Yeah, this is something that's special. I had a lady last week that didn't get a T-shirt, and I think she followed me around.
Were you throwing them out? I'd love to see you throw them out.
No, I don't want to throw them out because I'll end up starting pegging people with them. But yeah, the jockeys throw out. They have great giveaways here. They give away some hats today, sweatshirt. But the winning jockey gets to throw out all the time, and it's actually pretty funny.
It really is.
Yeah.
And Flavian, Axel Concepcion, they're really getting their throwing arms in today as we still have 2 more races at Belmont at the Big A as you are taking a look at horses in the paddock and the entry currently favorite that does include Enigmatic and Yo Levin.
Yeah, they're ones to beat in here, the 1 and the 1A. I also think the 11 is going to get played in here as well. I think he's got a big shot.
All right, more on this race after the break. Here you're watching America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
To the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth, then the chosen front. Elite Power to the front at the 60-pole. Godite is second, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission on Thursday, July 17th. Live racing coverage continues here on America's Day at the Races as horses are hitting the track for today's 9th race. Belmont at the Big A. This one off the turf and will be contested over the sloppy surface going a mile, and we'll kick off the post parade here, Paul, with Enigmatic, a horse that is part of that favored duo.
Yeah, this horse brings speed to the party. A filly by West Coast, 1 for 13 lifetime.
There is Michelle Nevin's other horse in here, the 1A, Yo Levin.
I know you like to go to the craps table. I like to take Maggie to the craps table and yell, Yo 11. We'd be hitting all night.
I've only done it once. Stamp of approval. We'll have Javier Castellano aboard.
The interesting horse in here, I think staying on the dirt, not a bad effort, couple efforts.
As number 4, Lucky for You, but actually taking money with the off the turf scenario.
Yeah, it does have some good turf efforts. I think that's a little too low.
Here's number 5, Saucy 6.
This is my long shot here with Emily Ellingwood. Just to hit the board here at a big price, 1 for 21 lifetime. But I think the horse's best efforts has been in the slot.
I'll let you get a little more detail about that one. Is number 7, Turf Rocket for Mike Trombetta.
Does have an off the race at Sloppy Race Saratoga. Didn't run awful that day.
I feel like she's just wrong, named wrong for this scenario. Looking for Ginny. We'll go first out for Jorge Abreu off the trainer change.
I think a player in here getting played too at 4 to 1.
Love You, Miss You, Mean It is number 10. She broke her maiden on the turf. Never stepped foot on a dirt track.
Yeah, you know what? She's got a little bit of dirt pedigree, but it's really tough to endorse her.
And the only horse entered as an MTO, currently sitting at 3-1 co-favoritism with Royal Bobby.
And guess who trains? It's Linda Rice. She always finds these MTOs, and this is a horse that's been not a good gate horse, so I don't know if the complete outside draw is the best.
All right, taking a look at Enigmatic here as she is off the claim for Michelle Nevin, takes a step up in class. She was picked up for 16,000 back in early March, given her the time. Does that result in a win for a filly who definitely has more dirt form than turf?
Yeah, she's been the favorite. She's spent a lot of money where she's been the favorite, 5-6 times, at least the bettor's money. But her one race was an off-the-turf event where she went gate to wire. Now, I think she's going to have to employ those same tactics. Is she fast enough today? We'll see, because there's some other horses. I think the 4 is getting played, Maggie, because the 4 has a little bit of early speed. But does that horse have the same kind of speed that the 1 has? Because the 1A, the other part of the entry is going to be launching from out of it.
Right, and lucky for you, winning an off-the-turf mile and 3/16 race. It's a little different going the one-turn mile, as here is number 8 looking for Ginny, as we just saw a trainer change, a similar trainer change here at Monmouth in the Salvatore Mile. Nelson Avenue running second. Here's looking for Ginny doing the same thing.
Yeah, and if you look at Ginny's 4 back, I know 1 for 14, but that was a pretty good effort. One of her best numbers she ever had over a sloppy racetrack. Then she got beat by Yo 11. 4-1, I don't know about that. I mean, I want a little bit more maybe than 4-1.
Now to the former Jorge Abreu trainee, that's number 11, Royal Bobby. Paul, she cannot get out of the gate.
No, I mean, listen, she was declared a non-starter in her first start. Then she didn't get out last time. I can't believe she won. But when you draw the 11 hole, you know this more than anything. If she does break, she might break to the outside, to open space. If she gets left, now she's on the outside of the racetrack. Can she win this race? Definitely, but I just don't know at 3-1.
I mean, being on the outside with a horse who gets away slowly is probably maybe a little bit better than drawing the 1 hole, because then it gives you some options, and you're not likely to get as much dirt kicked in your face being out there. But again, she's hard to take at a short price. I agree with you. All right, make your case for 31-1 shot. Number 5 in here, Saucy 6.
Well, if you look at Saucy 6, his race on a sloppy racetrack after being on the turf, it was the 40-2, not a bad effort. And then around 2 turns last time at 80-something to 1, I was on the turf. Not bad. And the dirt efforts aren't that far off the rest of this field. 64, 61, 61. You look at the rest of this field on dirt. Okay, look at the 8. The 8's highest buyer is 64. The 5's got like 6 or 7 of those. So at 33-1, I think the horse is worth a look.
Looks good on the racetrack for Rachel Keithan as well. And just need to make correction with our graphics. Ricardo Santana on Lucky for You, which, lucky for this horse, at least he's aggressive.
That is true. That's a big rider change. You're right. This horse coming out of a mile and 3/16 race is going to need some giddy up out of the gate. But a filly, by looking at Lucky, maybe, the light bulb turned on last time out. If this was the May 23rd replay, if this was in maiden special weight at least, she got the job done.
Now, we've seen Kendrick Carmouche get 3 wins, and Ricardo's looking for his 3rd win here with her, right?
He's been riding great.
Ricardo
really has. He just missed early in the car. He's got a couple seconds, too, as well. You can see she swapped back to her wrong lead there late, but she's able to get the job done.
Yeah, still looking a little bit green, although that was her 11th career start, and, lucky for you. Jesus Romero, definitely not a household name, but I'll tell you what, all of his horses, whenever they're brought over, just look the part. He takes really good care of them. They're well conditioned. They're very healthy looking. So his horses always do kind of take my eye a bit. So we'll see if Lucky for You can back up that performance, albeit going the 2-turn mile and 3/16 last time out. She's currently 7-1. And honestly, it's the first time I'm seeing the Aqueduct feed. I've been listening to it in my head all day, but you mentioned just being forward is a premium.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, we've seen one, if you're just joining us, we had a horse, Winstock, that just came from way out of it and was much the best. But other than that, it seems like horses that have been laying 1-2 have been running around the racetrack, unless they just go crazy on the front end, and it just seems like that. Now, the 11, the racetrack's kind of playing against the 11. 11 has to get out of the gate, and that's why I kind of looked at some other horses in here.
All right. Well, best of luck to you here with hopefully getting some of those long shots home, like number 5, Saucy 6. And do you know anything about this rider?
Emily Ellingwood? Yeah, she was riding over in California for a little while. She can handle a horse. I think she's coming back off injury. This is only her second mount of 2025.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, best of luck to her. Girl power on number 5, Saucy 6, as they head into line for the penultimate race from Belmont at the Big A. And we head up to Chris Griffin for your call.
Royal Bobby to the outside. Royal Bobby just behind the gate here. Goes in. All set. A little unsettled there was the 11. And they're off. Good speed from Enigmatic in the orange silks is right out towards the front. Turf Rocket wants to be in the early mix, is now in behind horses. As here comes Luck for You and At the Rail, that's Stamp of Approval. Enigmatic and Stamp of Approval. They're going to be 1-2 as they get set to come out of the chute. Looks like Enigmatic wants to stalk the pace setter, as At the Rail Stamp of Approval is a neck in front. Back there in third comes Luck for You, is towards the outside of Turf Rocket. Then in behind them, that's the 11, who's alone in fifth. At the rail, red cap is Saucy 6, who's in the 6th position. Out wider comes Royal Bobby, the 2 at the back, looking for Ginny with the trailer. Love You, Miss You, Mean It. 22.77 for the opening quarter mile. The leader is Stamp of Approval, doing it easily. Stamp of Approval with mild pressure to the outside here from Enigmatic. Turf Rocket is in pursuit, is right there in third and moves in closer, just right in behind the leaders. Underdrive is Luck for You, is trying to keep up, making hard work of it outside. Here comes a rally from Yo 11. At the rail, moving forward is Saucy 6. Closers are starting to move in on this leader, who's had an easy time of it in Stamp of Approval. Yo 11 towards the outside. Turf Rocket is starting to rally on, and Turf Rocket to the outside of Stamp of Approval. Saucy 6 tipped to the outside too. It is Stamp of Approval trying to chase this leader as Turf Rocket. The one making up some ground is Saucy 6, but Stamp of Approval is now 4 lengths in front. Inside the final furlong, Stamp of Approval with a big shot, long shot chasing, but inside the final 16th. Stamp of Approval. Javier Castellano wins this one in front-running style. Saucy 6 was second, then came a late rally there, looking for Ginny, followed by Luck for You in 1 minute 36.26 seconds.
Heck of a ride from the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, as he saw Enigmatic going out there with Romero Mirage. He said, no, thanks, I'll take the lead. And then really that's what got Stamp of Approval home. But well done you. Well done, Emily Ellingwood. Yeah. With number 5, the long shot, Saucy 6, rallying well to be second.
She kind of stayed on the rail and did a good job. But you made a good point. The one tried to take the initiative, and Javier, knowing the racetrack, said, no, this is not going to happen. I'm going to go to the front end. Went on with it. The 5 was the only one that really kind of ran on. Clear second. Is that the 8? 8 was third. So you get a nice little trifecta here. And, you know, the 1 and the 11. The 11 was just not a good play against the racetrack today.
100%. Well done there, as we have a post parade for you at Monmouth Park. It is for the Grade 3 Eaton Town Stakes. Will be contested on the 16th over the good turf course. And we kick things off with Maggie Go.
I know. This is got to be your horse, right? I mean, listen, Flavian Pratt
My
looking
South
for
American sister.
For another one, yeah.
Number 2, 5 Towns, the British Spread.
I think this horse got a big shot here today for Grand Motion.
Here is Ozara from Miguel Clement.
Yeah, Miguel Clement here and Samuel Marin hook up. This Lope de Vega, they are runners, 5 for 10 lifetime.
Here is Damaso, a horse that Kathleen O'Connell sends out. Had a win here, I feel like last year. Ran third.
Yeah, ran third last year. And then the 7, I don't know what to do with this horse. The other Chad Brown, Whiskey Decision from Arnell Delacour, who's a very good conditioner. This filly by Into Mischief. Another horse that was training up at Saratoga.
Yeah, that is true. We'll see if that Saratoga water helps her chances. She sits at 7-2, but 8-5 with Chad Brown bookending the field, and Flavien Prat looking for his third in a row. Mig, what can you tell us about the Argentinian import here? And I promise I had nothing to do with this name.
I'll get to her, Maggie. We'll start with the three, and then we'll go on to the Chad Browns. We'll start with Ozara for Miguel Clement. Not as much given the course as I anticipated watching the Monmouth Stakes earlier, but I still think there is some give. And Ozara's just got that smaller frame, very, very sinewy kind of build, and just really well turned out. I think she's really going to relish the conditions. She's extremely well turned out, dappled out, looks fantastic. Really like everything I'm seeing from her. The 7 Whiskey Decision, it's a Chad Brown runner. You expect them to look good. It feels like she's going to have to find a little bit more in the throttle to be competitive here. But that brings me to the one, Maggie Go. This is a stunning filly. Now, for people that don't know, she is bred in the Southern Hemisphere. She's an Argentine bred. But she's actually an early foal. Their breeding season's opposite to ours. Their foals usually are born later in the summer, August, September, October, but January 1st, they turn a year older. This filly is a 4-year-old filly that actually won't be 4 for another month. She was born in July, which is an early foal for that breeding season. Look at her warm up. She is coiled up like a spring waiting to be released. I love the way she carries herself. So much class, so attractive. I'm just taken with her. She's already a multiple Grade 1 placed horse, a Group 2 winner, and she looks fit and ready to go for a filly that, like I said, it technically won't be a 4 until July. She checks the boxes. Boy, what an attractive filly this is.
Meg, as you were talking, Paulie and I drooling over as well. She is gorgeous, but it's an interesting factor that Meg brings up with the age difference. And you were asking me as well, and I was like, I'm not exactly sure. So I'm glad Meg brought it up, where she is giving away age to some of her rivals here. Yeah,
the Southern Hemisphere horses, like Meg said, their breeding season's in July, so she doesn't really truly turn 4. My God, she looked tremendous. These horses from Argentina, they don't run for a ton of money. Now, Ron McAnally, he plucked Candy Ride out of Argentina, and that ended up being obviously a lineage that's lived on here in North America. So you can get some horses out of there that can flat out run. You usually see more dirt runners, but the turf runners are pretty good too.
Would you say that Candy Ride has been the most lucrative and successful import to America from anywhere that we've ever seen?
I would say so, considering he didn't pass the vet for 4 people.
Wow.
I know that Coach Patino, if you're watching this, that him and Mr. Zito went over there to look at the horse, did not pass the vet. Ron McAnally went over there, did not pass the vet. McAnally said, I'll take the horse anyway. He just remember the way he moved. Even Twirling Candy, a son of his, had that Seattle Slew movement, so a lot of people didn't really like that going in, but man, he turned out to be what a racehorse and a sire.
At least of this generation, I would say he's been one of the best imports that we've seen. Meg, any thoughts on that?
Well, guys, I just wanted to get back briefly to Maggie Go as they're getting ready to line up at the starting gate. She's run 6 furlongs twice, 7 furlongs, then onto a mile. Now she gets a mile and a 16th. And the comments, and I didn't have the benefit of being able to watch her replays, but full of run, finished well. So it feels like she'll be lurking from off the pace. I don't see a tremendous amount of speed signed on here. I thought the 6, Damaso, who I feel like maybe not quite good enough, is the main speed. I was just curious to how you guys saw this pace playing out, from a scenario standpoint.
That's a very good point. I do think Damaso will be in front here. And while we saw redistricting win on the front end, Paul, I don't think, at least early on the card, we saw closers primarily on the rail. I feel it's more of a path thing than a speed thing with the turf course.
I'm kind of with you. I think Damaso goes to front end. I think the 3's the one that sits that Candy trip. Ozaro in these Lope de Vegas like a little cut in the ground.
And that's what Richie was saying as they are all in line for this Grade 3 Eaton Town. Matt Dinnerman has your call.
Here you go. And we're off in the Eaton Town Stakes. Ozara broke sharply from the inside. Maggie Go a little bit quicker. She's going to stride in front. Maggie Go getting off the fence just a little bit. Now back to the rail. Leads the way by about a length here. Now it's a half length from Damaso, who's going to apply some heat here. Looks like Maggie Go's on a strong hold to take back off Damaso, and Damaso's going to go on with it. Damaso from the outside getting towards the inside now and opens up a length and a half on Maggie Go, who's got a target to chase ahead of her, running in the second position as they go into the first turn run. So it's going to be Damaso to set the pace. She's a length and a half clear here. In second is Maggie Go. 5 Towns on the outside of Whiskey Decision, who is between horses, and Ozara's down at the rail. The quintet of fillies and mares swing up the backstretch. They're separated by 3 lengths, and Damaso at 29-1 leads the way by a length here. Maggie Go off the fence of the 2-path tracking, and a well-placed spot by Flavian Pratt. She's second. Her stablemate, Whiskey Decision, is third with 5 Towns, and Ozara on restraint at the back on a hold down on the inside of horses, and she's 3 lengths off the lead as they go into the far turn here. Damaso half length in front. Now it's a neck. Maggie Go turning up the pressure as they round the far turn. Length and a half to 5 Towns, patiently ridden from third. Whiskey Decision shown a little more rain, and now on the outside, Ozara's let loose, trying to circle the field here. Gets into third at the top of the stretch. Whiskey Decision, the rail's wide open for her to come through here. Damaso gives way. Maggie Go trying to go with the stablemate Whiskey Decision on the far outside. Ozark battling 5 Towns, not going to get it done. Whiskey Decision in front. Outside it's Ozara. Between them Maggie Go, but Whiskey Decision got through on the inside, and it was the winning move for Sammy Camacho. Whiskey Decision wins the Eaton Town. Maggie goes second for the Chad Brown Exacta, then Ozara, who is third, 5 Towns fourth, and Damaso trailed the field.
Yet again, a winner that scoots up the inside on the turf course. Whiskey Decision. Sammy Camacho, the other Chad Brown, beating her stablemate.
Yeah, he's going to run 1-2 here. What a ride here by Sammy. You can see the 3 had to take the overran route, but the 7 was able to sneak through the rail, and the other Chad Brown, you always want to leave that one off. And look at that horse, hard to pull up in the backstretch. A filly by Into Mischief. You see the low angle look here, Mag. This horse is striding out nice.
Yeah, she really is. She appreciated the give in the ground, to say the least, and Sammy Camacho with a perfectly executed ride. And it was kind of interesting. We saw Maggie Go break with a bunch of speed. So maybe a little bit of a learning curve, process and fitness with her, but still ran credibly to be second.
Yeah, she did, and just Flavian Pratt, he's a magician out of the gate. He can get horses into the race, and he got into the right spot. He wanted to sit outside of the big long shot. He just couldn't put that away, and another horse just went right by him, the other Chad Brown. And, it's going to be interesting what Chad does with this horse, whether he wants to put this horse on dirt. Could be a better dirt horse. We'll see.
All right, well, Chad Brown dominating the turf stakes per usual here, as Whiskey Decision gets the win at 4-1. As we want to thank you guys for joining us here on this Naira Bets Pegasus show. Don't forget, you can catch all the action from Monmouth and Belmont at the Big A here on FS2, 12:30 to 4:30. We saw some great stakes action, as earlier on in New York, it was Ricardo Santana dominating the Cupcoy's Joy for Eddie Barker. And then the Pegasus, well, that was all about Bracket Buster, busting up the competition, winning with his ears pricked for Vicky Oliver, Axel Concepcion. That'll do it for us here. Have a wonderful night.
named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Thursday, July 17th.
4 years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please on advice of the track veterinarian late scratch here in today's 10th. Scratch the 10, Desert Power. Lead scratch. Scratch the 10, Desert Power. Please note, horses will be headed to the racetrack here shortly for today's 10th. Horses step on the track here for today's 10th race. Race 10. Move to the main track. 10th and final is next. Horses are approaching the gate. Get your wagers in now. Approaching the gate for race 10. It's post time. – 10th race field has reached the gate. Horses beginning to move forward. Runners loading. Dominican Thunder goes in. Here's Dead Aim. Mayburn. Cara Dia Mayor. Prince of Dance. Pre-trial statement. Cousin Ed. Motel Patel. Motel Patel. Oath of Omerta. Alzero to the outside. Alzero. Katie Davis aboard. 10th and final to close things out here on this Saturday. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Motel Patel goes right out to the front and sprints clear. Alzero from the far outside is in the early mix too. In between horses, here comes Cousin Ed to join them. That's the top trio. Prince of Dance now emerges from fourth, is right in behind the leaders, and Dead Aim is tightly at the rail in fifth. Follow towards the outside from Oath of Omerta. Now mid-pack is going to be Pre-Trial Statement towards far outside. Trying to run on is Cara Dia Mayor. The two at the back, that's Dominican Thunder with the trailer, Mayburn. Well into the far turn, 22.62 for the opening quarter mile. Motel Patel has been passed. And here towards the outside, it's Cousin Ed. Cousin Ed has put a neck in front, out wider Alzero. Prince of Dance is looking for a seam. Dead Aim is right in behind the leaders too as they reach the top of the stretch. It is now Cousin Ed who's trying to sprint away. Cousin Ed. Alzero continues to chase, diving down towards the inside. Prince of Dance. Motel Patel is dropping back, but opening up with every single stride is Cousin Ed. Here towards the outside, Alzero. Alzero is still picking up late momentum. It's Cousin Ed trying to hold off Alzero. Cousin Ed almost there. Alzero's lunging. Cousin Ed holds on. Cousin Ed over Alzero, Prince of Dance, and Pre-Trial Statement. Final running time, 1 minute 10.65 seconds. Order finish. First the 12, Cousin Ed. Second, the 15, Alzero. Third, the 1, Prince of Dance. And fourth went to the 6, a pretrial statement. 12, 15, 1, 6 in race 10. Running time, 1 minute 10.65. Winner in today's 10th race, the 12, Cousin Ed. He's a 4-year-old gelding bred in New York by Summerfront out of Quiet Ending. Winning owners, Loriello. Winning trainers, Jorge Abreu. The winning jockey, Dylan Davis. Cousin Ed, bred in New York by Sheila Corporation. Exact to $25. The double, $3.12, $39.25. Consolation double there, $3.10. $6.20. Trifecta, $102 even. The superfecta, $1,683.50. And pick 3, $91.50. Constellation pick 3, $15.70. The late pick 4, $148.50. Late pick 5, $1,259.50. Pick 6, 5 out of 6, $58.75. And 6 of 6 return $5,640.50. Final running time was 1 minute 10.65. Thanks for joining us here for our great live racing action here on this Saturday. Thanks for getting involved in the pick 6 this afternoon with that carryover. Back here tomorrow for a Sunday afternoon of racing action to close out the week. First post time tomorrow is 1:10. 9 races on our card tomorrow. We'll see you then with the New York Racing Association Live Racing Belmont at the Big A. Good night. And they're off. Motel Patel goes right out to the front and sprints clear. Alzero from the far outside is in the early mix too. In between horses, here comes Cousin Ed to join them. That's the top trio. Prince of Dance now emerges from 4th, is right in behind the leaders, and Dead Aim is tightly at the rail in 5th. Follow towards the outside from Oath of Omerta. Now mid-pack is going to be pre-trial Statement towards far outside. Trying to run on is Caradia Meor. The 2 at the back, that's Dominican Thunder with the trailer, Mayburn. Well into the far turn, 22.62 for the opening quarter mile. Motel Patel has been passed. And here towards the outside, it's Cousin Ed. Cousin Ed has put a neck in front, out wider Alzero. Prince of Dance is looking for a seam. Dead Aim is right in behind the leaders too as they reach the top of the stretch. It is now Cousin Ed who's trying to sprint away. Cousin Ed. Alzero continues to chase, diving down towards the inside. Prince of Dance. Motel Patel is dropping back, but opening up with every single stride is Cousin Ed. Here towards the outside, Alzero. Alzero is still picking up late momentum. It's Cousin Ed trying to hold off Alzero. Cousin Ed almost there. Alzero's lunging. Cousin Ed holds on. Cousin Ed over Alzero, Prince of Dance, and pre-trial Statement. Final running time, 1 minute 10.65 seconds.